tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Be lying down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them, we got no cry. We bound if I guess one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
that
pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling higher. we gain, the more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We'll get stars, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. how I feel the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rained down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. 2 independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Become a pro player? I am dreaming. Now, how hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time towards the path of honor.
It's a pleasure to see you today. It is going to be the last day of the ranking week. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu, and with me today, none other than Dash.
Yeah, it's fun, man. This is going to be a fun day. It's the last day of ranking week, and everybody's going to be tuning in for sure. Right now, this is a Sunday, and everybody's taking a break. I hope you guys would be able to share this stream to your friends because it's going to be a fun day for all of us here.
Yep, if you're unclear where you're at, don't worry. You're at the Major East Pro League side, and this is what everyone is playing for. The prize pool of 50,000 USD. Champion will take lion's share at 10,000, followed by second place with 8,005, 7,000 for third, 6,005 for fourth, and 6,000 for fifth to seventh place. Dash, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, very life-changing for these players, and also a chance for them to go to the KWC, which is where the tournament leads to. And right now, let's take a look at the group stage ranking week. What are the scores? Nongshim still is going to be on the top. Scarz and R8 are right down at second and third. Fourth and fifth is going to be GenG and Crazy Raccoon. Sixth and seventh is going to be Vicious and Venomous, and they need a lot of catching up to do.
Okay, so just to give you a little bit of context, right, which means our last series for today, GenG against R8, is going to be a decider. But first and foremost, let's walk through the rest of the matches. First match of the day, we have a civil war in the JPKR region. Crazy Raccoon going up against Scarz, after which we will have Nongshim going against Venomous, and Crazy Raccoon, they will have their final game for ranking week against Vicious, and of course, the tiebreaker, GenG against R8. Winner take all, they will set themselves into the third or maybe second place comfortably.
Yeah, the question is who will be going to Group S. This last series will be that decider. One thing that could happen, though, that is also a possibility. If ever Scarz loses against Crazy Raccoons, that could actually tie them up in the third and fourth place for all of this, guys. But let's see if that's going to be happening. But last series is going to be a big decider for who gets to Group S.
Yep, and today we get to see quite a bit of Crazy Raccoon, right? We haven't seen too much of them in the first few days. Now, finally, it's their chance to shine, and they must make full use of this opportunity because you want to end up in Group S. You don't want to go to Group A. That's a grueling group next week.
Yeah, Group A is going to be where 4 teams are going to be fighting a double round robin again, and whoever gets to the top doesn't even go to the upper bracket. They still go to the lower brackets, so that is still going to be hard. But again, the intro video for Crazy Raccoon, let's find out who they are again.
Our first representative from the JPKR region, the CR Nation, Crazy Raccoon, represented by Kai, Ko, Function, Kuro, and Undertaker. These 5 boys, they have been at it this entire tournament, haven't really found success yet, but today, their fates could change if they can start off on a good note by taking the win against Scarz.
That is actually a possibility, though. If Crazy Raccoons wins this against Scarz, that is a very changing game that is going to be happening because they're going to be shaking up the whole bracket because of this. But again, they only won against Venomous, so they have a lot of effort to do here against in the same region. Technically, it's a civil war for both of these teams, so still going to be hard. But again, let's take a look at the other team, Scarz, also from JP. Scarz, the team that is currently on the second place, and as they say, they are the real ones. Glow, Arashi, Mfeng, ASD, and Ochek are comprised of this squad, and this is going to be an interesting matchup they need to win this just to cement themselves on that second place.
Yeah, now it's an interesting matchup because both teams, they have absolutely golden junglers, right? And they love those assassin picks. And Feng, we've seen his performance yesterday, and I have to say it's silky smooth. Now, is it going to be smooth enough against the likes of their opponent's Crazy Raccoon? We will find out. But nonetheless, regardless of what happens, it's going to be action-packed for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup considering that they're both on the JB region. Most likely going to be scream partners for these squads so they know what the other is made of. So that is going to be the big challenge here. How will Crazy Raccoon shake things up against the currently almost perfect Scarz that they have?
Yeah, and to add on to that difficulty, it is a best of 3, right? So there are different types of difficulties for best of 3, best of 5. This one can be a sprint, it can be a blitz. And if you give them the chance to have 2 wins, it is going to be quite easy to get that win on either side. Now let's take a look at the comparison between the mid laners here.
Function versus Glow into the mid lane, and we definitely see that Function definitely has the advantage here. On most of the records that we have here, 14 to 15 total kills, the average hurt is going to be 60k to 58k. Gold per minute, Function actually has a higher one. In the participation, 83% just on Function.
Yeah, his plays yesterday were pretty sick, right? End of the day, his rotations has been really clean. He's also one of the main wins that Crazy Raccoon have benefit off of. So the question now is, can Glow, who did come from Nongshim, right? Can he bring his A game into the lineup of Scarz and maybe run toe-to-toe against this Crazy Raccoon mid laner?
Yeah, and what I like about Glow here in this matchup specifically is because yesterday I watched him play Shangwan even without the Doria, and that is interesting though. That is one of the most interesting things that I've seen all day, just because if you're playing against an immobile mid laner and you have a Shangwan, there's a possibility that you get that advantage against it, and Glow really thrives on that.
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice is that draft is super important in these games, especially when teams are well matched, right? They may not be equal, there'll be some ups and downs. They have better laning phases, or maybe they have better fight capabilities, but nonetheless, you need to work with the best tools available. And so far, both coaches have given them quite the head start.
Yeah, it's a great head start here for both of our teams, and we can definitely see. Holler and I were talking about this the last time. So look at that paper that they're holding on the side of Scarz. That is a lot of different composition combinations that they do have, and that's one of the things that keeps Scarz alive here is how they play around those compositions.
Yep, and I think one of the most interesting things about Scarz is the fact that no matter who their opponent is, they always make it exciting. It is going to be close, it is going to be tight-knit, right? End of the day, they will expose some weaknesses that we might not have seen in the previous few days. So it's always a pleasure to watch the boys play. Now, Crazy Raccoon, what do you think about them?
Crazy Raccoon had a lot of hard time. I know that they have been picking Dun and Byron a lot of times on their drafts. I think every game they have played Dun and Byron every time. And that's why this probably is the crush that they're using, but hasn't really found that timing just yet. But I think if they just change things up a bit this time around, maybe they can win against Scarz. What do you think?
I think nature is on your side, right? Right as you said that sentence, the thunderstorm actually made the thunder noise. But okay. I agree. I think maybe one thing they can do is to play to the strength of Cole, right? Cole has been known to be pretty strong on those assassin heroes as well in the jungle. And so far, they haven't really, put and make full use of that strength. I want to see the M-Feng Cole matchup, right? Jungle assassin versus jungle assassin.
Yeah, they have played Luna recently, even played the Yao on one of their games, so Ko isn't even a slack in these games, so I want to see that happening. And Scarz also has a lot of those, so yeah, as you said, we don't want to see the tank jungler because they're meta already. Let's see the assassins. They pull out the big guns for both of these teams.
Yep, and this means there's a very important marker in the games, which means your farm needs to be really clean, right? So stealing of camps, making sure you take the last hits, and making sure you take the side objectives, right? The Firehawk, or even the space right at the top lane. These are all important little objectives that you need to secure for your gold advantage and EXP as well.
Yeah, and we all know that both of them really prefer having those great farm laners. Lady Sun has been quite a pick that they always pick here on the side of Scarz. Even Crazy Raccoons really prefer picking the Lady Sun. Even the Long has been picked up a lot too. So this is good to see. I want to see how they draft this.
I'm curious to see if they're going to allow the RLE to come out, right? We have the very standard bans, Liang and Mai. Liang simply because you want to allow the assassin jungles to come to life. And they will ban out the Dharma, so there is a high chance that RLE might make it through the ban pool in the first phase.
Unless Scarz... Ooh, actually, that is right. Nolia has been banned last year for the side of Scarz, so RLE could be picked up in Crazy Raccoons. This is a good day because they're going to be picking up that RLE.
Bound to come true.
Yep,
one
it's a good
day.
start, but you know, Scarz, they also have access into the Loom, so that's a very pure counter as well. It makes it a 50-50. But Scarz looks like they want to go for the traditional tank jungler. That's going to be Ogren and Lady Sun as a potential combination. Haven't been locked in just yet.
Lady Sun has been picked up
From
a
the
lot there for the
stars,
team, and I
one
think
learns
they
about
really
the
love
world.
picking that up. If ever Sakir is going to be open, they have picked Sakir a lot. Diadia could have been a pick here for Scarz, but Crazy Raccoon just went up and took it just because of that healing, just because of that control, easy control with a bit of farewell. That's why they took it.
Yep, I like this as well. The board is definitely going to be effective against the lineup of Scarz, right? So they're hoping to be able to catch that initial engagement, or maybe as they try to back off on the side of Scarz, if they time the board well along with the stuns or slows on the side of Crazy Raccoon, it definitely could put Scarz in a very threatening position.
And considering that they picked up the Lady Sun and Ming, those are very easy targets for the World is My Board, and they can be trapped pretty easily. But one thing what I like about Ming is that keeps Lady Sun alive, just takes off that possibility that in the early game she gets bullied by the Arlie. So having that, making the item acceleration, or rather the mid game, a bit easier for the Lady Sun is actually good.
Yeah, it gives her quite a bit more protection, right? So this is going to be a pretty straightforward game between the two farm laners here. Ochik ASD versus Kuro and Undertaker. This really comes down to positioning in the fights. Now, Scarz, they're going to go with the Sun Ce. They ban out the Byron, they ban out the Luna. They don't want to give easy access because they already have an advantage with the Yixing pick.
Ooh, they go back to the Dun. They even denied the Byron a while ago, and so they're going to go for that Guan Yu for that last pick. Very interesting, just to have that same rotation, that same speed as a Sun Ce has for those rotations.
Okay, they
never
might
mind.
lock it in. No, they're going for the Elaine instead. I mean, either one is fine because it's a Ming and Lady Sun combination. Guan Yu will make sense because Ming and Lady Sun will always stick together. And if you catch one, it means you catch both as the Guan Yu. But looks like the Elaine pick, there's no refresh. It's going to be a singular death at sunset, but it's going to be pretty effective in splitting the fight. And that's one of the weaknesses on the side of Scarz.
Yeah, Yuan being the last pick here kind of feels safe for me for their side, just for them to have that extra survivability for their mid laner. What do you think about this, Ken, for the Yuan last pick?
It's going to be a trade, right? So in the sense, if let's say they do unfortunately get caught by the board on the side of function, then this mid lane glow, he will underneath as a save mechanic to heal up the team and hopefully buy enough time that they can get out of the board without dying. And we'll see after that. Do you want to re-engage? Do you want to get out? That decision will be left to...
Yeah, that's going to be the question here for their composition. I mean, Crazy Raccoons really wants to brawl it out and have the World is My Board right up there just to initiate and have them on this kind of arena that they want to play in. But on the side of Scarz, they really are depending on how much healing they can get when they get dove by the members of Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, so, you know, Undertaker's role in the side of Crazy Raccoon is actually going to be very vital because if he gets a very nice destined encounter, the ultimate on the side of Diadea, it will hurt the side of Scarz because so what if it can heal, right? I'm going to dwindle your healing and suddenly with the help of Kuro, you're going to be able to melt quite a few side of Scarz.
Yeah, especially if they're sticking together, right? The destined encounter with the World is My Board really will take down most of their HPs, and this is going to be the hard thing about it. They need to pull it off pretty perfectly in order for them to do that, and that's easy access too, because those are very big AoEs that they're working with.
Yep, so at this point now, both mid laners, I think they have the ability to just take a little less farm, right? You don't exactly need a lot of farm in their hands, which means they can then kind of funnel this farm into the junglers. So both teams will make full use of feeding waves actually into the outrank and outpace each other.
Yeah, that's actually a good point because they are going to be definitely doing that, especially if they have the Augment on their side. So they are just going to be making sure that this young, especially this Augment, what you want for the Augment is to get to level 7, level 8, have that level advantage so that everybody had the better access to the mid to late game, which is what Scarz is going to do here.
Yeah, and also I'm just gonna be curious if they're gonna try for that mid lane prio farm. It looks like both teams will do it. So they want to go and feed waves into their farm laners as well, and it's gonna be mirrored by both.
Yeah, they're both going to be doing it though. This is good because they're going to be accelerating a bit, but it's going to be level 4-5 pretty early into the game. And what I like about the Lady Soon is that range is going to push them away because of that rolling raid.
Alright, and of course with that being said, this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping to bring top tier competitions to fans worldwide. We have one big game right here, right now.
Yeah, and again, that was great. Esports World Cup, this is where we are going to be for everybody, and thank you very much to Realme. This is going to be interesting for us because Realme 14 series is going to be here to help us out.
Yeah, so it is going to be our players geared up with the Realme 14 5G. It is built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Thank you very much to Realme 14 series. And again, back to our game. We are back here. They are just really moving around. Looking at where our map is right now, Scarz is just trying their best to maybe trip out Ko here on the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think either of them smited it out, so I think it should be in the hands of Ko in that Azure buff, right? So things are looking even.
Yeah, it's looking even. Got the knockback from the passive there. Mfeng gonna be backing off right now, and that is... Wait a second. I just realized right now that they swapped.
Yeah, I did too. Mfeng is in the farm, and ASD is actually taking up the jungle mantle here.
What? That is interesting. Interesting that they actually swapped here for their side, because normally when you do this, that is... I don't know what's gonna happen here, Kin, because it's a very different game they're playing.
No, I think it spells and speaks volumes about the understanding. I think they recognize the patterns on the side of Mfeng in the jungle, so maybe this is a much better way to throw them off.
Yeah, and it's also right now onto the bot trying to get the 1-on-1. That's gonna be good. They are gonna get the first blood. As you said, they get 2. Throw this by board. It's not gonna catch anybody, and that was a great 2 kills for Scarz.
Oh, this is a great position to be in. First blood actually going into Glow, gonna help him with the ult and damage as well. Not sure what kind of build he's for at this point. I will presume he's going to go for a hybrid build.
Might be going for the stun here. They're not going to be able to contest this. That is just a free red buff to the side of ASD, and that's not a good start here for Crazy Raccoon.
Bro, it's not the end of the world just yet, right? But it's a decent advantage that Scarz have gotten for themselves. If they can steal away this Azure buff, then yes, I think this guy is going to start falling down.
Oh no, it's a good thing he had Smite there. That's why they won't be able to get this steal. But again, if you guys saw that we had this low returns a while ago, you can take that. You get the free rewards. And now onto the bot side, Glow again. Going for another.
Yeah, breathing heavy for this side on the Crazy Rook farm lane here, dude. It's not gonna look good. The ball.
Oh, the set sail's gonna be there. They got the knockup though, but there you go. He's gonna go forward, but is that gonna be helping out? Actually, it was, and that's gonna be turning things around. What a great play from Function there.
Oh, beautiful. This is what Crazy Raccoons needs. They need that retaliate. Very nice response.
What a great response. Function just jumping in and out of the fight, and they didn't know where to go here for the side of Scarz, and that response would actually be able to give them priority for this Tyrant.
Yep, the timing is pretty sick here. I don't think they will be able to contest because 2 of the members just came up for Scarz. Now, they have a silver lining, and that's the fact that Mfeng now actually has the blade at 4 minutes. So that's a decent timing based on what has happened so far. They're tied 2-2 in terms of kills, but gold. Crazy Raccoon actually wrestling back control here.
Yeah, what a great control for the side of Crazy. At least they are still back into this game. I mean, as you said, it's not the end of the world, but they got the destined encounter. No HP for Mfeng, but they are just going to be waiting for this set. Sail going to be hitting Ko. Windslash will be knocking him up, and he's not going to be able to get away from here. Unruly Blade was knocked up, but the execute is there to finish the job.
Yep, that is why it's so dangerous to give a Yuan along with an Ogryn, right? There's so much tanks, so much heals coming in. And look, simple rewards. ASD gonna take away the Azure this time away from Crazy Raccoon. And they still have access into the corresponding neutral objective.
Yeah, they are gonna be... Are they actually gonna go for that Overlord right now? It's not really one of their priorities. Axe of Torment already has been built here for Urbachi, so that will fasten it up. Right now, fight's happening, but Unending Sorrow was popped pretty early.
Yeah, it's just to make sure they can sustain in lane, right? So I think based on what's happening now, they are going for a hybrid onto Glow. And I think that's the perfect and best idea for them. They need a little bit more tankiness, but at the same time, you can't sacrifice the heal factors coming out from Glow. Glow is actually going to be able to change the fight pretty well for the side of Scarz.
Yeah, that's going to be what we're looking for. That's Precipice. Just to slow them down for a bit. They have the tower down, set sail. Gonna come out, but are they going to be able to take it? No, they are not.
Yeah, they don't need to, right? At this point, they have started to grow that gold lead again. 2,000 gold. And okay, prio item. They want to make sure that the heals are unfair. So the Venomous Staff coming out from smart choice of items. And at this point, Enfeng ready to go into the Shadow Reaper. That's going to be a huge amount of damage.
Yeah. Not even a Blazing Cape built here for ASD. He's just really depending on Glow for that anti-healing. But now, gonna go for the mid push, but top lane is looking pretty bad because that tower is gonna fall down.
This tells me that they want to force their way into the jungle, right? Ominous Premonition slows down the attacks as well. To make sure that function, even with the usage of Frenzy, will not be that hurtful. But at this time, I think maybe Scarz, they don't want to overcommit.
Blade, yeah, the roll is my board. I think ASD is gonna be dead here. Nobody is here to help him out except for Glow, but there's nothing they can do.
Yep, they actually give away the trade. The idea here is that they want to put the T2s and T1 respectively on the bottom and the top, and it looks like that might not be the best decision here.
Sunset, gonna go just to push him back. That's a tower. That is their mission. That's exactly what they wanted to go for.
Yeah, they traded T1 in the mid for a T1 on the top and potentially quite a bit of structural damage on the T2 on the bottom as well. I think this still favors Scarz quite a bit.
Yeah, but losing a bit in that tower, but let's take a look at those advantages here on the item. Shadow Reaper already built for both of our marksmen. Need one more item for Enfeng to actually deal that damage that we're looking for.
Yeah, at this point, Enfeng actually just quite a bit ahead in comparison, right? So 500, 600 gold. May not be the biggest, but he's definitely going to get the Daybreaker first.
Set sail going to be used. Just to run away, actually. But is he going to find another target? Was able to get one, but they're not going to follow through. Well, this my board was used just to push him back away for a bit.
Okay, so important buffs onto the corresponding heroes here. Feng Xin actually had the Crimson buff, but right now, top lane, maybe a kill.
Top lane, they're going to go for the fight though. They have the Death by Sunset. They can go away for Kai. But the range advantage is going to be great. Oh no, the grenade was not able to hit. They're going to push back. You have the Destined Encounter just to get that healing function. Is back here on the fight. The losing advantage. They're getting pushed back. What a great zoning that Glow is doing in this battle. And it's looking like one more hit to the set sail to actually put that ribbon on top of everybody. And that's 4 kills for the side of Scarz.
Oh, that's a big win. Enfeng, this was definitely a good decision to trade.
Yeah.
I think Enfeng, maybe he understands how he plays and he wants to go in against him. And just to give you a little bit of a clue, Function is also doing... He used to be the mid. He's playing the R league. I didn't notice this until now.
Everybody's doing a swap here, kid. What is happening on day 4? Everybody's taking a risk, but let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, this was the situation that is really uncomfortable because when the moment your lane is unable to kill the Lady Sun, that is a huge problem. At the same time, playing with the heal factors and the stuns as well, making sure the Seer State was put to maximum efficiency. That's the strength on the side of the Ogryn, and ASD so far has been pretty clean with it.
Yeah, even the Yu-1. I was surprised that Function was pushed back by Glow the whole time. It was not even moving forward because of the presence of Glow in that battle. But right now, turns being taken. They're gonna get the vision from a while ago, but already on 1k HP, and that's a free take for ASD.
Yep, it's close to a 6,000 gold lead going into the hands of Scarz, and this is not gonna be easy for Crazy to come back. Look, one of the good potentials is maybe Tempest Dragon. That's another 11 minutes away.
Yeah, really close. Right now, 18 seconds on the clock, and we're gonna be having the enhanced neutral objectives on both of our sides. Kuro getting vision here. Actually knows what's happening, but Scarz is not letting out, not giving information to Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, they want to try for the bait, right? This is so sneaky. They're trying to let them see that, hey, ASD is alone, but he's not.
And also, because they're on the bot side, they know that Tyrant could be the target here for Scarz, and they could have gone to that Overlord, but because of that presence, they know that they're gonna get cut off.
Yeah, this is what's so scary, right? Because you have the deterrence from the Tyrant's buff itself. And I like this positioning on the side of Arashi. He actually makes sure that he gives and takes a little bit of vision in the top side to see that they're not actually trying to sneak that Overlord as well.
That was good too. And now we're seeing Kai onto the top side, not even going to be able to push. And this is what's bad. Whenever you have no more towers, it's so hard to even get close to, or get close to the other towers on the other side.
Yeah, and right now, if you take a look at the vision score, 20 apiece for both Glow and Arashi. They have been giving so much vital in Scarz. They know where the members of Crazy are at, and they're prepping for it. Oh no, the ball does not hit the mark at all.
That's a lot of time too. That's like 30 seconds on that cooldown, so they don't have the board before they go for the push here. With the Sergeant Scarz now, might be able to start. That sale's gonna be here. Death by Sunset a bit too early, gets a knock up on him. No more resets for you, buddy. He's gonna be dying. Kai falls down. Top side's gonna be next.
Alright, there's gonna be 2 tier 3 taken in quick succession for the side of Scarz, and it looks like this could be the Crystal as well.
Would be the end. They're looking for it, and Ruly Blade not even gonna get the wind slack in. This was good for the side of Scarz. They're doing so much damage off to the back. Rolling raid for this man, and bang it is making sure that everybody's pushed back, and that game is gonna be won by Scarz.
Crazy change of events. We have people swapping roles, we have people taking different heroes, and I mean, just the speed and the pacing on the side of Scarz really crushed Crazy Raccoon in that game number 1.
What is this? They can definitely do this against the other teams, right? Are they just confident because they're fighting the people in the same region, which is why they swap the heroes from both sides? I don't know. Maybe we can see this once we go to Group S and Group A, but Crazy Raccoons had a hard time dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the flavors you have by watching the East Pro League, right? This is one of the best leagues to watch. And of course, with that being said, I think at this point, Crazy Raccoons, I don't think this is a huge loss. Look, there were some changes. They made changes of their own as well. So I like their adaptability. Now the question is, can you walk the talk? Can you actually put up a decent fight? Because look, they have used up the RLE. It is quite a big pick in the farm lane.
Yeah, it's like I'm watching an anime in where the villain just knew what the hero is gonna do, and the hero top up notch it and knows also what the villain is gonna do. That's exactly what happened in this game, and that's why Scarz just was on top of it this whole time.
Yeah, if you know, right? At this point, it looks like, yes, they definitely have some information that we don't have, right? This probably came from the scrims. Now, all of these teams, especially if you're in the same region, you would probably have scrimmed against each other. Or if you don't know what a scrim is, it's just an internal practice competition.
Yeah, and that's what most teams do. They practice against the other teams just for them to know what to do, or if this thing works, But looking at it again, this is going to be the records for all of our members here. It's looking like it was almost a flawless game here for the side of Scarz.
Yeah, they really allowed Mfeng to really get the farm in at this point. It was one of the difference makers. And if you take a look at the damage, Mfeng, he dealt close to 80,000 damage on his own.
Mfeng together with Ochik on that Ming, and this is what you expect whenever you have a Lady Soon in the Ming. Just have that extra support, just have that extra durability from the Ming. Gives you the confidence to go and damage everybody.
Yeah, and I like the fact that actually Glow did a very good job of funneling farms into ASD, right? So he had 100% on his team fight participation. He was there to help the fights, get the heals, and ASD was just farming all over, take his path of passing. High mobility, high farm, and that's what enabled Scarz to really take the advantage and snowball it into kills and the crystal as well.
Yeah, that's what I like. MVP definitely gonna go to Mfeng, and he goes in with that meditation pose that we are seeing right now from him. 3-0-5 with a 35% damage dealt in this game.
That's a lot of pain. 35% is huge. And I think this is one of the reasons why they had so much success. put a lot of pressure in that farm lane. So first blood actually taken into the hands of Function here.
I saw a lot of promise in this play that we've seen from Function. I thought that's going to be the start of it, that they're going to come back, but after that, there were not really a lot of big kills that they were able to get, just trades against Scarz. But Scarz hasn't been giving them any openings in this. Look, just looking at the highlights, they haven't been giving them openings.
Yep, this is the danger, right? So when you have an Ogren, most of the time, one of the actual nice combinations is having a one, because she's able to provide you with heals when she changes to the Melody of Peace. And even if that's not enough, she still has the Unending Sorrow to up. So I think that's where kind of Scarz baited Crazy Raccoons to overextend. And you know, they have a very small chance of failure. You have to see 10% instant kill. It's easy to achieve on the side of Scarz.
Yeah, and it's also very likely that they've done this also with the U1. What I like about the U1, U1's not really resource heavy. You don't really need a lot of resources to make her work. And that's why it works pretty well on this. If you have two carries, the Lady Soon and the Ogren, you just need to give the resources to them.
Yep, and she already hit the two markers she needed to hit, right? Venomous Staff to try and mitigate the heals coming up by Undertaker, and also with the Frostguard Embrace. So availability for tankiness, at the same time you're able to go extra damage. It hit all the marks. So Glow is a superstar for me in this.
Yeah, she actually doing a lot of aggro too for the team, which is what I like here for what they've done for Scarz, and that is a surprise, especially for this day. Crazy Raccoon and Scarz, they had it in their hats. They know that the magic trick is coming, and this is it. And this is what we're seeing right now for day number 4. Maybe other teams would do it too later.
Yeah, now this is the final week of rank weeks, so it's really important. Now, what's more important is that we want you guys to drink some water, get rest as well. So we break. When we're back, we'll go for the second series, a second game between Scarz and Crazy Raccoon. We'll see you in a bit.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentless.
It's a pleasure to see you again. We are gonna see if this is gonna be the conclusion between Scarz and Crazy Raccoon. Scarz, if you haven't been here yet, they are leading 1-0. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me today is Dash. And I think we are expecting some big changes as well, even for this second game of the series.
Let's see what's going to happen here for the second series. Are we going to see some surprises again, changing up the heroes, changing up the picks here for what, or changing the roles for most of their players here, which is pretty nice touch here for both of our squads, and they were able to actually read it out for both of them, which is pretty exciting to see. Maybe they can do it in game 2.
Yep, and this is going to be the first picks on the side of game number 1. So big picks already exhausted. No Yixing, Arlie, Dune, Elaine, and Daria. Actually, all 5 are prior heroes on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Scarz, they already make use of the Lady Sun Ming combination. Yihuan and Ogren already done, and Sun Ce as well. So there's still some flexibility for both sides, but it might be a very different kind of win condition coming in for game number 2.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here on game number 2, because right now they need a bit of changes here for the squad. Maybe they can work things out this time around, but for now, with what I'm seeing here, Crazy Raccoons, not even phased, because remember, they even have one more series later, so they need to have that mental back up.
Yeah, I think maybe it's also a double strategy, right? Because I'm pretty sure their next opponents will be watching their game. So I think it's also a good idea to roll swap, right? End of the day, it's really interesting to see how they want to play not just this game, but the game and series later on.
Yeah, they need to surprise their enemies as much as they can, right? And that is the goal here for the squad. They want to surprise them. They want to make sure that they're going to be able to win against them later. But right now, Scarz, it's looking like they're happy, they're smiling, they're ready, and they know what they're gonna do next.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a pretty clear win condition, and they're looking pretty comfortable as well. Just really curious what kind of role this time they will be keeping to. Will Enfang step back into the jungle?
Ooh, that's a good question though. If, just maybe, if they have it open, if they have a lot of the assassins open, I think that's the reason why they didn't want to let Enfang do it, so this is gonna be hard.
Yeah, so at this point, Scarz, they will be taking the red side instead. So Crazy Raccoon, they have prior pick on the blue side, and I think this is something that will be beneficial to them if they can lock in a great first pick.
Oh yeah, and they would be able to do it this time around. But let's see what they're gonna be doing here next, Kin. Right now, we have seen some of their picks. They won't be having the Yixing. Those are a lot of very good picks already from the side of Crazy Raccoons. They don't have the Arlie anymore. They're not gonna have the Yixing and Diadea. So that's a lot of very high priority picks that have been expended on this one.
I think maybe they want to prio like the secure, right? You need a hero. If you're gonna prio a hero, either that hero is gonna be your main carry, or it needs to be someone flexible with multiple drafts. So
yeah.
At this point, that's what I think Crazy Raccoon needs.
Oh yeah, and with this, let's see what else they're gonna be doing here next. For now, it's gonna be the same for Diadea and the Mai Shiranui are gonna get picked up for their squad.
Alright, so Liang is open on both ends. I'm curious to see if they're going to allow that or they're going to ban it out. If they're going to ban it out, I think then maybe there is a potential that we might see Assassin Junglers just fly through in this game number 2.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to work out for them. Right now, Dharma has been banned also. They just don't want to see Arashi picking that up for their games. And for now, this is already good. Scarz might have an Arlie opened up here.
Yeah, Princess Frost Liang combo, since it's open, I think this is one consideration they could have on either side, but it looks like Crazy Raccoon, they will go for the Byron instead. Now this is normally paired up with the Pei. It's a very disastrous Clash Lane hacking combination.
Oh yeah, Byron, Crazy Raccoons have been picking it a lot. Most of their games, I think Byron really has been picked a lot of times here for their squad. And Lady Sun being banned is just one of the comfort picks here of Kuro, and getting it out of the way just gives Scarz a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, this is a very strong start for the side of Scarz as well, right? The Long and the Yixing, both able to give a lot of versatility to the lineup. Long, obviously, we know, big burst damage. Yixing able to change fights, as well as has very good control, right? Taking liberties. That stun is so dominating.
As long as there's light in your eyes,
That is what's
night
gonna
will
happen
never
on the other
fall.
side, just taking out that Sakir. I was expecting a Sakir to be picked here by Scarz, but it has been denied by Crazy Raccoons, and that Chano, just to have that extra damage, and also against Alung, isn't even that bad just because of the extra, the wave clear that he's losing just by picking the Loom.
Yep, I like that idea, right? So end of the day, you don't really have to fight face to face. You can kind of just send your wolves over to the side of Mfeng if he's going on this Lung. And that is actually not an ideal situation in the laning phase as well.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be hard though, because right now, Mozzie is gonna get picked by Scarz, and I think, if I'm right, we haven't seen this pick just yet for the side of Scarz. Yeah, we haven't seen it from the side of Scarz just yet. So this is very new for us here, for Scarz to pick up the Mozzie for that third pick.
Yep, I like the ban on the side of Scarz, right? There is a lot of instant access offered by Luna, but at the same time, it destroys the competition. For the side of Scarz, they need to have a very clean and very good understanding of positions on the side of Crazy Raccoon. If they are out of position in the team fights, they will get picked off one by one. So the fact that they ban out the Luna, I think is a very smart move.
Yeah, that is what I'm expecting also, that they want to at least make sure that the Luna is not going to be out. That's also one of the picks that I was expecting for Scarz if ever Mfeng would be picking it up. Right now, could be an opportunity here for Mfeng to pick up the Kongming that he loves picking.
Yeah, it could. Definitely could, right? End of the day, there is a lot of good burst damage as well. But my main thing here is, I think based on Crazy Raccoon's draft, I think what would make sense for them is to really take up a tank jungler. While it is not exactly Cole's best specialty, it does fulfill the space required, right? So nobody's able to actually touch your channel. Everyone's too focused on the Byron and your tank jungle.
Ooh, they went in for the paid for that extra DPS. I mean, they have a lot of bursts here from, and they also need another damage source from their composition, and picking up a pay is actually okay. They just need to have some sort of front line for that clash lane here for Scarz.
Ooh. They're gonna try and match blow for blow here. It is just going to be who the better team at enabling their jungler. And at this point, Princess Frost, I like the pick. It is a little bit difficult to execute against the likes of Pei, but against Mozzie, against Lung, I think if you get your timing right, you could definitely change the fight on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon with the GenG just picking it up with the Princess Frost. Whoever gets in the mirror domain has the Winters here also waiting for them. So that's a lot of crowd control, and also the slows makes it very hard for them. So this is still gonna be hard.
Oof, okay. Scarz is taking a pretty huge risk here. I don't think Elaine is going to be the super tank that we expect him to be, but if he plays his role right, he will be able to chase down the channel, and depending, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Kuro, whether it's Function onto this channel, it is going to be a tough decision or tough position to be in.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Right now with the Guan Yu on that last pick just to push him out of the area if ever they use the mirror domain, if ever they use the Princess Frost here. So that is a really good, a smart way of drafting against Crazy Raccoon.
So if we take a look at it from an overview, right, there's plenty of control on the side of Scarz, right? For Crazy Raccoon, actually, if they get the burst damage in, they could absolutely kill any single member on the side of Scarz really quickly.
Yeah, I hope they quickly change it up though. But right now, this is already a good draft from both of our teams. Jano and Sakir also getting picked up here. But right now, it's looking like they want to make sure that they're going to be happy here for both of their drafts.
In fact, I would actually prefer Crazy Raccoon's draft. I think it's a little bit easier to execute, lesser room for error, right? Anytime you pick up a Guan Yu, it's not exactly the best position to be in. I mean, he amplifies your advantage. If as a Guan Yu, you are able to catch majority of the teammates, you have higher farm, you have more tank ability. Yeah, easy fights all the time. All you need to do is to push them into your team. But if it's not, yeah, it's difficult.
It's going to be very hard here because of the things that you said there, Kindofu. Because with what they have today, I am really preferring what Scarz has drafted here. And they might have something in store for us here today.
Look, if he can do well against the Byron pick, which is a rarity, I think, yes, Scarz should have this game in the bag. As long as he's number one, able to keep the Byron in check and lane, have an advantage in levels, then this definitely adds on to what potentially could be the ender for Scarz.
Yeah, and this could look very differently based on how they play it, based on how they start it here for our games. So if ever that works out, let's see if that is going to be working out here for the team. But Scarz, this is looking like a game ender, but it's still not done. Crazy Raccoons can still challenge this against Scarz.
Yep, everything up in the air, right? And at this point, it really also depends on whether the pay does get the growth, right? The tiger needs his meat. He needs to eat, he needs to be healthy, he needs to have the punching power as well. So it all comes down to how the rotations on the side of Scarz go, and we'll see if that's going to be the win condition achieved.
Let's see if that work out. But right now, it's looking like this draft. Look at it again, everyone. It's a Pei and a Guan Yu. These were the last picks here by Scarz, and I like the concept. I like the idea that they're looking for here for the squad. But the Jing might trip them up because I would love to see how Ko will play this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see. Do we have any lane change? Yes, we do. Kuro is actually taking the Princess Frost. He's going into the mid. Function gonna take the farm lane up.
What is this gonna be permanent now that Function is just gonna be the marksman? Because this is surprising again. Because they're gonna be changing things up again in this game. And it's looking like maybe this is gonna be their next strategy once we go for the next week games. Or maybe even right now against Scarz, it could actually work out.
Yeah, but Scarz, they revert back to their old composition, right? So glow back in the mid, ASD in farm as well. Hi.
Yep. Top side, Ampeng. Forcing the flash out of Kai, pushes him back. What a perfect push right there. No more flash. This is gonna be a kill. First blood.
Oh my goodness, Arashi, what a smart guy. He was waiting for that moment. You just commit the flash and you're dead meat, and that was the meat that Mfang needed.
Yeah, and you can definitely see what Wanyu was doing there. Arashi was getting ready to push him back out of the flash, and he was ready for it. What a great play.
Yep, so Scarz understands the win conditions here. If Arashi has the lead in the lane, not only does he clear the lane faster, he's also able to rotate earlier. And that's going to be a big win condition that Scarz are going to try to play off of.
Could be a big win. Right now, that is a good strategy here for Mfeng to be winning the early game against them. Getting that level 4 on a Pei pretty early is very important just for him to move around the map more, get the kills a lot more.
Yeah, and they're starting to suffocate the bot lane as well. In fact, actually, on the side of Scarz, one of the big things they can do is to take a kill onto Undertaker, right? If you take out the secure early in the fight, that turnaround mechanic no longer exists.
Yeah, it's not going to be at a standstill here for both of our squads, but now looking like they are just going to be chasing out on the top side. We're going to be seeing a gank here coming because the Yixing and even the Guan Yu are here. Arashi and Glow are ready to maybe push back somebody, but they saw Ko. So are they going to stop? No, that's not going to stop them here, Kindover, because they're still going to go taking liberties, push him back. He has to raise their cavalry so he can push him a lot of times. Even the World is my board missed, but that doesn't matter because he gets killed anyway.
Oh my goodness, Scarz, they're just so potent. At this point, it's not an easy match at all for Crazy Raccoons. And look, Kai, I know that he's trying his best, but because of the growth on Arashi, it is so difficult to get the game plan in order.
Looking like it, okay? With Mfeng, still looking to chase somebody, but with the kill, this might be it. They're taking liberties again. Was able to hit, but right now with the mirror domain, he's trying to fight back, not hitting the right target to Mfeng. Doesn't even care. Goes inside the mirror domain, but the World is by Word is gonna keep him trapped. Here they go, and they get the kill and go.
Oh my goodness, the cleanup. This is a different Scarz from game number 1. So clean, so calculated. This is a clinic, guys.
Very different. What a great Cannon Blast too, hitting 2 targets at the same time, but they have no more jungle to take here. Mfeng, I feel risking to take the fight here, but no, he's gonna back away.
Yeah, this is a very indirect way of hurting the game for the farm and the roam on the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? So Undertaker and Function have not died once yet, but look, everyone else, they are unable to help.
Yeah, looking like it at the bottom side. They're even clearing the wave in the mid lane here. But they are just going to be late if ever a fight ever happens. Onto the bot side, and looking at it, they're getting bullied out of the way on bot.
Yeah, they are stuck there at this point. And Mfeng, he's able to kind of farm on his own very peacefully at this point. Level 8, he's 2 levels ahead of Ko.
Yeah, you can even see it. Kuro gonna be the target. Good taking liberties again. The winner is here is actually there to stop them and push it back away. and they are not going to continue to get that kill.
Moving out.
Look, he already has the X of Torment on the side of Mfang. He's going to be a little bit tanky. He does have Armor Shred as well, so there is a big win condition. And Glow has been catching people in the board all day long.
Arashi has Colossal already. He's going to be way faster than you expect here, and they are just taking their jungler. That is now their base, and they're taking all the resources out.
Yep. This means ASD actually needs to be careful. He needs to know that, hey, everyone is going to hit it.
Right now, all eyes are on Mfeng, so he has to be careful. He has to be farming right now. Mirror Domain's going to be there, pots the passive, but is he going to survive? No, that Flaming Pulse is going to end him.
Yep, we'll take that trade any day, and another potential kill as Kuro takes a few licks here. That it's the Crimson buff. I don't think they need to fight here at this point for Crazy.
Oh no,
it would be a mistake.
Arashi, Razor Cavalry goes for it, doing the damage, gets the double kill. Is he gonna chase anybody more? No, it's not gonna happen, but the double kill was perfect.
That's an instant delete button. That they were gone in a second. Scarz, they are right now 4,000 gold ahead, and they're showing you why 4,000 is a lot of money.
Lot of money. Even look at that. Arashi's just so fed too in this game. He even has more money than ASD because he's also taking a chunk of those kills. In most fights that happened, he was there.
Yeah, and okay, they tried for the catch.
Gets a stun. Arashi just needs to back away. No, he's getting slowed. He's not gonna get away from there.
Yeah, it's a horse, right? And if you topple the horse, he can't move. So it's gonna be a free kill for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
He cut down the legs though, that's why he wasn't able to move. He got and got killed pretty easily, but now it's looking like they want revenge here for Scarz. They're taking the knock-up here. Mulberry was there. Are they gonna follow through with their here? Fidget Person, Infinite Bastards is gonna be they have the board right now. 3 people, but are they gonna get the kill? Kuru's gonna be there, but the knock-up is gonna stop Mfeng, and they're not gonna get more. One more Glow is gonna be the target. They have the taking liberties. Kai is gonna chase, but they are not gonna get more. That is still a 1-for-1.
It's an overextension, a rare one by the side of Scarz, but it still doesn't hurt their game that much, right? Right now, it's a 3,000 gold lead nonetheless. And look, they're just pulling the Zero Golem away. No, you have a new home now. It is our base.
Oh man, look at that. You cannot kill that anymore. You pulled him far, far away from his home, and he's not gonna let that happen. And with what happened today, that was so funny. This is how you basically a Guan Yu master class if we're seeing here. Kel can be the target, dashes away, but they are not gonna get the kill. At least they're gonna get the blue buff now.
That's a big win. And this move, I mean, most people will see it as a joke, but look, it was a very smart move because it then converted it into an Azure buff for Mfeng.
Yeah, and also was able to delay much of Koi's resources, and that's not what they want to happen. Go wants as much resources as he can, and losing that, getting delayed, not a good look.
Oh, this is why it's so difficult to play against the likes of Scarz. T1 in the mid will be taken down shortly. At the same time, look, Cole, who is meant to be able to snipe down ASD in one blow, can't even reach this Dragon Boy.
And even Mfeng, look at what he was doing. He's level 12 at this point in the game. 2-level advantage against most of Crazy Raccoons. And that's not a good look for them. Look at what he's doing just because he can, because he's very fast. He can move around the map as fast as he can.
Yep, so very good understanding. Look, it all started because they understood they needed that advantage in the clash lane. Arashi needs to be the best horseback rider here. And one more time.
No, Razor Cavalry gonna push him back just a bit of a mistake there, but is that gonna be enough though? Kai getting pushed back. He's not gonna be able to run away. It doesn't matter. He was so tanky. The Wilson's by 4 against 3 people. This is gonna be good. The Winter is here is actually there to react, but it's not gonna do anything much. But Arashi is also gonna fall. At least Crazy Raccoon got one.
No, it's a good trade at this point because it provides so much space. Look, ASD once again able to help to push all 3 lanes at the same time.
ASD's just pushing. That's what he's doing. He's not even joining the fight. He's just farming. He's just pushing. Get the towers here. Get the towers there. Mfeng actually goes in. Undertaker had to flash off.
Oh, that was close.
Almost.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
I got shocked there. I thought he was gonna get hit.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I love to watch Scarz. Look, any game, any opponent, they make it so exciting. Even when they have such a huge advantage, It feels like, you know, there is always something new, something unexpected coming out from this Scarz team.
It's either they throw or they win the game. That's it. That's exactly what they're doing most of the time. But what I love about it, it's entertaining. I love to see a lot more of Scarz doing this.
Yep, 9 minutes on the clock now. It is a 8,000 goal lead for the side of Scarz. All they need to do now is to be able to break one of the T3s on any side, and Crazy Raccoon will be bleeding to death.
Yeah, Scarz might be looking to start this fight. They are just trying to push them back. They need a lot of minions in order for them to do so, though. Arachi is looking for that chance, but the Winter Sphere has been dropped on the bot lane, so mid lane could be free. Taking liberties, was able to hit him, and from far away was enough to kill him in that way. Arachi trying his best to maybe pull somebody up.
Look, I like the way that Arashi is fishing for people, right? It's a very manual hook. Okay, I'm going to lay my hook in the water, and then I'm going to try and fish you out. So, beautiful gameplay by the side of Scarz.
It's so funny how he does it too. He's just moving forward. You can see him doing it. And it's not even surprising at that point, but once he runs past you, you're dead.
Yeah, and I like the itemization coming out from Glow. He already has the Frozen Breath along with Venomous stuff, so already taking away a lot of the heal values coming out from Undertaker, right? At the same time, look, they bought so much room for ASD. He already has the Starbreaker, Eternity Blade, Master Sword, everything you need in a kit.
Yeah, not even gonna go for that Axe of Torment just for them to go for that full crit and have that damage really hurt for them on that one flaming ball that he's looking for. Right now, looking for the push, but the Winter Sphere has been pushing them back since a while ago.
It's a deterrence for the small one at this point. The T3 on the top gonna be open, and Scarz, now they have freedom to choose, right? Do we want to aggress, or do we want to go back and be safe, get the neutral objective instead?
Oh no, they're pushing. They don't even care about having no minions. Close to pushing this on the mid lane. Winter's here is gonna be up in a bit, but they can definitely go for that Overlord before that happens.
Yep, at this point, they don't really have to... Oh, hang on!
Oh, got a good cannon blast there. What a perfect one. But at the back line, though, using the Mirror Domain, do some damage. Infinite passes forward. Look at that. They're looking to kill a lot more, but they still are on a 3v3. Here comes Arashi, joining the fray. Goes in for the triple kill onto this guy. M-Fang goes in for the fourth, and he's looking for that ace. Will they give it? Ko, please give it to him. Give him the pentakill right now. Oh, no. He's denying it. Flaming Palm is there. Give it to M-Fang before the game ends. Oh, no. He doesn't get it. That was Scarz taking it to a 2-0.
It's a beautiful win by the boys of Scarz, and what a game we had in our hands today. That was a pure domination.
Yeah, I love the play, especially having every time I see a Guan Yu in the game, especially on the hands of Arashi, it's gonna be a fun game. There's gonna be a lot of shenanigans that is gonna happen.
Yep, and that's the beauty of having it in the Major East League, right? We have so many beasts in the East from many different teams, and this one is just one of the few teams you're going to be looking at today. Scarz, they win this comfortably with a 2-0 and also very convincingly.
That is a 2-0, right? And that is a really good way to cement themselves on the second place. Whatever happens to the Gen.G versus R8 match, they're on the second place. They're safe already. They're on the upper brackets at this point. So on the other hand, Gen.G and R8 are just going to be fighting for that third place on Group S.
Yep, so it is putting up quite a bit of pressure on both of these teams. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to do their best to be surviving in this league itself. Is right now it's more practice for that second series they're going to be playing later on today. But props to them. I think they did try to do their best to stem the bleeding, try to look for a recovery. But because of the level difference, the goal difference, it was just too much.
Yeah, not even surprising just their enemies. They even surprised us this whole time just because of their picks, just because of their role swaps that they did in this game together against even the other team. And it's looking really good. Crazy Raccoon, this might be just a practice area for them at this point just because they know they're going to go into Group A, might as well practice some comps that might work.
Yep, I mean, end of the day, we call it survival for a reason. It's called Survival Week next week. So they better buck up.
Yeah, Survival Week. That definitely means that whoever loses by next week is not going to be staying on the playoffs once we go there. But for now, it has been great. It has been nice. It's great to see that our players have been doing great today.
Okay, I just want to say, I think for me personally, I think Arashi will be the MVP for me. It has to be. Dude, this Guan Yu was so sick. The first blood as well, that presence of mind to wait for the flash before he pulled him back. Ma.
Yeah, that is something that I'm also surprised though. I mean, Arashi just starting it off, getting the kill, and after that he was just chasing also together with Mpeng. They were playing hand in hand this whole game because they want to get those kills.
Very good teamwork. At the same time, look, the efforts of 2 then translated into the benefits of 5 because ASD was just free farming. You were talking about it in the previous game itself. He was just all over the place.
Yeah, he was, and that is something good to see here. But for now, we're seeing Scarz here just taking a 2-0, just taking the win, almost the same as what they did a while ago. They gave up more kills this game, but they looked a little bit more dominant.
Yeah, close to 12,000, 6 slaughtered Enfang. He had everything in the kitchen sink as well. 81, close to 82,000 worth of hero damage offered by Scarz, done by him.
87% on the team fight rate. Arashi didn't get almost all of them, but Klo also being there on most of the fights have been great. And that's a lot of damage. And 12k gold against the, 7.4k? That's a 5k gold lead against the highest gold from Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, and a tiger against a wolf, I would give it to the tiger any day.
That's true. They're much higher in the food chain. That's why Mpeng was able to get that advantage here for this game. But that was such a great game. You could definitely see here on the resources that there's no chance. There was nothing that Crazy Raccoons did that upped their chances of getting that advantage against Scarz.
Yep, and with that being said, we'll take a look at the MVP in a bit. I'm gonna put my bets onto Arashi. I think he did well. What about you, Dash?
I think it's gonna be Mpeng, just because of the stats. Not because he's the MVP in my heart, just because of the stats. Mpeng is gonna be taking it because it's a total gold advantage just for him. But I also agree. In my heart, Arashi should be MVP here.
Okay, but it is gonna be Mpeng.
Yeah, but you know what? In our hearts, it was Arashi. He did a lot there. He did a lot that game.
Yeah, 9-1-4. What a KDA. He was one of the big catalysts for the side of Scarz to really take this game to a no-holds-barred wrestling match, slamming them all across the place. The burst damage by Mpeng is just insane. Look, he even was able to tank up against Cole in the early parts of the game.
2 MVPs today. I think that's good. 2 MVPs today for Mpeng. When he was playing the marksman, when he was playing Pei, he's the MVP again. And you can definitely see the efforts here of Arashi. And just because of the item advantage, or rather the gold advantage that Mpeng has, he can burst a lot of people down.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting between a assassin jungle meta, right? The Jing as well as the Tigress here. It's something that, you know, it could go either way really quickly, and Scarz just make sure that it wasn't them on the losing side.
And what I like about the Pei pick is if they get the early game, they're gonna snowball the heck out of this game. That's what a Pei does most of the time. Just get the early game advantage just because he has the form and he has the very wide jump. And looking at it, Crazy Raccoons tried their best. The Winters here from Kuro has been one of the reasons why some of these kills happen for Crazy Raccoons.
Yep, I mean, it was a good deterrent, right? But because they had to overcommit, look, Mpeng, he was at level 15. Undertaker is 11. That's a 4-level difference.
Yeah, that's such a big lead here for Scarz, and it was a great performance nonetheless from the side of Scarz here. Almost getting also, this is just bad, right? Not getting the pentakill because Ko doesn't want to give it to you feels bad.
No, they could have died for it, but nobody on the side wanted to hurt their kid. You know what? It's not the best teamwork here, Scarz. You need to do better. You need to use the pentakill. We need more of those stats.
That's true. They could have given it to Mpeng. That was a good pentakill, supposedly. How can we be the best side if nobody's giving the pentakill to Mpeng?
Well, regardless, we still are the best side, right? We have so many beasts. Now, we talk about the West, you know, they're doing okay, but there's a reason why they're not called the best league, right? They're just called the West League. We have the beast. We are the East. So at this point, if you're interested to find out which one's more entertaining, don't worry. We have all the good stuff over here.
Yeah, it's all here. It's all here on the East side. You don't need to watch the West side. No, I'm joking. Watch the KMW. Don't forget. I mean, after this happens, the KMW almost always happens. So you can watch them after you wake up, then watch the KMW, then after some time you watch the Major East side now.
No, you have to watch, because then only will you know true quality, right? You have to be able to compare. So take a look at what's happening on the West, and then, feel good when you come over here, because you know that we are the better side.
That's true. Very, very true. And we're still waiting on what's going to happen, but we have still a lot of series, everyone. And again, East side, West side. And I'm hoping to see a lot more of the action, because that was just our first series here, Kindofu.
Yeah, I really like the growth of the team so far, right? It shows a lot, but of course, we want to be able to look at more games, so we'll take a break first. When we're back, we're going to bring you the second series of the day with the best league here, Major East.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Welcome to the best league here. Major East League. Is all the attention going to be on here? It definitely is. Right now, we're going to go into our second series of the day. Nongshim going up against Venomous. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and the man that finishes games in a flash. It is Dash.
Wait, that is actually good. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna copy that and use that in my next intro. Thank you, Kin. But again, we are waiting to see what Nongshim RedForce will have for us. But right now, let's take a look at them first. And we are here. We have seen Nongshim RedForce win all of their games so far. They're comprised of Illusion, Kyung9, Haku, Siri, and Faye.
Yep, it is the greatest red, and so far they are keeping that name true. Greatest of all time for now, right?
Yeah.
Not lost a single game. Have they lost a single game?
Haven't.
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
Not even a game. They have won all their series, yes, and not even a game. Goodness me.
Haven't lost any game. They had a close series though. They have a close series against Scarz recently, but that was it. It was still a 2-0 in the end. They looked nearly flawless. A Nongshim RedForce still the force to beat in this whole tournament. But again, let's take a look at who they are fighting for today. It's gonna be Venomous.
Let's go. It is gonna be Venomous, the Deadly Blades, represented by Surge, Zeeks, Ashir, Charming, and Taman. We have seen these guys put up quite a bit of performance as well. I think they are a team that is rising in ranks of power. Let's see how they can do today. Maybe with the Deadly Blades, that Venom could be what poisons the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Let's see if they're going to be the poison right here, because so far there has been no losses and still no wins here for the side of Venomous. It's going to be a tough task to do for Venomous to win against the best so far in this league.
Yep, close, always close, but no cigar, right? And at this point, especially in the pro leagues, almost is never enough. You need to get the wins. You need to win the series. You need to win your games. You need to qualify for the best possible position. Right now, every other team in the league is hoping that Venomous will be able to pull Nongshim down for a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the question here. What are they going to do here next for the side of Venomous? Because I remember they're also going to be fighting on an off-stream game, non-broadcasted game later on, and they're going to be fighting against Scarz. And they need to really have that mental up, and they need to put a dent on that scoreline from Scarz. But let's take a look at the head-to-head. Haku versus Zeeks, 30 versus 8 on the amount of kills here, Kin. That's really a wide gap.
Yep, look, I don't mean to make you feel bad, but like Zeeks is new, right? Zeeks, this is the first time they are coming into the professional leagues, playing with the Giants. Now, bear in mind, Nongshim are a titan. They came in second in last season's Season 3 Invitationals in Philippines. And that is a big achievement.
Wait, I know that Zeeks is from the PH, right? Filipino represent. What are you saying? I know he's from the PH. Ziggs.
Revenge.
We got you, Ziggs. Don't worry. But again, jokes aside, Venomous really needs to find a way to win this. I mean, the idea from their compositions, they even picked the Liang in the mid lane just so they have these counters against, for example, an Arlie. They have the counter to the Mai Shiranui, but they haven't found success yet on most of their strategies so far.
Look, I want to highlight one particular player from the side of Venomous, and I feel like Ashir is someone that is just brimming on that next level, right? His Yixing plays yesterday was so very much on point, but it just wasn't enough for the team. So right now, Nongshim, they go onto the red side, one of their favorite sides to be on because of the counter pick potential. Venomous will be going on the blue side.
Yeah, they always want to go for that counter pick and also picking up 2 of the priority picks whenever it isn't getting banned, and also they want to have those just for them to have an easier time drafting later on. On the second phase, they get the first pick too, which is pretty nice on the red side.
Yeah, and in fact, Haku himself, I think it's actually today is one of the weird days for him because look, he has too many options to choose from. Right, we have seen him play so well in the assassin jungle meta. We have seen him do so well in the tank jungle meta as well. No problems for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So now the challenge does come to the faces of Venomous. What can they pull out of that hidden bag of tricks?
What are they playing here?
The recall.
They're spamming the recall? That's so funny. And even it's so funny that even the marshals just went closer, like, hey, we have to be in the lobby now. But again, for this side, Nongshim RedForce, they have been pretty strong. I'll be honest with you. We have seen them during the Invitational Season 3. We have seen them reach to the Grand Finals. And they are probably brimming with a lot of passion today just because they want to be at the top whilst they go to the KWC.
Yeah, a lot of confidence as well. Now, the thing is, we all know about having confidence, but the moment it crosses that very thin line of arrogance, that's where a lot of teams start to falter. And based on what I know of Nongshim, they don't really make that mistake as well, right? They are always humble, always calm, composed. Let's see if that is going to be of consistency today.
Yeah, it's going to be important here. They need every luck that they can get. They need every one of their brain cells connecting in this game. And Venomous, they need to think about it on this draft. This is the first battlefield.
Do they really want to just have one brain cell? Isn't that a bad thing?
Wait, you're right. You're right. That's a wrong analogy there.
Your biasness is showing.
They want it connected. It's gonna be one big brain cell.
I think the appropriate term is hive mind, right? We want one mind cell.
Oh,
so
okay,
yes.
That's right. That's the right thing. That's the right term. I'm sorry.
So we're all on the same page.
Yeah. They have to be on the same page. That's what they need to do here for the side of Venomous. But we have skipped a bit on that draft. We're waiting for them to actually start on those drafts here for both of our teams. And we can see that some of them already are starting the draft. And we're going to see it later, everyone. We're just waiting.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see how they want to play this first game, right? In the best of threes, it's actually quite quick to get the win, right? The moment you have that first game on your hands, then suddenly a lot of pressure turns it into your opponents, right? Because then it's like, hey, if we lose this again, we lose the entire series. So the pressure starts to build up from that moment. So game number 1 is actually more important than most people think in a best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be important here. They have to know, or at least get the game won. Most of the game ones that have been won here in this whole tournament, most of the game ones that have been won, except for that one game yesterday, they won the whole series. So this is going to be something that they need to look forward to. They have to win and make sure that they have the best foot forward in game 1.
Yep, you can see Kyung9, I think he's definitely going to be the big win condition for Nongshim today besides Haku. This is one of the difficulties playing against them, right? You only have 4 bans. How hard can you hit the skill caps of Nongshim? It feels like they don't have any weaknesses.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard. But also, they always ban the Maisher and they win the Arlie. They don't want it coming out on the enemy side because they're so hard to deal with. But right now, they're gonna be going for that Loom for Venomous for their first pick.
Yeah, that's a great start. But end of the day, they need to complement this pick. I think you definitely need to go tanky for this, right? I think at this point, Venomous, if they go for the assassin jungle meta, it's a bit too risky because Nongshim are a really good team. You don't want to give them that chance.
Except for that one game, their games yesterday, Mayin has been always a game 1 pick here for Nongshim RedForce. I think Kyung9 really loves playing that Mayin, and they have picked that a lot so far.
There's a lot of control offered by Mayin, right? At the same time, she does have the ability to recover quite quickly before fights, and I think that is something that Nongshim would definitely take advantage of. Now, they'll be looking at the pay, and I think this is a very scary situation for the side of Venomous. If they get that first blood onto any one of the members except for Zeke's, this game is going to go very bad for Venomous.
It's almost going to be happening like what we've seen from that pay game from that series a while ago. So they have to be careful about that first skill that Haku would be able to get. But on the other hand, we have the Dolia getting picked for Venomous. So with that long, the Infinite Vastness gets, they get a 2-time Infinite Vastness because of that Celestial Melody.
I think Venomous needs a little bit more catch, right? They ban out the Yixing. I think that's okay. Right now, the Nongshim lineup is pretty mobile, with the exception of the Angela. Look, Pei, hard to catch. Zhang Fei, he has Unbridled Outburst to get out of sticky situations. And Mayin is Mayin. She has the whatevers to get serious. She's gonna just jump and run away.
Yeah, and on the other side, Angela's gonna get picked here for Nongshim because they just want to take down as much of the high HP targets that they have. They have basically 2 here on their side. They already have Zeke's. They have Zeke's. They have Surge on that lane too. But the Liang on that last pick. What do you think about this, Kin?
I'm not the biggest fan. Look, I think there's too many things that Nongshim have in their kit to be able to stop this. Control is the ultimate on the side of Liang, right? So I like the pick, but unless they have a huge advantage, which Nongshim feel threatened to come in to aggress against the Liang, it's not going to work, right? Because look, there's so many stuns. Angela coming in, they have the burst from Pei, they have the Unbridled Outburst, and the stuns also from Mayin. Too many.
If they stun just one target, like they stun the Pei, they stun the Mayin, they have a lot of things to go back at you, which is a problem with this Liang pick. But now Shoyu is gonna be picked last here for Siri on the side of Nongshim, just with that sheer range, doesn't even want to fight hand-to-hand or toe-to-toe against the Loom, just wants to survive the laning phase.
Yep, and I think it's pretty scary because look, all they need to do on the side of Siri is to just save the getaway, and suddenly your lane is going to be caught in the middle of 5. He can get to stay in the ranks of his team. They won't be able to split Nongshim up actually.
Yeah, and the lane being threatening, that's sure. They have 2 stacks also on that ultimate for this Shoyu, so this is not really going to be the great target. The best target that the lane can go for is just the Angela.
Yeah, I think end of the day, yes, Surge will still go and chase for Siri, but then I think they need to burn a couple of resources away, right? That ideal situation is only if Angela doesn't have the Chaos Cinders, her second skill, that big ball of fire, or if the Zhang Fei doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst. So Fei, as long as he doesn't have his ultimate, I think that's a good situation. But for Venomous to achieve that, I don't know, man.
It's going to be pretty hard, though. There's a lot of things that they need to... There's a lot of stars that need to line up in order for them to do that for the side of Venomous. So this is the reason why it's hard. But on the other hand, it's way easier to make sure that they're alive on the other side because remember, they have a lot of stuns to work with. So they can counter-engage anytime they want.
Yep. Okay, look, it's not all doom and gloom for the side of Venomous draft. If they actually get the first blood, if they get a decent goal lead, actually this game could go quite horribly for Nongshim as well. Because if Pei falls behind in the early game, it's not going to be pretty for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, that's true. And also, power word control, this is still going to be deadly. How they use it once Ashir gets to level 4. Even if they just get most of the resources to Zeke's here, it's going to be okay. Get him to level 7, get him to level 8, find the first skill before the Tyrant, and maybe they could get advantage there.
Yep. And right away, I think, just off the start of the game, I think Surge, if he does well in the lane, he could be the one to change the game.
Okay, the question here is, Kin, how are they gonna stop him? How are they gonna stop Haku from taking that? There's nothing they can do to stop him from stealing some camps in the face of Zeke's a while ago.
Okay, one of my favorite quotes is the problem is not the problem, right? It's your attitude to the problem. So Venomous,
that's good.
I think they give the trades, right? Give them the camps, but you have to steal away theirs as well. I think that's the only answer you have, because there's no one that's able to stop Haku.
Yeah, it was really hard, but again, they are taking some camps themselves and maybe gonna try to maybe steal for themselves. Game Cinders is gonna be hitting a lot of damage from Haku. He has the range. Zeeks is not gonna be able to get the HP. The slow is actually making work. First blood for the side of Nongshim.
Oh, there was a slight overextension and possibly a big blunder on the side of Venomous. Can they find a trade somewhere else? That's the thing. Stolen again, Faye.
They're just gonna be stealing here, and also look at that. They even stole the Azure buff on the top side after just killing Zeke. So Zeke is just losing resources.
Yeah, not the situation that Venomous want to be in at this point. So look at the goal lead. It is a 300 goal lead for the side of Haku. Doesn't seem like much now, but this guy can turn your gold and multiply them, and suddenly the entirety of Nongshim is gonna be rich.
Yeah, that is the reason why I love this picks, and we can definitely see it. The struggle is there. It's gonna be hard for them to move forward. Look at how Nongshim is playing here. They're playing a death ball. They're making sure that Haku can invade. Haku will be safe, just so that they will have the advantage later on.
Yeah, I like the fact that you pointed out, because actually one of the things that Liang struggles with is grouping up.
Yeah, death balls, and now he's gonna come. Blazing Brilliance is gonna be huge. A sheer, even using the flash, not saving him.
Easy kills, and all of a sudden it's 2 kills in a bag, and it's a 1,000 goal lead for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, that is really rough. Very early into the game, having a 1k gold lead at 2 minutes is already a big lead, and all of it is going to Haku, and even Illusion here being part of most of the fights that happen.
Yeah, I think he's getting quite a lot of valuable EXP and gold as well. Haku now at 2.2. He's already, what, 700 gold in front of his competition.
Oh yeah, that is really wide. And now it's looking like they would just want to go for the invades here. Haku just taking the Azure buff again. They're making their presence known in this Azure buff, and maybe a fight could happen. Asher needs to be careful. There are 4 people. They have an ultimate, and Bridled Outburst is available. They can use it, but they are just going to be giving it.
Okay, putting the greatest right where they belong. Nongshim now a very sizable lead, close to 2,000 at this point. 2.7 in the hands of Haku. This Tiger is rich. He is strong.
He's just going to be taking over everyone. Maybe right now is the time we're going to see the Tiger win against the Dragon, which is long, but this is funny to see, because Haku is just making sure, and even Faye is scouting their jungle. Maybe we can get some resources here.
Look, in all the fairy tales in the world, we have seen that donkeys can tame dragons as well. I'm pretty sure a tiger can tame one.
Wait, that's a very specific fairy tale that you're saying here. We have seen it. We have seen it all. But again, Tyrant gonna be taken for free. No answers for Venomous.
Yep. So tamed by the tiger. Haku taking the lead as they're looking for more across the map.
Yep. Going for the push. Drops a drop kick onto Surge. Not a lot of HP. Death by Sun is going to be used, but he uses the flash to run away. Gas flash? Okay.
There's a big difference here. It's a big commitment. The comment spell down for 120 seconds.
Yeah, and even you know that you have this advantage, especially on this fight against the McGee. That's why he took the flash here, but right now they're going to be diving one person. Siri still has the flash. He's very safe, but the tower is not.
Yep, it's meant to push him away, right? They need to find some trades around the map. They need the gold to be in their favor as well. But instantly, Nongshim flipped that script around.
Yeah, they have power word control. Siri flashes away, uses the ult to just back off, and he's still safe.
You start to see the struggles on the side of Venomous drop. They also have an issue of reach.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but right now, Blazing Brilliance, drop. But they still have the Unbridled Outburst from Faye if ever somebody engages.
It's so difficult. It's so uncomfortable for the side of Venomous, right? The only person who's able to play from range is actually going to be Charming. Everyone else has to be within reach of the opponents to be able to be effective in team fights as well. And right now, having a goal differential of 4,000, not ideal.
Yeah, gonna be pretty hard here. Nongshim looking for it, but they are just still going for that jungle. They know that that Crimson buff is going to be available in a bit, and because they just know that the lane went to the bot side, they're going to go for this tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, there is no save here. This T1 is definitely going to go into the hands of Siri. At the same time, look, Illusion now, because of the advantage, able to just wait. Doesn't even need to farm and wait for the perfect Chaos Cinders.
Already has the stuff of Reverberation. He can definitely kill anyone he hits with the Chaos Cinders. Wind Slash gonna be used to Blazing Brilliance just to be CC immune, and that's perfect. Goes in for a sheer to get the kill onto the back line.
Oh, Haku just pushing them away, giving them a taste of their old medicine here. And this time, the reward is a T2 in comparison to what Zeke doing to the side of Siri. And they force out. Look, he stared it in the face.
Oh, man. Drops the drop kick in his face. Forces the Infinite Fastness. Almost hitting with the Chaos Cinders now. They're going to be pushing right now onto the bot lane. They're being pushed back, but it doesn't matter. Nongshim still has control here.
Yeah, we might be in store for one of the fastest games in the East Pro League here.
Yeah, it's looking like that because Nongshim is not even stopping on the pushing. They don't even want to go for those neutral objectives. They take resources, then take the towers down as fast as they could.
Yeah, you know what? I wasn't even counting the goal. It's 6,000 right now. Close to 1,000 a minute. That's 1,000 GPM for Nongshim.
Yeah, that is just really big advantage here for the team. 0-2 right now on the sheer. They're trying to take most of the jungles here of Nongshim RedForce. They have the control. Power word control is going to be here.
Oh no!
Able to flash away. Illusion hits 3 people. Ziggs keeps himself alive. Wind Slash, will it hit? No! He's still alive at the end there, Faye. Just pushing them back for a bit. Cutting off their advantage here. Surge is not going to be able to move forward. This tower is going to fall down. Oh no, this is not good for Charming. He does have the flash. He's going to get chased. No Infinite Fastness. But he is still gonna be slowed down to get the kill. Killing spree right up on the top side. They want to go for more.
Dude, they played every single card for Illusion and still lost.
Surge is gonna fall, and that is another kill onto their belt, onto the top side. They want to go for more. They have the Unbridled Outburst in case somebody moves forward.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Venomous to come back into this game now. It is a, 8,000 goal lead at the 8-minute mark.
Oh man, Nongshim RedForce having a hard time here. Oh, they go, they don't, they are going, they are killing. Ashir is gonna be next. Zeke is gonna be their next target, and they have a lot of people down on the side of Venomous, and Nongshim, after going for those kills, just gonna get away.
Look, discipline, right? Most teams would have said we should just end the game here and probably would have lost the defense at that point. So Nongshim, I like. Once again, it's the restraint. This is what makes the difference between a good team and a great team. Knowing and making good decisions.
Yeah, they're still respecting the threat of Venomous, even though and also because they don't really have a lot of HP and didn't want to go for it. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and we already have a 9k goal lead. And Nongshim, oh man, this is just looking like it's a big stump here for Nongshim.
Yep, the double whammy is the fact that, look, the Sawyer, Siri is not even online yet. He has yet to get his Daybreaker. The moment that item comes into his kit, then Venomous,
it's over.
They don't stand a chance.
Yeah, it's over once a Daybreaker comes in. But right now, already 3 items, even Kyung9 right now, Death by Sunset gonna be used. Will they be able to go for the Sun? He has a flash though, which is okay. At least it saves his life for a bit there.
Okay, they still have the Unbridled Outburst being on cooldown.
Oh, got a great Chaos Cinders there. That was a good kill for their side. Nongshim RedForce would want to end this. They don't have enough minions. They're waiting for it. Death by Sunset wants to clear the minions up in the back line, but are they going to be able to? The Unbridled Outburst stops them on their tracks, and they're being pushed in by the members right now. Nongshim RedForce, they don't have any minions. That buys them some time, but it doesn't matter. Nongshim is still going to end it.
Too powerful. Nongshim, there's a reason why they're called and coined the greatest red, and so far they truly are the greatest.
The greatest red on the red side just won their game today. It's again a 1-0, and we can definitely see why this team has been flawless, has been perfect. Yes, not really flawless. They're almost perfect as a team because they win the game in that fashion.
Look, we have pretty high standards here over at the Major East League, and to have Nongshim just consistently put us in our seats, that's a difficult thing to do, right? I always feel like, hey, Nongshim, maybe they won't do as great today. You know, they're not perfect, they're not invincible, but every day I sit down and I look at them, they are just, nope, we are the greatest.
These guys are just crazy. These guys are just crazy. And I like that we always specify that in the Major East we have... in the Major East, we always do that. In the Major East, we have high standards here. In the Major East, it's always the best that you can see here. And even the broadcast, you can see the games that we have are always the best.
Yep, even when it's a stomp, it's so exciting, right? So, I mean, that's the difference maker here. And you know, you don't have to wake up so early to the games. Of course, we want you to wake up early because there's a lot of content for you to consume. There's a lot of games that you can learn from. And number one, greatest Red. This is a team you definitely can learn from. And just to be clear, I think Dash knows this as well. It's been a long journey for Nongshim RedForce. So to them, having to be in this position today, it is not something by luck. They have put in the work, the grind.
They are very strong. And as we said, we have talked about how their struggles in Invitational Season 3. They played most Tempest games in that league, and it was crazy. Nongshim RedForce right now in this position. Look at that. Look at the item. Look at the advantage. Almost a lot of their players already has 3 items, and Venomous not even close at making their second.
Yep, and this is what's so scary about Nongshim, right? This game shows you the amount of synergy they have. Most games you have like one primary win condition, one guy dealing all the damage. But look at Nongshim. Everyone is sharing similar amounts of damage. Haku, Illusion, Siri, Kyong. Okay, Faye, he's part of the team, don't worry, but he's assisting.
Well, it's a roamer. It's well expected that he's not going to be dealing a lot of damage. But again, it's great to see like this, right? Everybody could play freestyle on the side of Nongshim RedForce. You could definitely see it because they can work towards that goal pretty perfectly. And you can see the graph here. It's all going up. It's just exponentially going up here for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, you could see right from the start, right? You pointed it out. That first camp they stole, the beast, the boar, sorry, in the middle. You already said, look, there's no way they can stop them. Who's going to stop them? And Nongshim said, yeah, yo, stop me, try. And they tried, right? But it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, they don't have the crowd control to stop him. They don't have the damage to stop him. So that's why he was able to take it again. Haku, again, getting the MVP in this game. 4-0-3, divided equally in the damage. At least that's okay. 25% damage for Haku.
Dude, this is not even a competition for Haku. He's here on a trophy hunt. It's how many MVPs can I get?
Yeah, that's true. This guy just wants to get the MVP, and we can definitely see it. And I also have a lot of history with this guy for Haku. He has been very patient, and being here in the Nongshim RedForce's side, this is a great journey for Haku.
Yeah, and it all started because of the first blood. Of all the people to get a first blood from, it had to be Ziggs, his counterpart, and to go into his hands on Haku. This game was also a highlight reel for the rest of the members. So much accuracy, so much understanding of when they use their skills on the side of Nongshim.
Even just overwhelming them with just offense here for their side. Grouping together, playing a death ball, not letting Ashir get that power word control on just one target. Even if Ashir gets a power word control, not even getting a kill though. He had like 2 tries. He was able to get like 2 good ones, but nobody was there to kill them.
Yeah, I think next game for the side of Venomous, it really comes down to can they come up with better answers against the lineup of Nongshim. Nongshim is a team that didn't have the best drafts coming into Season 2. They didn't even make it past qualifiers. Here's the thing. So the fact that, look, the level they're at now, I think Venomous is a good chance for you to learn, as you know Nongshim are going to be in Group S. There is no other way.
That's true. Even if they even lose this game, they're still going to be in Group S, just because they have garnered all the points that they can get. They got all 2 zeros. Nobody's going to top them on that point advantage ever. But again, before we go there, everybody, we're just going to take a short break, and don't go away.
Darkest nights, you've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. Fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And I can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Great energy. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here on game 2 of Nongshim RedForce right now, having the advantage in this series 1-0, and Venomous would need to turn things around here in this game. My name is Dash and I'm here with Kindofu. And what do you think about game 2? What can they do here, Kid?
Okay, I hate the sugar coat things, so let's make it clear. I think Nongshim, they have this in the bag.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just, this is the learning lesson for Venomous, right? We know that the position is more or less secure for Nongshim. Right now, it's about Venomous. Can you train your punches? Can you get better drafts? Time to experiment, time to learn, and see what you can do against the potential champions of the Major East Pro League Spring Season 2025.
Yeah, they can do a lot of things here for their side for Venomous, because you know you're gonna be in Group A anyway for next week. You have a chance to go for the scrims, you have a chance to go for practice after this. So this is a time for them to just not pull their punches, get their best draft out there, then try to fight them against the best of the best, because at some point you're gonna fight them anyway if ever you reach if ever you win Group A.
Yeah, so when I stepped into the world of Honor of Kings, I had this lesson where L's are not losses, L's are lessons, and I think every single loss you're handed, it is a time for you to learn. And Venomous, right now, actually, it is the best possible decision, because whatever you do here doesn't change anything. But you can use this as an opportunity to get better as a team, as a player.
It's always going to be a learning lesson for the teams that are here. And right now, all smiles from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They know that they have advantage. They know that they're confident to take on this next game against Venomous.
Yeah, look, Venomous, put a dent, put a scratch, it doesn't matter. Scratch the windshield or something. Give them a tough time. Do what you do best.
Yeah, they can make sure to at least make it hard for Nongshim RedForce. That game a while ago, it was looking like Nongshim RedForce had control of the whole map. Maybe find a way to not let them do that, not let them bully you into submission like what happened in game 1.
Yeah, I think Nongshim already knows what's going on in terms of what they want to play on the side of Venomous. And this time, this is scary. Anytime Nongshim goes to the blue side, you know they have the death gaze. They're ready to kill the competition off. So Venomous, they need to play this red side really cleanly.
Yeah, they need to play this pretty well, because they would have a lot of chances to win the draft. Maybe just win the draft. Maybe you can win in that side, in that state of things, and use that advantage as much as you can here. But right now, it's looking like Venomous is just waiting for their next step, waiting for the draft to happen.
Right, so Venomous, I think they're going to be really carefully looking at what this first ban is going to be on the side of Nongshim. I think Nongshim are just going to allow the Liang out. I don't think they're too concerned about it.
Yeah, they're not afraid of the Liang, because we've seen it a while ago, and it's okay. It works pretty well, but not really as well as Venomous thought. But Mayin getting out of the picture here for Nongshim RedForce, they know where their priorities lie.
Look, Venomous can't even use the Liang. Global ban pick, right? So it's already used. So Nongshim already have a safe open ban. They don't even need to care about the Liang. They will ban out the Dharma. So it's a good start. This opens up the doors for the Sunta for the side of Nongshim as well. And look, Kyung-nan is always the first player I look to in the drafting phase for the side of Nongshim, because he has so big of a hero pool.
Yeah, and I think the Sun Tzu could be the pick here for him, because I remember Venomous Surge picks Mayin and Dharma also, but Agdo on that first pick for Nongshim RedForce.
They're expecting Venomous to come in with the Ogren pick, right? Nongshim, the first team to really put this Agudo against Ogren matchup into our eyes. If you watch the global sides, KPL as well, they use this pretty consistently as a counter to Ogren. So Venomous already on the back foot. Do they really want to commit an Ogren into this very difficult matchup?
Yeah, just having that range advantage is one of the biggest reasons why Agudo is really good against that. And there are a lot of compositions that they could do with Agudo. Play the GenG, have that extra healing. Some people even drop in the Cheyenne just so they have that healing together and use that as a yeah, that's what I'm saying. GenG together with a healer could be good here for them to just stage their way towards the win. There you go.
Yep. And Nongshim, I think they're going to play a very tanky and sustaining kind of draft, right? Because you want to allow the GenG to have as much freedom or space to just throw his tokens out. And they play really well from range.
Yeah, and looking at this though, what they want to do here, especially past level 4 for Agudo, is they're going to go to the bot side, push that as fast as possible, because the extra stats that you get from the Agudo and also the healing from the Sakir will keep you alive and help you push that.
Yep, sprites, critters, there's a lot of things that's going to be summoned in this match.
True.
At the same time, Agudo is one of the fastest junglers right now with the enhanced release, right? The substitution for Smite. Agudo is really quick.
Yeah, very fast, and it's going to be hard if they pick up a very slow jungler here for the side of Venomous. They need to maybe have that easy access to that early game and find a way to snowball out of that. That could work out for Venomous.
Yeah, assassin-based junglers would be great. I think actually a Luna makes a lot of sense as well, to be able to access the backlines. But yeah, look, they ban out the Pei, they ban out the Ogren. It's not looking nice at all for Zeke's.
Yeah, what else can they pick here, though, for the side of Venomous? They're just going to pick up the Marco Polo, wait for the last 2 picks, and then pick up the jungler after.
Look, Charming, we know him as a Marco Polo specialist. Just by looking at his gameplay, you know this is one of his comfort picks. But is it going to be one of the win conditions they can achieve against Nongshim? I'm not too sure. There is a lot of stuns coming in from Nongshim.
There's a lot of crowd control, right? Looking at Venomous, most of their damage is front-facing here. They need all their skills to land in order for them to have damage, and the Marco Polo is like the last source of damage that they have, especially on that Fevered Barrage. So it's gonna be really hard to pull this off. They need to be on the same page. Like what I said a while ago, they need to have one brain cell. No, they need to have a hive mind in order for them to get there.
Yes. Hive mind. One brain, not one brain cell.
Yeah. That's true. But on the side of Nongshim, they just went for Kyung9's Guan Yu just for them to get displaced and they not even able to go for that formation.
Ooh, I like this.
That's
the
good.
Lam.
Yeah.
Okay. The death from below, I think that could be a very vital skill, right? At the same time, it offers you CC immunity, so it does well. But my main concern here is, can they control Kyung9? You can expect the first rotation by Venomous, as well as Nongshim, has to go into the clash lane. The clash lane is so important in this game.
Yeah, they need to make sure that both of them will get the level advantage because, you know, Asunta getting a level advantage gains access to set sail. And Kyung9, if ever he gets to level 4 pretty fast, he could go to the mid lane and just push that mid laner away. Especially Illusion is not really mobile.
Yeah, and one of the things is that Surge, if he plays his cards right, he is going to stop Kyung9 in the middle of the fight. Even with the ultimate on Razor Cavalry, it doesn't matter. You will be slowed.
Yeah, that is exactly what they want to do here. But for now, that is a very nice draft here. I was expecting after the Agudo go for the GenG and have that Sakir or maybe even a Cheyenne on their composition. And this works a lot. And I've seen this a lot of times already. And it's a great formula for them to siege their way to win.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I think there is a decent chance on the side of Venomous, but they have to play their cards perfectly. I mean, no mistakes.
Yeah, they have to be really perfect in this game. We have switched sides, everyone. If you haven't known, if you have just tuned in today, Nongshim RedForce is going to be on the blue side. Venomous is going to be on the red side now for game 2. So this will be a pretty different game. Just looking at the composition here, who are you favoring, Kin?
I think if they play their cards right, I actually prefer Venomous draft, right? But it requires Ashir, which I have quite big confidence on for him to play well on the Yixing. The Yixing will change the fights.
Yeah, the Yixing, how he's going to be playing it. The world is my board. Then the Lamb and Charming is going to be going crazy. That's what I'm expecting here for the side of Venomous, so I hope it works out.
Yeah, and right away, we will see what kind of advantage they want to pull. There's not going to be a lot of help for Ashir, so he's not going to be able to rotate fast enough.
Yeah, and we're not going to be seeing some invasion. We want the Agudo to get the levels as fast as they could, which is why right now we're seeing Haku just chilling out, getting all his jungle camps before he goes for the ganks. And both of our mid laners, they don't really need a lot of resources, so later on, they're going to be giving this lane to their junglers. Right now, Frigid Prison is going to be there. Enough damage. Damage is going to be super low, and the first blood still comes in for the side of Nongshim.
Once again, minor mistakes, but this is where the snowball comes from. Nongshim, they get the first blood, and it does go on to Faye, which is not the biggest loss, but this provides a lot of room for Haku to start farming.
Man, the Mulberry power, everybody usually don't know how much damage it deals. At level 1, it deals almost half of your HP, which is why you always need to respect the Sakir at full stacks at level 1.
Yep, and right now, Faye already helping Siri, so you can see explosive growth in the farm lane for the side of Nongshim.
And see it, look at that. He's already level 4, close to level 5 later on. They're already looking for the first kill for their first victim. Onto the top side search. Oh no. Good thing he doesn't get knocked up, but they're still going to be chasing it right now. That's going to be the kill, and another goes to the side of Nongshim.
Yep, out of resources, out of options. We knew this was coming. Venomous now, they try and get it.
With their eggs on the top basket, they have one more that they could look for here. Will this my board not hitting anyone?
Yeah, there was a mistake there, and right now there is no advantage on the side of Venomous on the map at all.
Oh no, that feels so bad, Kindoku, because it looking like Nongshim RedForce knows exactly what Venomous wants to do. They reacted to the top lane kill a while ago, but they knew how to react exactly. And even that Zeeks wasn't able to get that death from below just because of that push coming in from Kyung9.
This is the best chance, maybe. Farm lane, can they get the kill?
Taking liberties, goes in for the jump, was able to dodge it. What a perfect dodge. Here they go.
Oh my goodness.
With their silver place with a Frigid Prison just to go for that kill. They're going to go for more. Ashir goes in, no damage, but are they going to be diving this? That's going to be the question. Go in, go out. And finally, the outburst is going to be used to survive for a bit. Mulberry power is there to slash in. The passive is there, but here they go. They get some kills, and Venomous goes in for the revenge. Seth Philly's here. Haku's going to be next. He's the next target. Maybe this is it, and they get more, and they equalize the kills.
This is what we wanted from Venomous. Look at close to 500 gold in their favor, and finally they open up the jungle. Crimson Golem available for the taking. Zeeks, well played.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay again. That Frigid Prison to the Winter is here was such perfect placement, but they stayed here for so long.
Yeah, they did. And then this is where Ashir, I talked about it, Ashir's ultimate look, the board, beautiful.
Perfect. Wow, that was a perfect world is my board. And they have nowhere to go. They can't even flash away from that. And that is why they got some kills. At least they got the gold advantage here against Nongshim RedForce. Good start.
Look, and this is why I said, right, Venomous have a chance. They have to figure out how do they find the weakness on the side of Nongshim, and they have found it once. That means you can find it again.
Yeah, and as you said, Ashir is going to be the key here. Ashir has been the biggest key on winning that fight a while ago. Teleport's going to be coming in, but this has been cancelled, and we can definitely see that Ashir is getting pushed back on the top side. He might even die, and he's dead.
Yeah,
we were singing his praises.
It's a Southeast Asia thing, right?
We were singing his praises, and he actually died from it. Now, Tyrant cannot even be started here for the side of Venomous. They were starting it a while ago, but because Ashir wasn't able to teleport in, they're not going to go for it.
Yeah, with that extra kill, they have managed to even out the gold. So at this point, once again, we're at a stalemate. Better team wins this time.
Ooh, what a big slow. That's going to be the kill. Backline, though. 2 kills already from the side of Venomous. It's looking really great. Haku's going to be next, and that's 3 kills on the board. And Zeeks is just going crazy. This side is going to go to their side. Oh, that forces a flash also for Siri.
Yeah, big win, and they get the Tyrant as well. So this is going to be huge for the side of Venomous. Finally, they're breathing some lives. The Venom is hitting.
Yeah, it's looking like Zeeks has been the key here also on that last fight. Imperial Order won't be able to hit. Mid lane tower has been taken down, and Venomous with a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Lams, right? And for good reason as well. He doesn't really fight well from behind. But look, Ziggs has a decent level advantage. Level 9 against Haku's 8. This also means he has decent damage. X of Torment already completed 4, 0, and 3. This is where you need Ziggs at.
Yeah, and one of the good things whenever you play a Lamb, especially if everybody gets too close for each other, which what Nongshim wants to do, there's a lot of ways for you to go in and out of the battle, and even the death from below is going to be much more valuable during that time.
Yeah, the Space Strike is going to be so valuable because the iframes on the side of Ziggs has helped them out so much.
Yeah, that's been so good. But right now, bot side, going to be pushing this. There are some reactions. Set sail, not going to be hitting anybody. So this fight is going to be on a stalemate for now.
They don't need to do anything, right? At this point, as long as they hold him here, it's a good situation. Because look at Charming. He is free farming on the top lane, trying to make the trade on the T1 as well.
Look at the reaction here from the side of Venomous. Going into the top side, cut off any rotation coming in from the Nongshim RedForce's side. Even Kyung9 is not even going to be able to cut this. But the bot side tower has been taken down also.
Okay, so they make a very conscious trade. And it looks like Nongshim, look, if you're not going to stop us, we're going to try for more. T3.
Yeah, they're going to go for the T3. Nobody's going to stop them. And this might be the push. And you know, this is an Aguda composition. This is going to be very fast. Haku trapped in 2. But are they going to be able to follow through? They're not going to have enough damage here. That's going to be a slow on the Surge. He has been slowed down. He's not going to be able to get the kill. But they are chasing him as much as they could. They want to finish this Kindofu.
No, this might be a big mistake. They didn't try to trade. This is not the play that Venomous wanted. Look, they didn't even get the T3 on the top. So all of that advantage they had now just stifled.
They should have respected it. It's an Agudo to the RenG. They're going to be having a lot of pushing power just because of that attack speed that they do have. And because of that, they lost that T3 in the bot lane. That's so bad.
Yep. Now the map is totally similar for the side of Nongshim and Venomous, but take a look at the replay here. This is what happened. This is why they couldn't take the T3.
What a great
He gave
game
his life.
Yeah, just for them to clear out that. Wait, he even killed Ziggs on that. What on that fight? That was such a play from Kyung9. That's a very Kyung9 thing to do.
Yeah, and look, sometimes dying is not a bad play.
That's true. Okay, Surge. Toss the set sail. Not going to be hitting anybody. It's going to be important. They need to hit those set sails.
Yeah, the next big marker here is going to be this new objective, right? This Overlord. If Nongshim tried to take it and Venomous failed the contest, then suddenly you're gonna have an exposed T3 on other lanes as well.
They have to be careful here. They changed up the strategy here for their side. They tried to go for Faye. No more World is my board. Gets a knock up on him. They're gonna be chasing him down, but he has to pass it. Popped it, but he gets popped anyway. They have the Frigid Prison on one target. With the Imperial Order, that's gonna be on the icing on top of the cake, and another tower on the top side.
Look, one mistake. That's what we're talking about, right? They didn't even contest, but they went for a fight.
Yeah, that is really not good right now. They need to contest this. They need to go for the fight. That from below was able to pull back one person. Haku's still alive. Goes in. Damage going to be there, and they're not going to be able to survive this. And Nongshim RedForce, even without the minions, they're going to be taking the tower here. Charming goes in with a Fever Barrage. He was able to get a kill in one, but that's all she wrote.
Yeah, they tried the same strategy. I'm gonna give my life, but no, the T3 still falls. So Nongshim, this difference in their decision. And look, the rewards, gold. Faye now has the Overlord's plate mail. He is already hard to kill on a normal basis. He's gonna be even tougher to touch right now.
They didn't even care, right? Because they have no minions, but they still went in for that push because they can. Just because they can. Just because they have the Agudo. And now, objective's gonna be coming out in 40 seconds. And they are on a big disadvantage. It's a 3k gold lead, but it's looking like they have positioning advantage on Nongshim RedForce.
Yep. And then burst kill potential is no longer viable because they already have the Deep Frost Siege onto the hands of Siwi. So he's already very tanky. Add that on with the Narrow Gauntlet. Extra armor, extra damage as well.
Kyung9 getting pushed. Doesn't have the sprint. Is he going to be chased down? Yes, he will. Will he die here? That's the question. Kyung9, what actually survives and Ziggs falls down?
That is why you want the items. He was tanking it up. That was not the true purpose. The true purpose was buying time, and this guy bought so much time for Nongshim.
He was buying time. He was not even expecting to survive there, but they were able to reach it just because of his tankiness. He was able to do it. Right now, they're going for the Overlord on the side of Venomous, but they don't have the damage to take it very fast. And Bridal Outburst has been used just to push them back for a bit. But here they come. They have the speed here for Nongshim to just push Hammond away. He's a very dead man, and he's not going to survive this.
Yeah, they will tame the beast at this point. Mid T3, threatened by the side of Nongshim. Borders drop down, will catch one, but it doesn't matter.
Takes down the Minion Blade. They're gonna go in. I know they have the damage. Here goes Guan Yu. Razor Cavalry just to push them all back away. That is a good play coming in from Nongshim RedForce. This might be done. This might be the game. And Nongshim takes it to 2-0.
This is the human fishing hook, the Guan Yu, and Kyung9 played it to perfection at this point. Very nice. They were tunnel vision. They were thinking about, hey, let's defend the T3. Nobody was caring about Kyung9 and said, you have to focus. I am the captain now.
Yeah, that was such a great game we've seen there from Nongshim RedForce. They showed us how important objectives are, and we have seen it that game. They focused to go for that T3. They got it, and once it happened, there were no map control that we could have seen from Venomous after that.
Yeah, so a different train of thought, right? In terms of professionals, look, if you're playing a ranked games, you think, I have gold. I want to go for more damage. But in the professional scene, it is, let me go and build more defensive capabilities, right? Look at Kyung9. He bought so much time because he was able to tank through it. Siri tanking through the damage as well. And the team comes to back you up. That's the main difference why Nongshim was able to turn this around.
Yeah, and you can see later on, once we see the items, how much armor he has there, which is why Zeke's wasn't able to kill him that game. I think he also has the Frigid Charge, so that bought some time also with the stun. So with that, it was such a great game, Nongshim RedForce, but at least Venomous made them shake a bit. That's good.
Oh, they did. I'm quite proud of Venomous, right? So, you know, they did listen to the advice. Just put your all in and use it as a training practice, right? To be able to hurt Nongshim even for a bit, I think that's a big achievement.
Yeah, that was a good start though. Also, once you see teams like this, like Nongshim RedForce being very aggressive, that is the time to punish. And Ashir was also there to do it. That's exactly what you said a while ago. Ashir on that Yixing, very important for him to make those plays. At least he was able to make one.
Yeah, he definitely has a very assuring presence at this point. But with that being said, let's take a look at the items. You were talking about tankability. Look, Frigid Charge, yes. Oh my goodness, he had the Long Night Guardian as well, along with the Blazing Cape. So he was already reducing health regeneration. He had the stun from the Frigid Charge. It was pretty hard to catch this guy.
He was pretty fed, if you ask me. That's 3 items already. Even had the Long Night Guardian in the end there. But looking at the damage, most of the damage is definitely going to come from Siri. It could have been Siri and Haku, but Kyung9 really did so well defending the top side, which is the reason why he has this more damage dealt compared to the others.
Yeah, and this was a pretty close one before, you know, the snowball happened and the turnaround. But I have to commend one other player in this team on the side of Nongshim, and that's Illusion. Now, we have seen plenty of Princess Frostes in this game, but Illusion's Princess Frost has landed so many nice Frigid Prisons. But here we go.
Yeah.
Kyung9, very deserving of this MVP. 4, 3, and 6. That one sacrificial play in the top lane, that changed the game.
Just for you to know, everyone, whoever is watching, Guan Yu is so hard to pilot. It's so hard to pilot, and making it effective on a game like this on the professional level is a really good showmanship of skill expression there. But look at this play. This is when we had hopes for Venomous.
Yeah, Assurance coming in with Ashir's plays. And unfortunately for them, this was one of the few good plays they had. Very nice catch as well. This was all looking good for the side of Venomous because they had the gold and item advantage. But as they allowed Siri and Kyung9 to really farm it up here, this is why he was deserving of the MVP.
That was a crazy play. When he pushed everybody back, Zeke's dying to the tower because there were no minions. And once that happened, Illusion had already recalled. And that's why they were able to defend the top lane tower. And that was a big advantage. If you guys would like to know, a T3 tower is such a big advantage. That natural lane push is so important.
Yeah, Kyung-Hae also very patient. He waited for the death from below because that was the only thing that was going to stop him in team fights as well. So once the team committed, got caught, it's his turn to shine.
Yeah, and we've seen also Charming trying to do the same thing, but Senagudo and has his friends together with him, which is why they still push the TG tower. And look at this, Kyung-9. What is that? He survived that.
Yeah, the team backup. This is why you want the hive mind. Not a singular brain cell, but one brain.
Yeah, one brain. One brain is exactly what you need here. And you've seen it. You've seen it that they know the calls were there, the communication, and this is what you need from a top-tier team. And Major East is top-tier, the best, together with the teams that we have here.
Exactly. There's very few places to look at. If you want, you could even consider the MKL. I think that's another you could check out as well. But yeah, it's all about the East, man.
Yeah, the East is just the best. East side, best side. But again, everybody, that was just our Series 2. We're going to have a Series 3 in just a bit. We're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Crazy or vicious, you make your choice. That's going to be our third series of the day. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, the man that ends the games in a flash, it is Dash. How are we doing for game number 3?
Very excited for game number 3. Crazy Raccoons just had a very rough game from a while ago. They have lost against Scarz, but that is definitely not gonna phase them, because even at the end there for Crazy Raccoons, I can definitely see that they still have the mental fortitude to fight against Vicious this time around.
Yeah, just curious if they're gonna do the role swaps again. I don't think it has worked out too well in their favor, right? So let's take a look at Crazy Raccoons as we reintroduce them.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon, the CR Nation, represented by Kai, Ko, Fengxuan, Kuro, and Undertaker. Like you said, they have been handed their first loss today, but that's not going to be the final result if they have anything to say about it.
They can definitely change this up, because both of these teams, especially the teams that they're going to be fighting with later on, have fought against Venomous and was able to win. This could be the best litmus test of whoever is going to be up there on Group A for them. So let's see if ever Crazy Raccoon would be able to win against the other team, which is Vicious.
Yeah, Vicious, I think they are a new team altogether. Let's take a look at this team as we reintroduce them for another time.
And the next team, Vicious Esports, they are the team that is fighting against Crazy Raccoons today. The Desert Flame, Doma, Doom, Angma, Aspire, and Bo are going to be the members of this team.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen too much of Vicious across these few days, and unfortunately for them, I think they're still searching for their first win, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, they won against Venomous yesterday on a non-broadcasted game. Yeah, both of them, Crazy Raccoons and Venomous, has got one game wins against Venomous.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
Oh man, that's crazy though. I mean, just them getting these wins, they could be equal just because they won against Venomous, both of them. But right now, this series would break on whoever is on the higher ranking.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really shake up the table too much. But Crazy Raccoon, I think that as well as Vicious, this is a good time to put the test, right? What foundations are you at? What plateau are you at? Can you rise even higher as we go into Survival Week?
Yeah, this is really hard to see. I mean, with them, they definitely know that they're going to go to Group A. So this is going to be a lot of experimentation for both of our squads. They can be very fun with it. They can be very experimental. Maybe something would click and would just work against the stronger team soon.
Yeah, curious to see if both teams will be going for the Assassin Jungle today. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, and this is going to be the junglers on each side.
Ko and Angma. I know that Ko played some Jings, played some Fades, but the total kills advantage onto the side of Angma, even the damage dealt, and the biggest difference is just the team fight participation here for both of them.
Yeah, I think Vicious is just a little bit more aggressive and they're willing to risk more, which is why they have so much higher damage on the side of Angma as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a different start here for both of our sides. So Crazy Raccoons, look at them. They're still happy. They're still not phased of the loss a while ago. And Vicious, they're much more focused. They're much more ready. And you can definitely see, oh, look at them. They're doing a thumbs up.
Yeah, ready for the match, and I think this is a good mindset, right? And space to be in mentally. You want to be ready, you want to be pumped up for your game right before it begins as well.
Yeah, and this series is going to be tough. It's going to be a 2-0, maybe even a 2-1. I think these two are just perfectly matched here for Crazy Raccoon and Vicious, but Crazy Raccoon being in the same region as of the JPKR, like Nongshim, RedForce, and even Scarz, might have the advantage here.
Yeah, I think at this point, Crazy Raccoon, we've already seen shades that they have what it takes to be a monster squad, right? But they just need to build upon their strengths, really just get more invades going. I think that's something that they have not been able to do successfully thus far, but if they can keep that behavior consistent, then it's going to be a tough game for Vicious.
They haven't been also very proactive on what they do, especially on the jungle side. I think I like your point there that they haven't invaded a lot. They haven't taken fights into their own matters most of the time, which is the reason why they're having a hard time on some of the fights.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we're gonna see the assassin jungles coming out, but let's take a look at Vicious first. They're gonna be prio pick going on the blue side, and Crazy Raccoon going for the counter pick red.
What I like about this, both of our junglers love playing Dun. They have played Dun 3 times and 4 times respectively. So with this is gonna be good. I mean, 5 times now for Crazy Raccoon. So that's gonna be a priority pick for both of them.
I want to see if Liang is going to be the first ban, right? If Liang is going to be the first ban, then we can expect that there is a high chance of assassin jungles coming in. If it's not, then it's a little bit more of the tank meta for now.
The idea is good. That could really shake things up also. Has the bitter farewell. Almost the same as a power word control, but a mini version.
Yeah, and maybe Artie and Mai will be taken out. No, they want to open that up. The Dharma is the prio ban.
Yeah, it's gonna be an opening for them. They can ban 1 on the side right here. Or maybe, Vicious banned it. So Crazy Raccoon would just ban Mai Shiranui now.
I mean, they should, right? There has to be a Mai ban. Or it could be something else. I don't know.
Okay.
It is the Mai.
We're back to normal. We're not going to be seeing Arlie and Mai Shiranui. Loon being the first pick, already good. Just having that extra burst and just the safety of the Loon pick is already good.
Yep. I don't think the Liang is going to come out here. I don't think it makes sense to have a Liang going up against a Loon. At this point, it's really easy. All he needs to do is ride the wind, and he's down.
Yeah.
Right? So Sakir.
Sakir getting picked just makes me, the GenG and Sakir has been quite a combo recently. They really love the extra burst damage and that early advantage, especially for level 1. Motivator power has so much damage, and it could give advantage to whoever it hits at very early stages in the game.
Yeah, and level 4 with the stuns coming in from the GenG, I think that is going to be quite prominent, right? So they're hoping to get the Imperial Order down, that golden token. Lower your defense by 25% on your physical and magical, and hopefully they have enough burst on the side of Crazy.
Solja and Elaine and Lung. This screams Season 2 for me. This is the combos that you want to have just for the safety. Couple that with the Yuhu one for the last one. Could be something, but Crazy Raccoon taking a page out of Nongshim RedForce playbook from the last series.
Yeah, this is a big one. Agudo, I like this. It is very damaging. But my main concern here is they have the double death by sunset, right? So Vicious, that is quite strong.
What's scary about that is they can reach Agudo into the GenG. They're not very mobile except for when they have the flashes for the GenG. But other than that, they're not very mobile.
So at this point, I think it would be in favor of Vicious to go an assassin jungler, but you want the burst damage. You want to split the fight.
I think that's the idea here. They would need to have that and have some form of control, or maybe some form of control on the mid lane, and couple that with an assassin. That's perfect. That's already a good composition for Vicious.
Yeah, but mid lane, look, Yixing is still available for
that. That's true.
It would do well for either side.
I think Yixing is going to be the priority here for Vicious. They need to have that Yixing just for them to... Crazy Raccoon takes it for themselves. Nice deny.
Okay, so the board is going to be very useful in forcing out resources from the side of Vicious, right? This will force the Death at Sunset. It could also force out the Infinite Vastness if they're caught on the board, which is going to be a huge situation for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, good thing they have the reset from the Dahlia, which actually makes it a bit safer. But Crazy Raccoon taking it, denying it, just really limits the power of the Exodia that they could have had with Vicious.
I like this. I like the Hano pick, right? It fits perfectly into the composition of Vicious. So you're going to have a front-facing shield, right? And Hano is going to be your mid laner, but he's also going to be your spear. So those Scepters of Fate, the longer the fight goes, the better it is for Vicious.
We talked about this a while ago, right? This composition wants to survive on the side of Vicious. They have a lot of ways to survive. They're not gonna die pretty easily just because of those ults that they have. So Crazy Raccoon, with the amount of damage that they have, will it be enough? That's my question. Will it be enough to take down these players from Vicious?
End this with grace.
I think not just the players, right? It also depends on how many times does the Hano have his Fate Rewind, right?
Yeah.
Look, we talked about it in the previous series. You mentioned it. Agudo, DMG, really quick at taking towers, but that can be reversed by the Fate Rewind.
That's true. Oh. That feels so bad if ever that happens this game, because I know they're gonna be staying in the farm lane. They're gonna try to take it down, but the Fate Rewind, ooh, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's gonna be rough.
I've already seen this yesterday in the MKL game. So even teams, they were locked into the mid lane trying to take a T1 for about close to 4 to 5 minutes, and that's where they got turned around. That game got turned around. Vicious might be able to do the same thing, and the worst part is if Vicious gets an advantage, it's not good. Crazy Raccoon will have the game taken to them really quickly.
Yeah, and they don't even have a lot of burst damage, right? That's what you want whenever you want to take down targets that aren't easy to kill. And you do have a lot of DPS, but not a lot of burst. So this is going to be hard. And as you said, one thing that is funny whenever you're fighting a Hano and they revive a tower, it's still counted to the number of towers that you took down. So we will know how many times they use the Fate Rewind to rewind a tower.
Yeah. Guys, look, I just played a game with Hano yesterday that didn't use his Fate Rewind. You can revert the tower, but it must be done in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Just get to the tower and use your ulti, dude.
Get close, even use your dash, then use the Fate Rewind just for you to get in range. That is something that you should know when you're playing Hano. So yes, guys, Hano is viable on those situations. And if you want a safe laner, pick a Hano. Hano's good. Not the best.
So this is one of the best drafts I've seen out of Vicious, and I think, to be honest, I think they're more primed to win this game based on this draft. The longer the game goes, it is more beneficial to Vicious.
Yeah, Vicious, they need to just get to the late game. They have a lot of ways to survive, and those survival abilities would actually help them traverse the mid game in where Crazy Raccoon would actually shine. But right now, everyone, we are just going to be tanking. Again, EWC, this treating season of Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Right, not only that, we are also going to be showing you what phones these guys are playing with. It's going to be the Realme. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. It's built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just as the way esports demands. Now, if you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference. And right now, the difference is showing.
First blood onto the top side, and the difference, as you said, and that's the Realme 14 5G power for you guys.
Dude, Vicious is listening in, and they timed it right as I finished.
Yeah, perfectly timed. They got the first blood too, and now they were trying to go for the steal there. And you can definitely see the confidence here coming from Vicious, and I like that they're getting this confidence. Don't forget, everybody, log in to claim this reward, get a screenshot of this, and just put it in game.
Yep, and now the snowball potential on Vicious is going to be that much more, because look, now Doma is going to be able to make life so difficult for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Good use of that flash from Doma, just denying that knockup coming from Ko, and not even giving him any chances to go for it. Look at this top side. Kai and Doom are just going to be having a dance there, but Function is going to be chased here. This is not good. Execute range, but was able to get out there, but Flash not able to cross over the wall.
Yep, your passive does not matter. Passive aggressiveness does not work here. It is going to be Vicious that take that.
Takes a kill. Now on a 2-0. Vicious looking really primed and ready to take them down. Kuro on 1 HP.
Yeah, Kai is not having a good time as well. Like, everything is not working in Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it's not even looking good. Even just building up a Blazing Cape against a Charlotte is usually enough to stop a Charlotte from getting that early game advantage, which is why it's already good. Doom is just gonna bully him.
Yeah, because you're able to sustain, right? And there's armor values as well in the Blaze. So it's really a good kit to have. And right now, Doom, he's able to hold his own. He has a level of...
Yeah, it's really hard here. I think Doom is just gonna be taking this advantage. Spar is just gonna be having this advantage here. This is what's hard about the Agudo, the Renji, and Sakir composition. You need time for them to matter in this game.
Yeah, and you know, anxiety definitely gonna be raised every single time Doma gets his Scepters of Fate onto any member on the side of Crazy Raccoon. It's a horrible situation to be in.
And they need to be close because they have the DPS. Agudo, Kuro, they need to be close. And that Scepter of Fate is just not gonna be good for you to take. Oh man.
Yeah, it's... Look, they're just melting them down layer by layer.
Yeah, they're just pushing, and there's nothing they can do to stop them. Looking at what Function and Ko are doing, they're moving back and forward into the mid lane. We can see it. Flaming Bomb almost getting the kill, even flashes forward, but here they come. They're gonna cut off their rotation. They won't be able to back. Tumble forward roll has been used, but they have the infinite fastness. They are gonna be stopped with a World is My board. Will they get the kill on Go? Go is a bit tanky, so it's not possible.
There's nothing. They can't do anything.
Yeah, they can't even go for the kill. Kai, not knocked up. Kai is also going for the fight anyway. They're going for this duel. They're having a 1v1 about a duel. A parry is going to come, but it is not going to work. Death by Sunset to finish things, but it is not a kill just yet.
He keeps putting Kai in a horrible position. Doom, look, he forces the flash. And once again, he can just run rampant in the lane. And Doma, look, he doesn't even have to go for the kill. It's pushing him away. And all this pressure is making Crazy Raccoon miss creeps, miss minions. Is not ideal. They're already behind 1k.
Yeah, he's even afraid. He doesn't even have mana for that Fate Rewind a while ago, but his sheer presence was enough to push him back even without the Fate Rewind. Right now, Doom still going for the 1v1, but here comes Engma. He's gonna go and save his teammate. He has the execution range, and that is it. Engma just gonna take him down.
Yep, he knows how far he can bring this heat. And look, the reward is gold and glory at this point. Doom gets to cut another minion away from the EXP pool of Kai, so he is going to have a level EXP advantage once again.
What a great game that they're playing here for the side of Vicious. They're getting all the advantage, giving all the resources to Engma, but right now they need to move here. Crazy Raccoon need to find a way to move around and maybe make use of their power.
Okay, there is one concern I have. That is, Doma is actually looking like he's going for a magic damage build, which might be the win condition for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Ooh, if you think about it, that is also a good strat. That is actually a good thing to think about. If he's gonna go for the full damage and not gonna be a wall to stop them, this could be a good idea for Crazy Raccoon. They could work with that and take down Doma anytime they can.
Blue team has
Yeah,
destroyed
it just
a
puts a lot of
tower.
pressure on his position, but Doom is caught in no man's land here.
Ooh, Tumble Furball. Gets the damage, gets the knockup, but are they going to be able to get the kill? No, they have the fast pushing, and they're pushing the top side pretty easily, but bot side, Aspire, going to go and take this down.
Yeah, T1 for T2 any day.
Okay, they're not going to take it. They don't have the firepower to do it, but Doma is just here to stop. Look at what he's doing. He's just on the middle of everything, on the middle of the rotation, so that Crazy Raccoon won't be able to help the other lanes.
Yeah, there's just too much pressure around the map, and this is a very nice surprise for me, pleasant surprise from Vicious, because they definitely have leveled up over the past few days, and it's showing in their gameplay as well.
I like it. I like that I'm seeing Vicious this way. Crazy Raccoon's struggling for a bit. Venomous staff already built by Function, so maybe this could help them on the next fight. Lessen the amount of healing that Vicious is getting. Ward is going to be laid out, going to be fighting for it. Undertaker doing some damage right now, fighting against a lot of people right out to the backline. Engma was able to go. Tumble Furball is going to be there chasing them down. But the Scepter, as you said, it's going to be hard to deal with it. That pushed them all back.
Yep. Okay, so they have a small win. Kai is going to be able to take the T1 here. I don't think they will be able to put too much pressure. But Doma, look, Yeah, it's all about this. Once again, those scepters of fate, it is just painful, and he gets to walk away scot-free as well.
One thing that's good is that Crazy Raccoon has some healing, and they're making use of it. They're healing after the Scepter of Fate, just backed off a little bit. No Fate Rewind to use, right? Right now onto the bot lane, they're going to go for the push, but the backline has been breached. Kuro's going to be chased down. He has no way to help himself. He flashed away already, so that Death by Sunset is going to be able to get the kill on him. Function, taking liberties, not going to be hitting the right target. Doom has dash in a bit, so maybe he could get killed, but no. This is not good. Crazy Raccoons wasn't able to take the tower.
Yeah, they need to kill off Doma somehow. I don't know. If they can get rid of this Hano, maybe they still have a chance of winning the fight as well.
They can go for the heals. Crazy Raccoons looking pretty good. That is one thing that they could do. Just go for the healing, force the pushes. Yes, they're going to be losing one person because they can't stop Doom at this point.
Oh, and look, it is going to be Doom. I don't think he makes it out here.
He's not. He has low HP. Does he have the Death by Sunset? Yes, he does.
Yes.
But will he make it scot-free? No, it's not gonna. The guy takes him down on a disadvantage.
Look, he actually expended it right as he died. That's not an ideal situation.
Yeah, it's very bad, no. I mean, this is not good. Right now, it's looking like Crazy Raccoons. Even if they were losing a while ago, they're getting back.
Yeah, Vicious faltering for a little bit.
Hold on. Blocking a bit.
Reset.
It's not a good timing though. They have the reset right up on the Siren. Doma is using the Scepter of Fate. Gets the steal. What a smart steal there, but he pays with his life. Look at that Scepter of Fate. That's a lot of damage, but the Fate V1 is going to be there. But they're pushing on the top side. It's not looking good. Right now, Crazy Raccoon slowly taking over the map. They're being chased. Sprint has been used. Not going to be able to hit the right target. Doom having a 1v1. It's looking like Kai has control, but Bo is also here. Death by Sunset again. He's going to die.
Easy kills, but they bought a bit of time on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're able to put a little bit more pressure in the T2 in the mid as well.
They're going to be pushing this. This is going to be good. They have no more Death by Sunset, right? Never mind. He has Death by Sunset. He's going to go to the backline. He got the kill. Tumble Purple is not going to hit. CC immune on this guy. He's going to be surviving for so long, and he gets one more kill.
Gives us life, but this is a great situation for the side of it, right? A 3-for-1.
Looking good. It's looking good for Vicious. Right now, they just need to not be overwhelmed by what Crazy Raccoon is doing. Crazy Raccoon is doing a lot of macros in this game. They're taking down towers, and they're forcing depth. That's, honestly, they're doing a good thing here for Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, and look, there is a timer for the side of Crazy Raccoon, okay? So,
yeah.
At 15 minutes mark, if they don't end the game here, Vicious are going to hit the critical mass. This is going to be their maximum potential. So they need to start trying to get a T3 at least before the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, Ko is going to get outscaled pretty hardly, so they need to find a way there. It's a good thing that even after those 3 deaths that happened, there was nothing on the map that Vicious could take.
Yeah, that was a silver lining, right? So let's see what else can they push.
Yeah, looking for the fight. Mulberry Power just to knock up and maybe do some damage. Tumble Purple is at the ready. Tyrant is being taken, but look at what's happening around the map here. They are pushing the top side while this is happening. They're chasing the back line, not even pushing right here. Use the Fate Rewind, so no more for Doma. They have to back away. You have to play it safely. Doom is right here in front. He's fighting against a lot of people. Gets the knock up on him, but he might die. Another fight is happening onto the bot side. Ko is being chased down. Conductor of Souls gets him to full HP again. Engma walks away with just a bit of scars.
They couldn't fulfill that win condition. Doma did not land those scepters on any of the members on the side of Crazy Raccoons, and that might cost them here.
Yeah, Fate 3-1 has been used already. He doesn't have the ultimate, so this is going to be good. Engma might go for a very fast steal. He needs to get it. 18k on the HP. He's going to move forward. Roll this my board. Gets 3 targets. It's going to be good. He can move forward. He can go for the steal, but it's not going to happen. They move forward onto the backline. Kai saves their lives. Right now onto the backline. That way Sunset is going to be used. They have to be very, very careful for taking liberty. Stops up Doom, but he still takes one more life. What was that blood rage pop? Taking liberties is going to be there, but they're still going to be chasing them down. Do they have the damage flame? Paul gets
my goodness!
An ace for the side of Vicious still.
Double kill.
Aspire, he waited for the critical moment. You know, in his player profile, he puts a sniper. Yes, this is the sniper. Snipes them all down. He has the chance to deal the biggest amount of damage, not just in structural terms, but maybe stealing away camps, especially those buffs.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay again. It's a good thing that they were able to start it perfectly. Kai on the front line, stopping everybody from outside the wall to not get close, but Doom made it close here.
Yeah, Aspire did a really good job of just helping to melt those members down. And the fact that he kept silent here and waited for the last possible moment and using the Flaming Palms to get onto that last surviving member, I believe it was Kuro before function with the passive, right? So beautiful decision making. This is what we wanted to see from Vicious, and they are doing it today.
Yeah, they thought it was a 1v2 also. But again, this fight, look at this fight. This fight has been happening tons of times already today. Look at them popping the sprint even for Doom. Kai's gonna be running away right out of that Blood Rage pop from the side of Doom, but that's already enough for him.
Yeah, right now positioning is going to be absolutely important for both sides. Vicious, they have about no lead. Actually, it's pretty similar at this point.
Yeah, it's a equalize at this point. Even at the 12-7, just because of the towers they've been taken down. Overlord is available. Vicious could start this. Right now, no more Primal Bond for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, but Kai is in a nice position, and Doma has taken too much damage here.
Could actually box them in. This could be good, but Crazy Raccoon really just pushed themselves out there. They don't want to go for that fight just yet.
Yep. Interestingly, it is Crazy Raccoon with more tower takes. And this might cost... Oh, hang on, board.
Oh, that's a good... Was able to get the board in. Used the Fate Rewind a bit too early, though. Doma doesn't have the ult anymore. Engma not even close to get close. So this is going to be bad. Crazy Raccoon is just going to slowly deny them of the resources. Taking liberties, was able to hit Doma. That might be the kill. Oh, he still lives.
Oh, that was a little too close for comfort on the side of Vicious. And this opens up the doors. Crazy Raccoon, they see it. They will try to go for the Shadow Overlord at this point.
Undertaker knows he is actually putting space right between them, and the World Is My board is not going to let them even get closer right here. Taking liberties is going to be there. Does he have the move speed? Purple is not going to hit him, so this is going to be good. The knock-up is going to come in. Blood Rage has been popped. They're chasing, but they're not getting any kills just yet.
Okay, they give the refresh over to Engma.
Doom has the good opening to the backline. Kuro gonna get chased. He has the Celestial Melody. Maybe get the ultimate again. Death by Sunset is available. Kuro needs to fight, needs to deal damage, but he's still alive, but he dies in a They go to the backline and they get the kill. Infinite Bastards has been fought. Kai's gonna go in. He doesn't even care. Doesn't even have a care in the world. It's a 2v4. They can go and push right in the mid lane.
Oh, this Function and Kai combination. It's so sick. That was a nice catch as well. Multi-kills because of the catch, allowing Kai to just hit full potential here. And this is going to be the opening of the base. We talked about 15 minutes. It is going to be 15 minutes and 20 seconds.
You were right. Timer's here. 2v4, they have to defend this, they have a lot of people, they push the towers, this is going to be good, another board, and they're not going to be able to get away. They don't have the ultimate to survive this, even popping the passive right now, they don't have any minions, but here they come, a bit
Vanguard?
slowly. Engma going to be there, Vanguard going to get close, but will they actually deny it? They are going to be pushed back, but at least they're going to take the T3s.
Oh, they hold on, but it is going to be at a cost. They're going to lose all the tier 3s on the side of Vicious. And, no, they didn't. There we go. That is what we're asking for.
That's so annoying. That Fate Rewind. Oh, man. A bit too late in the Fate Rewind, but at least we got to see it happening on the bot lane. Tyrant is already being taken. I know they have the Primal Bond. That's why they're taking so long here. But that is still going to be taken for Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, Vicious, I mean, okay, 15 minutes, certain markers have been hit, but the farm marker did not get fulfilled just yet. They need a bit more farm on Doma.
They need Doma to be able to get closer and be able to deal the damage that he needs. Zoom, again, another great positioning here. Might be able to go to the back line. Could surprise them, but the minions are coming in, so he's going to get cut off. They know where he is. They're going to start the road. Gets 3 people. Tumble Purple gets the back line. But Kuro is going to be there surviving for so long. That's why Sunset wants to kill the back line. The Function, and Kuro is now down, and Kai has also been taken. Last member standing right here, Ko, is also going to fall.
Oh, the base!
Minions right now, they're going to be pushing, but they can defend this for sure.
Yeah, I think with the swipe, get the Death's Precipice, yeah, okay, it's a clean one, but that decision making, oh my goodness, it's a different team today, right? The fact that they got jumped on, I thought, hey, this was over, but Enma and Doom, very good decision making, jumped onto the back lines of Crazy Raccoon because it was exposed, got the kills, and they survived for another minute.
One thing they need to know is where Doom is at all times, because Doom has did that thrice already, and he was always able to get onto Kuro, get onto Function, and having no damage dealers, especially Kuro, out of the picture is just gonna be hard for them.
Okay, Twilight Stream into the hands of Doma. The reason why I focus so much is because Doma is one of the main win conditions. Every single member on Crazy Raccoon that gets hit by the Scepter of Fate is due for death at this point.
Yeah, they have to be very careful right now. Objective's gonna be coming up, 10 seconds on this Overlord being available. But right now, Zoom again is in prime position. He can surprise them again this time around.
Yeah, look, he's going to be so tanky. He already has the Overlord's plate mail with the Cuirass of Savagery as well. And with the Sparkforge Dagger, he's going to be able to melt the backlines really quickly.
I think Kai always needs to pinpoint where this guy is. Doom has been very dangerous so far. Even having the Starbreaker, dealing the damage, I think he's going to be winning this fight. Kai has advantage though. He doesn't have the disadvantage anymore just because of that item. And now, World is My Board has been expended. That's big.
Yeah. Look, whoever gets this Shadow Overlord will be in a very big advantage.
They can win at that point. If they get the Overlord, this is going to be big for them. Now, Kai is just forcing a lot of attention onto the bot side. They need... Right now, Doom can't kill him. That's why he's forcing attention onto the bot side.
Yep, Engma, maybe he comes in for the steal.
Yep, to go. Has vision. Doom, maybe a bit too late here if ever they go for it. But right now, it was free. As you said, this is going to be bad because they lost that Shadow Vanguard availability.
Okay, look, they just have to hold on for another 1.5 minutes. Vicious, even though they have the kill advantage, they're not losing. They're not winning across the map. That's the whole issue here. So Crazy Raccoon, if they play their cards right, they could split Vicious apart and just take this battle away.
This is going to be bad. Shadow Vanguard onto the bot lane for sure. Okay, there you go. It's on the bot lane. They want to push this as fast as they could. Remember, Fate Rewind could get that back up. So they have to be careful right here when they start. They need to start right now and force the Fate Rewind coming from their side. Oh no. Are they going to be able to get that Tumble Purple? It's going to be there. Will they get the tower back? No, they don't get the tower back in the bot lane anymore.
I think that's a good call, right? You don't want to waste it at this moment because if you use it, I think Crazy Raccoon will be like, okay, let's just go for it then.
Yeah, they can go for it anytime. So now they're just going for the heal just to lick some wounds for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Shadow Vanguard is going to be here, so they can start right now. Infinite Access has been forced, but the passive has been popped on Function side. They can go in anytime they want, but they have to be careful on where Doom is. They have the Sage's Sanctuary on 2 people for the side of Vicious.
Yep, this is a very important marker, right? If they can get the kill onto Function, stop the bots from coming in, or even just take out Kuro altogether, this is going to be a bad situation for Crazy Raccoon to be in.
Remember, they all have flashes, so they have another lifeline here for the side of Kuro and Function. So they have to be careful on committing, especially for Doom. They need to get that double Death by Sunset onto Doom.
Yep, and at this point, they're going to try and stifle the growth. So Azure buff into the hands of Function. You have the Crimson buff into the hands of Kuro. There's a lot of damage offered by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon is available now, so they have to be very picky on how they start this. Force the flash away. That's going to be good onto the backline. Function is going to be his target. Force the flash out of Kuro, so that's going to be good. They still have another Death by Sunset here, so they have to be careful on the next one.
Doma doing really well.
The Scepters have been very, very annoying. That has pushed them back. Look at them. They're all half HP just because of that Scepter of Fate that has been pulling them back right now. Right there, Tempest Dragon is already being taken. Undertaker knows that they already started it. Right now, they use the Fate Rewind. Undertaker might be the target. He falls down! What a great Flaming Palm from far away.
And Doma, is he still around? Oh no, there's a potential...
Yeah, Kai and Doom, right now, they can go for the steal. They might be able to go for it. Not going to be able to go for the steal, but the World Spy Board is going to be there. Emma gets some HP with a blood.
Oh no, the base, the base.
For the push. Oh no, that's not going to be good. They were taken down by the minions from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, this one hurts, man. Vicious, this one hurts. They played so well this game. They did their best. But it was still Crazy Raccoons just pulling them all together, and I have to give props to Kai. He held Doom for so long in that fight, he couldn't come in for the save.
I think that is the goal. He needs to lock in Doom, not let Doom get into those fights, and forcing the reaction right there onto the bot side was one of the reasons why they had the advantage there. But it was Undertaker dying pretty early. I thought that was really bad, but that Kai was a very big lifesaver there.
It was a gift, actually. I think Doma could have been more aggressive. I think he didn't hit the markers he needed to do as a Halo, right? One of the things that needs to be consistent is the fact that he needs to land those Scepters of Fate, and he didn't do that consistently enough. So Crazy Raccoon always had that turnaround potential. So it's unfortunate for Vicious. It's a good lesson for them, but we'll see. It's a nice game. I'm curious to see the growth of Vicious as the games go on.
Yeah, I like it. I like what I've been seeing from them because Vicious made this game pretty hard. I thought it's going to be Crazy Raccoons just having the advantage overall in this whole game, but it was not the case. It was a really hard game. I thought Vicious really did well, and they had the tools to win that game.
Yeah, beautiful draft. I mean, it's just maybe the practice wasn't enough. But hey, it's just game one. Maybe they will be able to come back in the second game as well. But I'm curious about the itemization. You know, we were talking about it. I'm just concerned that he went for the magic build. I think maybe a tank would have been better.
That's true. That's true. I agree. They needed somebody to be the sponge here for the team. What he was doing a while ago, cutting off rotations, just being a wall in front of everybody, has been pretty good. And going for that tank build could have exponentially made that better for their side. But yeah, that was a really hard game. I think that was the decision that really made it or broke it for the team.
Yep, so there was actually quite a bit of damage coming in from the side of Vicious, right? Aspire, I think, already is 6 slotted, able to change into the Sage's Sanctuary as well. And Doom was doing pretty well, but on the winning side, for Kai, I have the thing that he is the MVP of this game, and he was so clinical in delivering the damage. He dealt only 107,000 damage. Highest is Function, close to 200,000 worth of hero damage off it.
Oh man, that is true. I think Kai, even if he doesn't get MVP here, it's okay. I think he deserves the MVP in this game just because of what he did right there into the bot lane, just forcing reactions. And look at that grab. It was close until it wasn't. Then it was close again.
Yeah, back and forth. This was a big moment for both teams. I think Vicious has really shown the growth. And, you know, MVP, I think my personal call, it would be Function. I think he, once again, this Yixing picks have been pretty phenomenal by all the different teams.
Yeah, I think just having the Massive Agony is enough for you to get that amount of damage. And he has the Venomous staff also in that game, so that really just increases his value during the whole game. MVP, as you said, you were right. Function taking it with a 31% damage dealt and a 438 on that KDA.
Yep, he has to hold his hands because he has too much power in them at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, this was thick.
Yeah, I thought he has like a watch there. That's why he's holding it. Maybe it has a flaming palm, for example, on his hand. That's why he's holding it. But again, this game, very close, everybody. Probably the closest game that we've had today. Not probably. Yeah. It is.
It is. It really was. And it came down to really small moments, but yet significant moments on both ends. The world is my board. Very useful, put on by Function as well. And look, Doma, every single time he did not get those hits on the Scepters, it really made life a little bit more difficult for the side of Vicious.
This is the reason why Yixing is in the top of my tier list, just because of the mid laners, just because of how many things you could do. You can set up teams, even though you're not the star of the show, you can set up fights for the team, which works pretty well in this level of play.
Yep, this one, holy...
What a great combo.
This was a big damage dealt by Kai.
Yeah, that was a great combo too. But this one onto the back line, this is one of the reasons why it was hard for them. Just cutting off the back line, making sure that Function and Kuro is dead was something that Vicious did that I was like, wow, that was a great play.
Yep, and it came down to Doma, right? He was laying down the Scepters. That was why it was so hurtful they were able to win that. But unfortunately,
it came down to the
this is a mistake. This is a state where I think a lot of teams experience as they step into the international stage. Tunnel vision. But learning journey.
Yeah, that is true. They tunnel vision onto the objective, they tunnel vision onto the kill, and it didn't work out. But again, everybody, that was just our first game of this series. We'll be having more. We're just going to take a short break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Forever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Big turn of events. Let's see if Vicious can turn this around. Crazy Raccoon by 1 and now are on the cusp of winning the entire series. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Hey, that was good. And again, that was a great game we've seen there. The growth coming in from Vicious and also Crazy Raccoon starting it back up. What a really great game. The best game of today so far. So maybe they have more in store for us for game 2. I'm pretty excited for this series right now, Kintofu.
Yeah, it's back and forth, right? I mean, the goal graph definitely did reflect that. And it was, I think, a little bit concerning for the side of Crazy Raccoon because I think they had this confidence that they should be able to win the game. But now, big picks away. No more Yixing, no more Heino, no more Lung, no more Algren. Quite a few prio picks gone.
Yeah, a lot of big picks for Crazy Raccoons. But on the other side, Vicious, that's a lot too. That's a lot of big picks. So it's going to be important in how they draft the next game here. This is what's great about the Global Ban and Pick because if you guys remember, if you watch Honor of Kings before the Global Ban and Pick, you are probably just seeing like 15 heroes in rotation in every game. But because of the Global Ban and Pick, we see a lot more.
Yep. Actually, really nice to see the Agudo make it into the main stage as well. I thought teams will pick it more often. Secure as well, right? So right now, let's take a look at what the scene is. It's going to be Vicious this time. They want to go for that prio pick going on the blue side. And of course, Crazy Raccoon will go for the counter pick side.
Oh, they still want to go for that red side, huh? For Crazy Raccoon. So it's the same. It's the same placement for both of our teams. So I think they're just confident in taking those sides on them. I think JPKR really loves picking up their red sides just because of that counter pick that they can do, which is why Crazy Raccoons also prefer the red side.
Yeah, I think this might be a killer game for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They will definitely try to look for that assassin meta jungle.
Please let Arlie and Maishiranui be available in this game because Dianea getting banned again. I think we're gonna have the same bans here, Kindofu.
I like your thought process, but it's a tall order and it's a very tough.
It's a tough task. If ever they become available, though, that's why. Dharma, Arlie, then mine. I believe that's gonna be the bans here for both of them. Oh, wait. Okay, one's gonna get away.
It has to be the mine. It has to be the mine here.
Oh,
come on.
Man. Crazy Raccoons is gonna ban it. They have to ban it.
Yeah,
let
why would we give a
go.
mine
It's okay.
at this point?
Yeah, let the Artie go. It's okay. Just pick up something else and just ban the Mike Shiranu. It's gonna be hard if Doma holds on.
Oh,
They
okay.
opened both of it. Oh no.
Take your pick. I would rather play against a Mai than an Arlie. I feel like that was not the correct decision. But so Vicious, snap it up.
Oh man, they pick up the Arlie. Mai Shiranui for Crazy Raccoons, and Function being the one holding it for the team. He has been nothing short but phenomenal on the last game, and couple that with the Zhang Fei just to double down on the after the knockup, then use the Unbridled Outburst. Perfect combo already.
There's a beast.
Are we gonna see the Pei here? Pei is one of the best people to chase down an Arlie. Crazy Raccoon, they could also go for the Musashi, one of the best picks against an Arlie. And there is Lung available for Crazy Raccoons. So Vicious, wow, I like this draft a lot. Very controlling, a lot of burst damage potential as well. Yixing and Lianpo, very good at catching. Lianpo can set the stage for that ball.
Just having the front line here of Lianpo and Yixing with his passive, if it gets popped, not gonna get bursted by the Mai Shiranui. Already good from what I'm seeing here. They just need a bit of movement, but the Mayin, as you were saying, Bayin has a lot of control and could be the ones that could target the Arlie on most occasions in this game.
Yeah, my main concern here for Crazy Raccoon is this Mai gonna have enough damage, right? I think in the laning phase, going up against the Yixing, I think it's still okay, but the wave clear is not gonna be in favor on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Definitely the Lianpo Yixing combination. First wave, easy, 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's gonna be very easy, especially taking liberties. So hard to deal with. But here, on the side of Vicious, with the they're banning the Shano. They're banning it's
Good
Long.
idea.
I think they do have Long available for Crazy Raccoons.
I would rather play against a Lung than a Chano, especially in a game that is as important as this, right? At the same time, they ban out the Clash laners. Marco as well, okay.
Yeah, they just are banning all the... Yeah, they're gonna go with the Loon just to go for that 50-50 on the bot lane. But most of the time in the early game, once you pop the Frenzy against on the 1v1, it's gonna be Arlie favored most of the time, unless he has all his cooldowns on the side of Kuro.
Yeah, actually, I think the Marco is a good ban here. If the Marco takes Purify, it's quite hard to fight against it because Lianpo and Yixing will not be able to stop him. So, pretty decent draft coming up from Vicious once again. I like this growth. They're drafting so well. Right now, it's really about the execution. Can they play this to the T?
Yeah, remember, there's a lot of crowd control here for the side of Vicious. They are putting all their eggs in that Arlie basket. Arlie is going to be much of a headache in this game, and having 4 people doing crowd controls for you in front is going to be what an Arlie wants. That's an ideal situation for an Arlie main on the side of Vicious here.
Not only that, right? So the heroes on the side of Vicious, they are also very good at muting a Mai Shiranui. She can't burst them down. There is no one-hit combination.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And also, there's not really a target that Mai Shiranui could go for, and that's the smartest thing that they did there for the side of Vicious. And Menki on the last here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, just to add on to that dive that they're looking for.
Maybe Doma. I think Doma might fall to Mai if he doesn't have his passive, but that's a very rare condition. And do you really want to burn everything onto an Yixing? You know.
That is true. He just needs to lay his board and doesn't really even do much after. And that's the most important thing that you want to do. And you want to burst down the Arlie, not the Yixing, because most of the damage is going to come to the Arlie. So all eyes will be on Aspire in this game for the side of Vicious.
Yep. Is it too much pressure onto the shoulders of Aspire, right? Sometimes we talk about it. The same water that makes an egg hard is the same water that softens a potato. That's some quote like that. So,
I agree. That's true. Yeah, that's true. What a great quote you have there. But I understand because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard objective for the side right here of Vicious. They need Aspire to carry the game as a whole because they have all the tools. They have all the things that they need to win here. Aspire just needs to carry everybody on his back and be able to perform.
Yep, Crazy Raccoons, this game, it is paramount that they be really stingy with the usage of their ultimates. Because it is a game changer. Look, Unbridled Outburst, big ultimate could definitely change the fight, allow the rotation from Kai and Cole to really make a lot of sense and damage. We'll see.
Yeah, Function already going for those Kacho Sense, and taking liberties also was pop in order for them to force that flash out of Function pretty early in this game.
Yeah, and look, Wave Clear, they're gonna defeat Aspire. He is the win condition. He needs to get those. It's maybe looking for the touch bars and as well. And Engma already putting pressure on Cole.
That is the great pressure they're doing. Right now,
steal.
they even go for the steal, though. Oh, Ko is not going to have a good day today. What a great reaction coming in from Vicious. Having the R lead, and even though onto the mid lane was the reason why they were able to get it.
Now, this is a great start. They must not let go of this lead. They have to hang on.
Yeah, they have a big lead right now for the side of Vicious. This was what happened a while ago. They had the big lead. They just don't need to throw it away.
Yeah, and this big lead is also transferring the fact that, look, Function, once again, start of this game, already being muted at the get-go.
Yeah, right now, and also one of the good things that they did was making sure that Function on the mid lane is going to have a hard time rotating, and it's not going to happen anytime soon because, as you said, he was muted in the early game.
Yeah, and because of the steal, that Crimson buff, look, Aspire now has access to his own Crimson buff. The lane is not going to be Kuro. Any hit he takes is going to be really painful.
Yeah, and right now, level 4 onto this guy. This is just going to be a happy time for him. Look at Ko. He's just going and trying to take resources onto the mid lane and top lane just for him to get that dream roaming going for Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, they will secure the space right, I believe, and that's going to be valuable EXP and gold, right? Nothing really that sets them apart. It's about, what, 300 gold? So First Blood going to be very vital in the advantage for either side.
Yeah, they need to take advantage of this. Vicious again going onto the red side. This Crimson buff is not going to have a good time. Look at this Ko. They only have 3 people in this top side, so they won't be able to contest this again. Are they going to try? It's looking like they want to. It's looking like they want to go for it. They got the knockup, but again, the steal is going to be coming with a lot of knockbacks. Is not going to let Ko do anything. That's the first blood.
Okay, First Blood. Can they get the return? They will.
What a great return. Kai is still fighting back. He still has the sacks. No, he doesn't have it anymore, but at least it was a 1-for-1.
Nice recovery there on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They mute Aspire this time. They delay the growth, and more importantly, they take away the Crimson buff. It is now in the hands of Kai. Not the end of the world, but it gives some breathing space for Kuro as well as Ko.
Yeah, they need Ko to breathe. But remember, Kuro has been just taking resources on the bot lane. No answers from the side of Vicious. This is going to be good. So at least Kuro is just chasing the amount of gold that Aspire has today.
Yep. At this point, it is still Engma that has the lead, but it's not going to be that easy to keep that lead against Ko, who is going to be pretty rampant around the jungle.
Yeah, and remember, what's a good thing about Ko is that he really has a lot of shields and can survive taking a beating, taking a bullying from the team because he doesn't really need much resources. Both of them, I think Dun on Engma and even Ko doesn't really need a lot of resources. They just need to get that early starter.
Yeah, their kit allows them to naturally be tanky already. So at this point, okay, maybe a kill here.
They're gonna go in, but they're not gonna be able to chase Kai. They don't have the tools to take down Kai pretty early on.
Oh.
Tyrant gonna be trying to get taken. World is my board, was able to hit one. Undertaker uses Unbridled Outburst, gets the shield, but they have the board. They have 5 people. It's not gonna matter even if you're transformed.
Look, that is the point. We're talking about being stingy with it. They weren't.
They are just going for it. The set sail, the calls right here for the side of Vicious. They know what they need to do here in order to mute most of the advantage that Crazy Raccoon has.
Yeah, we were talking about the pressure onto Aspire's shoulders, and it seems like he is holding his own really well. But it's not the same case for Crazy Raccoon. They seem to be fumbling under all of this hard pressure coming in.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and they need to fight back. Aspire going in, that is a measure of how confident Aspire is right now in this game.
Look, Doma, he just took the Azure buff. Every single buff is contested from the side of Vicious, and it's crazy. This is a lot of pressure onto the line of Crazy Raccoons. They are really going crazy.
Yeah, 2.5k gold and co. That's not a lot of gold for him just because all his buffs have been taken. It's a good thing Undertaker was able to get this one right now because they need it. They need something.
Better in your roam than Aspire or Angmar, but Aspire already has his own Crimson buff because in the jungle, it's okay. He doesn't need it on the side of Angmar.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking it. Ko goes in for the Dream Realm. Just for him to go for those wave clear, he needs to get as much resources as he can. He's taking a
fire.
That is a good knock-up, and the Spire is going to fall down pretty fast. This might be the next one. He dashes away Bo. Does he have the damage, or does he have the way to defend this? He doesn't have any HP anymore, but here comes the set stale. Undertaker has been knocked up. They had been unbridled out first. They can go for the knock-up, but no, they are not going to follow through. He should Yuanjing for Feng Shen, but this is just it. They can't kill anybody just yet.
Aspire needs to be really careful here. Look, they have a sizable...
Yeah, they have a sizable lead and they have to be careful about it. They have to be very careful on how they go in. If Aspire falls down, everything falls down for the side of Vicious.
Has destroyed a tower.
Exactly, right? You don't want to be ripped apart from within. Aspire is a nice growth. Shadow Ripper into his hands. Does not have any buff on his hands at this point. And this is a moment where maybe Crazy Raccoons, if they take a good fight, they could turn the game around.
Well, this is my board. Undertaker is going to be the target, but he does have the ultimate. They're not going to be able to kill him pretty fast, and this is the problem when you have so much burst on your side. You're not going to be able to take down Angmar pretty fast.
Yeah, they cannot handle the pacing on the side of Vicious. Once again, the Crimson Golem being threatened by the side of Vicious.
They're being pretty reactive. They go in. Aspire does have the Maple Dance in a bit. He's going to be using it. He's going to be running away, but they still get the buff for themselves. Oh no, a bit too late here for Kai. He's at the forefront, but it's not good. Knocked up on tree. Onto the back line. That stops Crazy Raccoon from reacting.
Oh, Vicious, you can tell they are in the floor. This is the flow state moment so far. And Vicious, this is the best chance. So in the game, they are leading by about 1,000 gold. There is a neutral objective open for the taking as well if they win a fight here.
1,000 gold, not really that sizable of a lead, but Crazy Raccoon, they need to come back from this. It's looking like they're reacting to every answer here. That's going to be a World Display board. They got function. This is not good. They go in with the set still. It's not going to matter. Kobe's also going to fall down.
Oh, they share the damage, and at this point, Vicious, they have something of value here. They will be able to get out. It's going to be the Unruly Blade. I don't think there is a fight to take on the side of Vicious. They will make good for themselves to pull back.
There was still a tower in the mid lane, and they even dove them onto the second tier turret. That is very much a show of confidence for the side of Vicious.
Look, the 5k gold accumulated for the side of Angmar is providing so much value at this point. I believe it is the Giant's Grip already completed. He does have the Ominous Premonition. So you can find that Kuro is not able to hit the markers he wants in the fight because the damage is reduced.
Yeah, Ko is not even going for that Blazing Cape for the first item. And he's looking like... It's looking like he's gonna go for that Frozen Breath, right?
He wants to go for a hybrid build, but oh, Undertaker, they kill him here.
Yeah, they can. They have the damage, but Doma, will he be enough? Aspire is not in the area, which is why they're not going to take it. Tyrant is just going to be taken for free here, at least for the side of Vicious.
Undertaker, he knew what was coming, right? They wanted him to use the Unbridled Outburst, and then they would have just... so he knew what was going on.
Yeah, he knew. He does have the HP back at least. But now, it's looking like they're just taking over the jungle here from the side of Crazy Raccoons. They can't even go to their own jungler. And they're getting cut off here. They might have a lot of chances here. Ko at least goes for the Dream Realm to get away. But tower on the bot side is down.
Yep, they trade ultimates here.
Yeah, Function in prime position to actually start a fight. But who's going to be his target? He doesn't have any target here to take down pretty easily.
Yep. You can start to see, like, Function, the value that he has in fights isn't that big anymore.
Yeah. And that's a big disadvantage when you're using a buy, right? After fighting against tanky people, it's going to be hard for you to burst anybody.
Yep, exactly. And the only saving grace is that Aspire is low on health. Couldn't really put too much pressure on that bot T3. That is the ideal lane.
Yeah, he sure doing Jing. Goes in for the knockup again, but not gonna kill though. It's very tanky at this point.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening on both ends, right? But right now, I think it's really difficult to get a kill onto the Vicious side. Doma already has a Splendor. There's a lot of defensive capabilities for the Vicious lineup.
Yeah, goes back, goes for the damage.
God.
Using a skill 1, but he's not going to be able to run away from this guy. Even uses the flash, making everybody react.
Oh!
They go for the Tyrant. Well, that's happening.
Big plays. Crazy Raccoon. That was a nice bait. They got caught out.
That was a good one. They're not going to be able to go for the steal there, but that is very smart right there from Kai again, being the hero of the story here.
Yeah, Vo gets taken down as a consolation prize as well. Now, Vicious, they might suddenly find themselves on the back foot. Ship, set sail, gonna be used now.
Yeah, they're gonna be using it. Set sail, gonna be chasing, but they are not gonna be hitting anybody just yet. They're just gonna be going to the bot side just to defend.
Yeah, they have to. Right now, this T1 in the mid, it's so important for both teams because whoever gets theirs is going to have an opening of the map. The jungle buffs will be open for the taking.
Shadow Vanguard hasn't been dropped just yet, so they still have a chance to whatever lane they want to push. They can make sure that the opposite side is going to be pushing. So this is very smart, just holding on to it. But Crazy Raccoon, they want to take a fight here because they have the Tyrant buff, so they can or will have an advantage.
They need to manage the waves well, right? They're just waiting for Vicious to drop that Shadow Overlord, and hopefully they will be able to sustain the pressure. Because look, the both side lanes, they are just left with the T3. So Vicious has been doing well to get those turrets down.
Yeah. This is very hard right now because they don't really have a lot of towers already. They want Vicious mid lane tower. It's looking like it. And the Shadow Vanguard already onto the bot side. So
Aspire?
That was a good GenG, and they started it perfectly, forcing Aspire to use his ultimate. Right now they have the set sail. Gonna go to Ko. Is gonna hit, but no follow-up.
Okay, they have to defend this. I don't think there's a lot of pressure coming in from Vicious. I think Crazy Raccoons can definitely handle all the aggression coming in at this moment.
Yeah, remember, Aspire is out of commission. He was low in HP a while ago, so it's going to take some time before they actually go for the fight here.
Yep, right now, Ko, I think he's pretty safe. He doesn't need to be concerned about giving his life away. Dream Roam is available.
And very tanky, so he's not going to be dying here unless he gets
Aspire?
Aspire! Oh no! That was a great drop kick, but it is a good reaction from their teammates. So Undertaker onto the backline is going to try to push them away. They're still alive though, but that wind slash was perfect. Function. He needs to find a way to go to the backline. Aspire could be his prime target here. They're going to go. A Dream Roaming might be available, but Function super low in HP, almost getting the kill there.
Yep, they wanted to go for Aspire. That was a good try, but unfortunately, Kai did not have enough life, did not have enough damage.
That was a good hero play again from Kai. He's trying his best to do something to shake things up for the side of Crazy Raccoon in order to force Vicious to react. But right now, mid lane, gonna go for the push. Roll this Smite Force, gonna knock out 3. Aspire, gonna kill 1. That is already good. They're starting right now with a bang. And they're gonna go with a banger. The Splinter from Doma to beat him out.
Oh, this could be a big moment for the side of Vicious. They must not make a mistake. Get the T3 and get out.
Get one more, and that's another T3. 5 people still alive. 20 seconds on the clock for the damage dealers from the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're looking to end this, but right now onto the backline they go. This is going to be the damage. Doma pops the passive. This is good. They got the drop kick, and they got 2 kills. What a play from Kai, and he runs away. Cole actually survived and did not survive from that. Sacrifices his life, but Kai still keeping things alive.
He buys them a lifeline out of the blue. That came out of nowhere. Aspire, why did he go in there?
Oh man, that was surprising though. That could have been the game-ending play from the side of Vicious, but they were not able to get it.
Yep, they were like, what, 30 seconds on the death timer on the side of Crazy Raccoon? So Crazy Raccoon, Kai hands them another lifeline. They need to make the most out of it. Okay, stolen Azure Golem by Doom with the set sail. Beautiful.
That set sail was perfect. But again, objectives are up already. Tyrant is still prepared here by the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're posturing to go onto the bottom side. And it's looking like Vicious wants to contest it too.
Look, all of the advantage they have gotten for Aspire in this first 14 minutes of the game, it's not being put to good use that yet. Not maximum efficiency. Tier 3 is taken, but the ship is coming as well.
Set sail, dream roaming, defensively goes out. Even the set sail was already used. The Tyrant is already here. This is going to be for free. Remember, Kuro is not here, so they will not contest it.
Okay, the moment Kuro gets his 6 slotted items, then that is the turnaround time for Crazy Raccoons. So if Vicious cannot end the game before that moment, this game is going to get immensely harder.
They have to be very careful in how they tackle this game. Vicious is looking to go and finish this. They need to. They need to finish this game as fast as they could because Crazy Raccoon is racking up the damage, especially on Kai and Function. Aspire goes away, deals some damage, half HP on Ko.
Okay, Aspire does have Sun Chaser. That's an extended range. He just needs to be careful about the catch from Kai and Function.
Pops up Sun Chaser pretty early though, so this is going to be good. What was that damage from that Katu Sen? And now they're going to go in. They have some damage. Goes to the back line.
Oh no.
Pops Unbridled Outburst. That's good. They denied it from Vicious.
But it's wasted. They didn't get anyone with it. You want to get kills with Unbridled Outburst and knock up like that.
Yeah, that's good. That is a good play from Vicious, just denying it from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now they can go in a bit too early just for them to take down the tower top side.
Okay, the base on the side of Crazy Raccoon is barren. This is the worst possible situation for the Raccoons. Can they do something here?
Bare and open. Crazy Raccoon would try to go for this steal. They still have the Primal Bond, so they're taking this too long. That sail is going to be there. Going to be chasing the right target, force the infinite fastest, even though it wouldn't hit.
Yep, right now, Vicious, they don't have to overplay their cards. They can just take it slow, and it will naturally go in their favor in terms of waves.
Crazy Raccoon looking like they're getting pressured. Even the slightest of change forces them to use very important ultimates like Kuro's ultimate and even Undertaker's ultimate.
Look, they have only taken 1 tower on the side of Vicious from Crazy Raccoon. That is the thing. Even if they win like a big fight, they have to work through 8 different towers, 9 different towers before they even have a chance.
They have a lot of towers, though. I mean, the death timers are going to be 40 seconds at this point, so they're going to take a long time before they finish anything. But you can say maybe a fight could actually turn things around here if ever they are successful. Shadow Vanguard going to be joining us in the next wave, and that's going to be on top side.
Yeah, Aspire also gets the Sage's Sanctuary. This is going to be a 6v5 at this point.
Waiting for it. They're just waiting for the wave to come in. Vicious trying to be very aggressive here. Aspire just needs to be careful. He has the Sage's Sanctuary, as you said, so he has the second lifeline.
They don't want to group up together, right? You don't want to offer Kai that opening on the side of BC.
If Kai gets an opening here, this is going to be bad if it gets in. Ko uses the green roaming pretty early right now. Aspire already have HP and Brother first gets the knockback, but he was able to get away anyway. Right now, Kai goes in for the drop kick, but he's not able to get the kill on Aspire. Right now, they're pretty much alive, but they're losing a lot of their members and losing a lot of damage. Kuro may be the savior of the team here, but it's not going to work out. The damage is not enough, and they're finishing this game. Vicious wants to go for this game 3, and they are looking for it. Flashes forward, but it's not gonna matter. They're not gonna kill anything except for Aspire, but it doesn't matter. They finish this game, and Vicious goes for a 1-1.
Yeah, Vicious, what a recovery. No more time, no more life. They came back swinging.
What a great swing from Vicious. A very different Vicious from what we've seen. This technically is the second time that we're gonna have a game 3 in a series, and it's between Vicious and Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, this uppercut hurts, man. You could tell on the side of Crazy Raccoons, this one was a drop in morale. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from this, but now it's 1-1.
You can see him looking down. This is looking like Vicious has more confidence going into game 3, and that's not a good sign for your team. You need to come back from this game in order for you to get that win. But again, as much as we were saying a lot of things here, Kindofu, getting a win is great, but it doesn't really matter because they're already on Group A anyway.
Well, okay, it does, because take a look at this perspective, right? So yes, they're going into Group A, but if a win here, you get to show them that, yo, we are not that easy to play against. There is going to be PTSD, going to be trauma for the players. Like, hey, do you remember when Aspire shot you down with those parasols and those umbrellas? Right? This is going to set the stage for the days of survival week.
Yeah, and remember, they're going to play them twice on that survival week, because it's a double round robin. They're gonna be playing the teams twice on that group, so this is gonna be way harder. But at least they're trying to find out what the picks are on the other side, how they play on the other side. So it's still an experimental phase for both of our teams, which is a nice sight to see.
And it's no more BO3s. It's going to be BO5s.
Yeah.
So 5 games, it's a different run altogether.
Yeah, it's going to be way more rough at that point, because a best of 5, it's a more difficult thing to tackle for us here, because it's going to be a different game. Right now, taking a look at it, a lot of advantage has been seen here for the side of Vicious, even a Sage's Sanctuary for Aspire.
Yep, so too much life to burn from the side of Vicious. So Crazy Raccoons, I like the draft, but they didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, they were losing. I mean, a lot of burst is good, but against a lot of tanks, a lot of burst is not good. They have like 3 tanks that they need to burst down. They don't have a DPS that could be hacking down on those tanks consistently.
Yeah, look, Function did 120 over 1,000 damage. Cole did 101, and still you didn't see the life bars drop like crazy on the side of Vicious. This was a much more convincing win by Vicious.
Yeah, this is why it's a very different type of damage. A DPS is going to be very different from burst, and all they had in that team was burst, and they had no way of taking down the tanks.
Yeah, so this win condition onto Aspire, I think he has to be your MVP. There we go. With the Sniper 7-4-4, 32% of the hero damage offered by the team.
Really nice posing. Posing for a marksman, because that's what they do. They snipe people from far away, exactly what Aspire did in this game. And looking at the rotation in this game, very early on, you can see that Vicious was taking over the game. They had the driver's seat at the first minute.
Yep, super aggressive, right? And every time the Crimson Golem came up, they were there. Vicious was ready to steal away from the likes of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it was not given a chance. They were not given a chance to even fight back. Ko had a hard time playing. He even went for that breakthrough robe on that second item, which was really surprising for me. But they worked their way towards that victory, and they very much deserve it.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we're gonna go for another one. That is the name of the game at this point, BO3s. Right now, Crazy Raccoon being put down on their butts. Can they recover against the team that's Vicious? That, let's be honest, they have improved tremendously just in a space of a few days.
Yeah, and remember, that was a rough defeat for them. You can definitely see the roughness of that defeat just based on the faces of the players a while ago. You can see them looking down after that loss. That's the face of defeat, and I hope they have the mental for Game 3.
Yep, definitely. Mental strength is super important, especially in the best of 3, right? You want to be in your best mental state, but especially at this point, fatigue might set in. It is getting late today. At this point, it's GMT +8 at 8:30. Not too late, but yeah, fatigue.
Yeah, and remember, they played the game a while ago. They played the game at 5 p.m. And they had to play this game again just like a 7 p.m. So after an hour, they play again. So this is just very rough for Crazy Raccoons. And they came out of a defeat too. So I hope this is not going to be so rough for them. But again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. We're going to give the players a break for a bit. So see you guys soon. Don't go away.
You know we never
I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome to the conclusion of our third series of the day. It is going to be 1-to-1 between Crazy Raccoons as well as Vicious. My name is Kindofu. With me, Dash. How are we feeling about this last game in the series?
Game 3 looking like Vicious has advantage here just because of how they played during our last game. That's always what happens, right? Whoever wins the last game has momentum going into Game 3. So just by that logic, I think Vicious has advantage here.
Yep, it's not just a physical hit, it's an emotional hit as well,
Yeah.
right? Emotional
Yeah.
damage coming in.
Yeah, and a mental hit too for Crazy Raccoon. And you could definitely see it a while ago. It's weighing down on them, and it's probably the fatigue setting in for their side. So I hope they would be able to survive longer for this day because they need it. Game 3, they need all the wins they can get, and we can see what the picks are from a while ago.
Okay, look, Arlie is still available for Crazy Raccoon. They could definitely put that in their kit. There is also the Ogren still available for Crazy Raccoon. These are all picks that have been taken by Vicious, so this might hurt them a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna be important. They have to pick that up because they already have a lot of very what do you call this, priority picks. Arlie has been taken up on the side of Vicious, but they can pick it up for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But Vicious could actually ban that. Just ban the Arlie, so you wouldn't have the same problem as Crazy Raccoon did last game.
Yep, look, okay, Arlie is a great pick, but I think there is still the availability of the jungle assassin heroes, right? So right now, Crazy Raccoon, they will go for the blue side. They want to prio pick something really damaging against the lineup of Vicious, who are going to be on the counter pick red.
Opportunity to go for that Arlie because that's how Vicious was able to take it a while ago. So this could be something that they could go for. Or on the other hand, they can surprise them with, as you said, they can surprise them with an assassin pick on that last pick, which could also be good to shake things up.
Are we going to see the Liang ban? Are we going to get the assassin jungle meta here? No, we're not. It's going to be a Mai.
Oh no, this Mai shouldn't doing it. It's gonna get banned. This is not good. On the other side, Vicious is gonna ban the Arlie. There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
we know. We know. Fortune telling over here in east side, the best side.
Yes, that's true. Balance has been regained, everyone. We don't have Mai, we don't have Arlie anymore. They shake things up during the last game, so might as well take them both out.
Okay, buckle up your seatbelts. This is a Tempest game.
Nah. Maybe. Nah. I think there is a chance that Vicious could actually win this pretty easily. If the men look at Crazy Raccoon, the fatigue is setting in. You can see it in their faces.
Look, Diadea first pick. That's a great start. Will Vicious ban the Ogren? You know, they have to do something. It looks like an Ogren pickup for the start of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh. Dharma, okay, we forgot about that. Dharma has been banned a lot of times on our game, so having him open just gives an opening for that set, and Vicious holding it on the hands of Doom could be good. I like this.
Look, here's a wild idea. I think Crazy Raccoon, they could consider the Nursa. I think he's a brilliant pick here. If they don't pick up the Ogren, pick up the Nursa. Able to force 1v1 situations before team fights happen. Very tanky, able to get the damage over time as well. It works wonders against the Vicious lineup.
Has a way to deny healing too, which is also good. But done getting picked here for Crazy Raccoon and the Lady Soon. They want to go for that late game power of that Lady Soon. I hope they survive at that point because so far Vicious has been winning the early game.
Yeah, and at this point, one of the things I would consider is the Musashi actually. Does really well, right? Illuminating Slash can definitely get rid of not just the ultimate shell, the rolling raid, frag grenade, it also gets rid of Destined Encounter. And with Duel to the Death, you make sure the Duel doesn't get that recovery.
That's true. I think Musashi is also a good pick here just because of that delayed healing that you get. And Vicious, just because of this lineup, they do have a lot of crowd controls in the first 3 picks. The Resplendence is going to be there. Not going to be big, hard crowd control, but they have the Imperial Order with the Truth Mantra. This 3 could actually wreck a whole composition.
Yep. So, which means Vicious needs to go for a tanky, right? At this point, they have already used... No, they haven't used the Mankey. One possibility for them to explore as well. I think that would do well for themselves.
Yeah, Mankey could be good here. Unless they get banned on the other side. But as you said, the Musashi could also be good. Just for them to have... Oh, a Yuhu-1 could also be a good answer unless it goes to the Roamer. It's a good flex pick, but it's very safe for this 4th pick.
I mean, it also creates the situation that lets Doom have a little bit more access as a Dharma, right? So that's going to be interesting. The Princess Frost. Do I like it? I like the idea of the Princess Frost, but it's going to be really difficult to land those frigid prisons. But if you do, that's going to be a big game changer for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
The only good thing about that, though, is the Winter is here. Could stop the Renjet from doing damage. Could actually push him back if ever Dharma goes in. Drop the Winter is here so that nobody could follow through.
Curious to see what the last pick here. This jungler needs to be some, I don't know, big game changer on the side of VC.
That's big. Not sure if it's a game changer, but that he's big, Mankey. But with what they're gonna do here, they do have a tank at least for the Dharma to use as an elevator to get in and do the Truth Mantra.
I'm pretty concerned about the initiation on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Not as easy to start a fight compared to what they have on Vicious. And if they don't have the lead, it's going to be exposing their weakness even more.
Yeah, especially Dun is very slow on starting those fights. Wyvern could be there, Storm Strike could be a possibility, and even the Bitter Farewell. But as you said, it's easier to start fights on the side of Vicious just because it's a bit more direct compared to the other side.
Yeah, look, Monfu Temple coming in from VO. Vo is going to be one of the prime targets to get a good starting position for the side of Vicious. At the same time, I think, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they'll do well for themselves to go for the initial gank, level 1 gank or first blood gank onto Doom on that Dharma. If they can kind of mute this Dharma, good game.
Yeah, what I like about it though is the early game. The early game for the side of Vicious. I love Yuhu-1 in the early game because her damage is just crazy and she can really push people away with the mournful tempo, and her damage is gonna be good. That's why I like it. She always cuts off rotations whenever I see a Yuhu-1 getting picked.
Yeah, I think level 1 fight actually also in favor of the Lady Sun for the side of the Crazy Raccoon. If she can land her frag grenade, level 2 I think is the highest potential for Crazy Raccoon to try and seek for a first blood in the farm lane.
Yeah, Lady Sun gonna be very important in this game, and having that Bitter Farewell too is just gonna make it easier. I mean, the RNG could cleanse out of the way, but it's still gonna be easier to just damage you out with the rolling raid range.
Yeah, if they can burn out the flash on this DRNG, I think that's going to be a big marker, right?
Yeah.
Legal immunity, sure, you use it. But look, the rolling raid from Lady Sun with the frag grenade enhances your damage, extends your reach. Very potent combination.
You have to be very careful here in the farm lane. But just looking at the drafts here, who do you think will have an easier time executing the objectives of their composition?
Individual skills, I think it goes to Crazy Raccoon. But if we talk about team composition and synergy, I prefer the Vicious lineup.
Ooh, that's true. That's true. Honestly, just because of how their team is going to be playing this, I think Vicious also would have the advantage. And I hope they would be able to pull it off. The emergence to the Truth Mantra combos could actually be very disruptive. But looking at it again, it's a 1-1 already for Crazy Raccoon and Vicious. And this is going to be their last game for Game 3. And looking at it, let's go back to the composition. And these are their picks.
Look, all paths lead here. It is going to be a victory regardless. The only thing is who makes it easier for them to achieve this victory for themselves.
Let's see if that works out. This is Crazy Raccoons versus Vicious. It's game 3, the last game of this series. Remember, everyone, we have another series after this, so don't go. This is just series 3, game 3.
All right, let's go. It's going to be a pretty decent wave clear. It looks like they try and enhance the farm for function here.
Yeah, they have to make sure that function is going to have an easier time here. And I love the idea that they're doing here. Crazy Raccoon doing a Vicious. They're doing a push. Function forces the flash away. And here it comes. The creations are just building themselves up. Wasn't able to go for the ceiling. Still level 1. They can go for the kill here. This is going to be good for them. Engma has level advantage. And Vicious is making sure that they're going to get the first blood onto their side. This is good. Goes in. Function doesn't have the flash. So this is going to be a good kill for their side. That's another 2 kills for the side of Vicious, and they're gonna go for 4. Kai is gonna be next, but he does have flash.
No, he's dead here. There's no way.
Right, it's good. More full tempo and go for the kill, and that's 3 kills already for Vicious.
Disaster strikes here. 1,000 gold lead, and the jungle open for the taking as well.
Oh no, that is so painful. Goes in for the jungle, goes for the invade. Oh, this is just rough for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Now, if you thought life was going to be hard for Crazy Raccoon, it's even more difficult now because Vicious, they have the gold lead. They have allowed the farm on the side of Aspire as well. It's not looking good.
This is rough. This is really rough. Almost 2k gold lead this early. Minute 2. We're just in minute 2, everybody. And they have a 2k gold lead. And this is very big. I think Vicious should just ride the waves here because they have advantage like what happened during the first 2 games.
Yeah, they're going to be very aggressive here.
Goes for the Knight. Have the move speed because it turned Knight. Have the creation. May be able to cut off some rotations here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, but they're not going to traverse.
So every rotation right now by Doma is actually super painful, super scary for the likes of Crazy Raccoon as well. They're going to do healthy amounts of damage on this T1 on the bot. Not going to take it, but this rotation for Crazy Raccoon must make sense. They force out the flash from Doma. That's a good start.
Yeah. Doma doesn't have any flash anymore. They could go easy as target to kill after having no flash. So they can go for it later on. That's a good investment. At least slowly but surely for Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, he already has the Stone of Sorcery at 1.6k for Doma. This is a good start to the game. We'll see. Oh.
Yeah. 1 full tempo gonna be used. They have the Bitter Farewell. Gonna Heart Link away. Just dealing a poke damage into the bot lane. But looking at it, look at where most of their members are positioned. They're gonna go to the bot side.
Oh, that was a nice vision offered by Ko here. Actually knows that the rotation was coming in from Engma. If they didn't know that, it would have been a kill.
Locks up on the Storm Strike, but doesn't have the care in the world, has the Emergence just to help out or at least push Kai back.
This is a pretty balanced lane here, I think, for Doom. He's not looking for the kills.
Yeah, he's just clearing the waves. Look at what he's doing. He doesn't even care if his HP is low. He does know that Kai can't kill him. That's why he's just trying to clear the waves.
Yep, so decently, they've kept their lead at this point for the side of Vicious. This, I have no idea. Vicious, they are learning so fast, man.
Yeah, this has been so good for Vicious. This is looking like they have a contestation for that first place spot on Group A once it finishes, just because of how they're performing today. This should be how they perform every time. Look at this, Kai onto the top side, waiting for the Truth, goes in for the flash. That's the time to go for that Truth Phantom. Wasn't able to hit the wall, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, there's a big start. They will give away the Tyrant at this point unless there is a miracle steal here from Vo and Aspire.
Maybe they can go for it. Annihilation is going to be used, but not enough to go for the steal.
Oh, doesn't matter. They have map advantage here. Doom on the top side, already clearing the wave. He should be able to deal a healthy amount of damage on this T1.
Yeah, they want to go for the tower, but too late. If he started to go for it, that could have been a tower takedown, but he doesn't know where Kai is at this point. Goes for the emergence. This is very, very dangerous. 1 HP on that guy, though, so I thought Undertaker could get taken down, but no, this is the turnaround. Good thing he has the flash on Blue Blade. Not available for Ko. That's why he wasn't able to follow through.
Oh, the Matrix actually saving his life at this point, but the T1 on the bot is so low. Can they actually find some opening on the side of Vicious here?
look at how patient they're playing, right? Vicious has the advantage, but they're not overreaching. They're just taking down
Red
towers.
team
Go
has
for the top
destroyed
side,
a
go for the
tower.
bot side. Let's take down these towers. Let's find kills later.
Yeah, I like the
Red
patience,
team
right? The
has
restraint is
destroyed a
really
tower.
what makes a team stronger, knowing
Yeah.
when to actually overextend.
Yeah, and it's looking really good here. Vicious, it's with the 2-tower takedown that opens up a bit off the side lanes. They can go for that jungle later on. They're looking to go for mid now.
Yep, should be a healthy amount of damage unless they're not going to push that. And look, Cole, not in the best of positions.
Remember, Doma and Aspire doesn't have any flashes, so they can commit the fights right now. Crazy Raccoon has a timing right now if ever they want to go for the fight. But looking at it, Doom also has his splash, so he can go for that combo.
Okay, but in terms of farm, Function is actually keeping pace along with Aspire, so that's a healthy lead that they have.
Yeah, that's good. Right now, goes in for the wind slash. Get the knock up on Nengma. Not really gonna matter. Mid lane is what they're looking for here, but as you said, yeah, they're looking pretty healthy here for the side of Vicious.
Okay, I don't think they want to take a fight at this point. It's a bit of a risk. Eternity Blade is available for Function, so there is plenty of healthy damage.
Good cut up from their side. They might be able to take down Undertaker. Good thing he has the hard flank. That is a good idea that they're doing here, Kindofu.
Okay, Doom, look, he's hiding. Gets caught out by Kuro there with the Shattered Ice. So look, there's so much map pressure coming in from Vicious.
He's using the passive. Look at this. He's using the passive to just to get that chip damage on that tower. Just because he can. Just because every member of Vicious is here on this side of the map, he can do it. And nobody could push this mid lane. There's no way he's going to keep this alive. But bot lane, though, good answer.
Okay, so they make a trade. But here's the bad thing for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Doomsday has been completed by Aspire. He is going to be able to deal significant damage against Cole. And that is not ideal.
Gonna be hitting hard, especially if he hits that Imperial Order. Later on, goes in. What a great knockup coming from Doma. Annihilation goes for the flash. What a great snipe from Doma. Goes in, more damage. Doesn't even need to use the Truth Manther. They are still going for the damage, and they are trying to lick their wounds on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they have found the keys to the hearts.
Doom could go in, has damage. They're dealing so much damage onto their side. Goes for the Truth Manther, goes for 2. Guy's gonna be next, and that's 2 kills. More for the side of Vicious.
And nobody dies on the side of Vicious. This is the road to the Esports World Cup. One step closer. Group A, nonetheless, doesn't matter. Vicious have grown.
Yeah, Vicious is looking pretty neat. They're looking pretty great on our games today. The patience. I love the restraint that they're showing. And when they're given the chance to go, they're gonna go guns blazing.
Oh, with 4,000 gold ahead, Crazy Raccoon is delicious for Vicious.
Yeah, they're having such a hard time. They can't even react. They've been very reactive, but their reactions hasn't even given them any kills this game.
Yep, 8 minutes in, it felt like we're at the late stages of the game, but this 4,000 gold lead, okay, majority of it has been funneled into Doom as well as Aspire, and so far, that seems to be the correct formula.
Yeah, Tyrant can be taken 8 minutes. I thought we already have Enhanced Tyrant. As you said, it looks like this game is already on the late game, but it's still not, everybody. We're still at 8 minutes.
Right, so Venomous Staff into the hands of Bo as well. This is one of the big reasons why they're able to take big fights against the likes of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon does not have anti-heal.
Well, that's the hard part, though, because with what we're seeing here for Vicious, look at Bo. He's just going to be going in. Not really tanky, though, but he doesn't care. Goes in for the stun on 2. That should be perfect, but it doesn't even going to need it at this point. Winter is here just to clear the waves at top side.
Okay, it doesn't even matter at this point. Yep, G3 threatened. They will ignore Kai at this point.
Oh, well, they're going to be taking down the tower, though. Kai goes in for the knockup. Are they going to take the tower? Yes, they will. Resplendence just to make them live for a bit. Ko is in front of everybody, but it doesn't matter, though. Tower on the top side still taking down Imperial Order. He's not very tanky at this point.
Killing spree.
Oh, they pry open the base here. It is a big opening, and look, Unending Sorrow going to be committed by Vo. It doesn't matter. He does have the Azure buff, so cooldown reduction, mana regeneration, everything for the side of Vicious.
They even go back, though. Look at this. After taking that towers, they know even if they have the kill on Ko, it's not going to matter if they die. That's why they're not giving even a slight hint of that taste of that kill for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, we're looking for the 10 out of 10 performance, and as we're heading into the 10-minute mark, let's see what does Vicious choose. Do they go for the Tyrant as a deterrent with the Tyrant buff, or do they go straight for the Shadow Overlord and just try to make a beeline to that crystal?
They just go for the Tyrant. They just want that extra damage just for them to maybe push the bot
doing
lane.
both.
Or actually, yeah, they're taking both. This is looking good for them because there's nothing to contest here for the side of Raccoon.
Greed is good. Finally today, Greed is good.
Yeah, it's working. They're just gonna take it. Both of them have been taken. They can go for the push. They can go for the kills. The choice is in their hands.
Okay, Curaçao Savagery for the side of Aspire. He's going to be a little bit tankier, does have some extra damage if he gets hit, but more importantly, he's well on his way towards that Daybreaker. So this is not ideal for Crazy Raccoons. If the initiation comes in from Vo, you could expect it's going to be an ace.
Engma has the Blood Rage too, so this is going to be a hard kill. If everybody go in,
oh, nice catch.
This is going to be dead. Kai flashes away, but it's not going to work out. He's still going to be dying. This is good. This might be a good start for them. And then it's always going to be used just for them to go away. They're going to go for the fight. Goes in. A bit of chip damage. They have the Winter is here just to push them back away, but Doom is trying to fight the 1v1 here. Will it work? Emergence is going to be here, so go for it. And they get the kill on both of them. That was a great follow through from the side of Vicious. They're gonna go for the kills. They're gonna go for Mokoro. Is gonna be next. Last one standing. They have the Vanguards and the ready. They want to go for that ace. Oh, it's gonna survive, and that is an ace, and that's a win for Vicious.
What a way to end the game. I mean, they came from behind. Vicious, this is a completely new and improved team in a span of a few days, guys.
What a great play. Yeah, that is a great play. Vicious has been taking over the early game on our last 3 games. I think that's just one mistake on game 1, which is why they lost against Crazy Raccoons that time. But overall, the momentum was theirs. The whole series, the momentum was theirs.
Yeah, this is surprising, right? And as we head into the end of the ranking week, we still have one more series to go, but Survival Week is looking a little spicy at this point.
Yeah, it's looking like Vicious is in contention for that top point that we've had. With this form that they have right now, whoever loses against Gen.G versus R8, it's looking like Vicious has a power against them. They can fight.
Yeah, for sure. And that makes the next series even more exciting because now you know what kind of competition you're facing.
Yeah, they're facing against Gen.G versus R8. Whoever loses here will be facing against these teams that are at the bottom of the list right now. But remember, Vicious is not going to stop at anything. It's looking like it. It's looking like they have a lot of promise here.
Yeah, I want to take a look at their items later on as we go into the stats page. And more importantly, about the damage that was tanked. I think Vo did such a great job on this G1, making sure he was soaking enough damage and the skills from the side of Crazy Raccoon, which allowed them to turn the situation around.
Yeah, remember, he even had Venomous Staff as first item. He was not even building tank at first, so he was taking the risk of dying just by tanking a lot of the damage very early on. But hey, let's take a look at the item again.
Yep, so actually going for the hybrid build here. Next item was supposed to be the Frostscar Embrace.
Yep.
So able to tank a little bit more against Function, against Ko, and even against Kai.
Yeah, it's looking good. But just looking at the items too, Menki went in for that Blood Rage for the 3rd item just for him to survive a lot more tanking. Look at the damage taken here. 49k for Engma and Bo, 35. Even without tank items, he was able to tank 35k damage.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? So, and Doma as well, those annihilate point. Just as streaming to the side with the help of the Matrixes as well to understand that, hey, you want to run away? No way. We're going to snipe you down. So, Doma is my personal MVP in this game.
Yeah, Doma did really well, especially flashing forward to get that kill on that one fight in the mid lane was really good. But on this one, just look at it. There was a time in where they were at least a bit equal in the early game, but once it falls off, it was Vicious the whole time.
Yeah, make no mistake, I think this game was pretty close on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They always managed to keep pace, although they were a little bit behind. But with that being said, once Vicious hit those power spikes with the items, it was pretty much game over.
Yeah, it was done at that point. It was MVP, as you said. Perfect. Doma takes it. And 307 in that KDA and a 28% damage dealt for this guy.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the highlights of the game. I mean, it all started right at the first minute of the game when they failed that invade. Cole had to hang on to dear life, did not manage to get it.
They had to do the same thing that Vicious did against them a while ago, and once it fell down, it wasn't gonna work, and that's why they were able to snowball. That was a lot of kills at the first minute of the game.
Yeah, and the part that really hurt them the most was the fact that Function also gave his life at that point. So as a Lady Sun, having a deficit in lane is really not something you want to deal with. And take a look at that. Superstar performance by Doma with the Annihilations.
Yeah, what a great way to use that Annihilation too. And look at this. This is the threat of a Dharma every time. Doom, not even the main target here, because look at him. Look at what he's doing. He's just moving forward. The presence of a Dharma is enough to push people away. And it was just utter domination this game.
Yep, and this is what you want as a Spire, right? As a DNJ, you want the team to be able to front the damage for you so you can stand behind and keep throwing your tokens as well.
Yeah, and you can see that though. Look at this. Just right on the get-go, uses the Imperial Order, and even on the start of the fight, right? Doma even uses Emergence to go in just to make sure the Function doesn't stay alive.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay by Vicious. I love the growth so far, and the fact that they have done it over the course of a couple of days is really impressive. So that is going to be your two teams that will be heading into Group A as of next week for Survival Week. But we still have a last series. Before that, we're going to take a short break. When we're back, we bring you all the action. We'll see you in a bit.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Doesn't matter
it's worth compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get.
Congratulations, you have reached the end of the ranking week with us. It is going to be our final series of today. It's going to be Gen.G going up against R8. Two teams vying for that last slot into Group S. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it's going to be Dash.
Yeah, it was a great time. That last series was actually crazy here, Kindofu. Now, on the last one, surprisingly, they are the team that is waiting on the 3rd and 4th place for them to get to Group S or to Group A. Who's going to get sent down? Who's going to get sent up in this series? So that is important to point out first, because this series is going to be wild.
Oh, for sure. I'm expecting a 2-1 scoreline. Nobody's going to take fights lying down. Nobody's going to take this series.
Yeah, they won't be able to make it easy there. That's why this is going to be important. Gen.G versus R8. Just by history's sake, I think Gen.G has the advantage over R8, but with the form that R8 is right now, it's looking good. But let's take a look at Gen.G first. Gen.G Esports, one of the strongest teams that we have right here, right up on the 3rd and 4th place. The game changes, as they say, comprised of Inoa, Wawa, Ray, Rock, and Clue. And these guys are gonna give us a great series here, Ken.
Yeah, Gen.G, I think they have to show a little bit more change today, because they have been coming up with unorthodox draft. But is it going to work against R8, who have been watching them since day number 1?
Remember, they carry the experience of Invitational Season 3. They were there, so that experience alone could be important in this on-site fight that they're going, because they're on-site. They're all together there. But again, everyone, let's take a look at R8 first.
And that is R8 to infinity and beyond, represented by Abdo, BX, Xenon, Ryoichi, and Mijoj. These 5 members will be looking to secure that 3rd placing into Group S.
Yeah, they have been pretty good. R8 Esports has been very consistent, has been very great. But historical-wise, Gen.G would have the advantage here. But looking at their faces right now, it's looking like they have the confidence to take on the challenge and be able to fight their demons from before, which was Gen.G.
Yep, I think this game is going to be reliant on BX. They need to make sure that he gets those assassin jungles. We have seen him fly sky high with those picks.
Oh yeah, especially that Jing from yesterday's game against Scarz. That was the reason why they won from yesterday's game. So very, very good player. Especially this guy really loves playing those assassin jungles.
Yeah, and the fact that they lost the series yesterday, I think this one will give them enough fuel to maybe burn their ground and edge their brand into the top 3 spaces of Group S.
Yeah, what's also scary about this draft for RX Abdo getting to play Dharma is always a match made in heaven. Always has been good for this guy. So could be a target ban here for Gen.G. But remember, Gen.G really loves experimenting. They really love picking up unorthodox drafts.
Okay, look, I don't think they need to experiment anymore today, but
True.
this is going to be the farm lane comparison. Rock really pulling ahead here.
Rock having 44 kills, 23 kills ahead against Ryoichi. That's a big lead. And also even the team fight participation at 84% and 53% is a sizable lead here.
I think it comes down to the hero picks as well, right? So his Fuzi has been really up in the faces of opponents. Whether they'll pull this out again, I don't know whether that's going to be the correct choice. R8 has seen their gameplay, has seen their decision making, and I think it might hurt them if they pick up the Fuzi Daxiao combination again.
He was also picking up a lot of very weird picks here. I think he even, their fight against Vicious, he picked up a Han Shin and a Pei. And that is very interesting for me because of those unorthodox picks. That's why Rock has been racking up these kills that he has.
Right, so is the creativity going to be enough for the side of Gen.G? Now, Gen.G, they will pick up the blue side, so they're going to be prio picking, and then that leaves us with R8 on the counter pick red.
Yeah, they don't have to experiment anymore. I as much as I love experimenting on that draft, seeing it again and again for Gen.G and failing against the stronger teams is not what I want here. I want them to play standard, play against R8, play it well. That's a nice Jing ban.
Yeah, Gen.G, they knew the strength of BX. They don't want to allow him to get this Jing. We know how potent this combination is with BX. They will take out correspondingly the Mai on the side of R8.
Ooh, Jing, Mai, Arlie probably gonna be banned here also, just so they're just banning a lot of assassin jungles here.
Okay, the Lam, this means Yixing is also in contention for the pick.
Yeah, respect. Yixing, as you said, could be a potential pick here, but they could prioritize something else. Yep, a Diadea is good.
Yep, definitely. The lockdown from Bitter Farewell and the heals and debuffs coming in from that Destined Encounter going to be very valuable for the side of Gen.G. Now, this also tells us there is no Daxiao Fuzi combination here.
This is the first step for them taking a Pei composition. If a Pei gets picked by Gen.G, this is one of those weird comps that they draft. But Yixing and Dharma getting picked, very nice combo. The Truth Mantra to the world is my board. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to put a lot of pressure on the lineup of Gen.G in terms of positioning, right? They can't overextend into fights until they see where this Yixing is going to be at.
No
Like
way.
you said, okay, Gen.G, they go for the Pei pick.
They're gonna go for the same comp. They're gonna give this to Rock. They're gonna give this Pei to Rock again. I hope it works out against R8. That strategy hasn't worked out from the other teams, but I hope this works against R8.
Okay. Let's not set it in stone yet, right? There is a potential that Ray picks up this Pei, but oh my goodness, I love this Musashi coming in for the side of R8. It is going to be locked in.
Yeah, I usually don't like a Musashi pick, but in this composition alone, I like it just because of they have the tools to help out the Musashi once he goes in, which is the Yixing and the Dharma.
And also the Slash. If timed right, it could just totally cancel out Destined Encounter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is a big one. Done getting banned here for the side of R8. I think they're getting baited. I think what they don't know is that Gen.G has a lot of things in store for them. Could be a possibility to surprise them with their interesting picks. So maybe, let's see what's gonna work out for them.
Look, there is a decent bit of control as well. There is still the Liang of it. If they want to play their cards, it is a bit risky to pick up the Liang here, but with that being said, Lady Chen, actually one of the best uses against R8, also going to be banned out.
Ooh, remember, Gaiden is open. Inoue loves playing Gaiden Mo. Gaiden Mo has been a priority for the last 5 games they played, so that could be a potential pick here for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, and RA, they know the burst potential coming in. They pick up the Liu Bang. The battlefield command is going to be so adept. And you know, with a Musashi, you get the reposition, so they do have a lot of killing potential on the side of R8.
What I like about that is what they do whenever they have a Jing is precast the battlefield command when somebody's going in. Duel to the death, then use that battlefield command. Nobody's gonna get away. And as I said, Ganonmo, it was perfect matchup. But whew.
Okay, are we really doing the Ata here? Ghost Ship is great, but I'm struggling to see what kind of value. In fact, you know what? Abdo is gonna freaking love your Ghost Ship.
Oh man, oh, this is not good. Yeah, as you said, the Ghost Ship is not gonna be good. It's just gonna be a bad thing for them.
Fight?
And I think they're gonna lock it in.
One.
And as you said, the shenanigans, Gen.G is back at it again.
Okay, I like it. Look, there's good combination, right? So the idea with the Ganonmo, instant burst, insta kill, they can definitely get it. At the same time, Byron and Ata, they have a very good combination as well. In the sense where with the Ghost Ship, you could lock people in, you get a perfect storm strike. So multi-man stun. But is it going to be enough against the very tanky lineup on the side of R8? There's the save mechanism from Liu Bang as well.
Yeah, remember, their composition really comprises of a lot of AoE here for the side of R8, and also they have a lot of engage. So everybody could actually go in after the world is my board. Everybody's just going to drop in, and it's going to be hard for Gen.G.
Yeah, I think the odds are stacked against Gen.G. Look, BX on his Musashi, he's going to jump at the Didia or jump at the Ganonmo. He doesn't even need to care about the rest of the teammates because Abdo's going to come in with the truth mantra. You guys are drafting too early.
Oh man, this is just crazy again. Gen.G, everyone, they're back at it again. They're not gonna stop. Somebody needs to stop them from picking these really crazy picks. But maybe it works out here, Kindofu. Maybe we're just being a bit pessimistic for them. I hope it works out. I hope we're proven wrong. But for now, it looks weird.
I have generally an open mind, but this just shocks me, dude. So I want to see what I'm missing here because Gen.G, either today, they are going to teach me a lesson or they're going to learn a lesson today.
I hope they teach us a lesson. That is exactly what we want. We don't... they don't need to learn a lesson now. Not now. They are in contention for Group S.
Yeah, look, I mean, the stakes are so high, and they are going in with a very raw composition here.
It's a crazy composition. Again, Rock, you know what? I'm not even going to be mad if BX is going to go full damage, not even going to build tanky, because if he just kills Rock or Inoue, job's done. It's all pretty good.
And they're putting Ray in the farm lane.
Yeah, what? Yeah, exactly. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. They do this with a Lianpo too. But right now, because they don't have a Lianpo, they're going to go down to the top side. No, they're going to be chasing down. This is a good thing. They have another Flash Wawa. It's going to be dying, and it's looking so good for now for R8 Esports.
Okay, they make the trade. They get the first blood, but they take away the Crimson Golem. So is this worth a trade? They have to get a kill somewhere on the map for Gen.G to make this worthwhile.
Yeah, they need to find something else. They need to make sure that Inoue's priority pick on this Ganonmo is definitely well worth it. Because if it's not, that's a big pick out of Gen.G's hands.
Okay, they're trying to amplify the pacing on the side of Rock. At the same time, look, they are not that squishy as well. Quite a bit of tankiness, right? Ray and Wawa will be able to give the tank. Clue is able to support them with the Desert Encounter, with the Heart Links as well.
Yeah, remember, they can go in. They have 4 people onto this side, though, so they can go for the fight. Taking Liberties goes in for the knockout. They have the ult with the death. Will be able to get the kill. Rock is going to be next, but this is just good. R8 is looking really golden right now. BX is going to be running away. He's going to be hopping out of the way. Rock is going to try to go for the chase, but Jones actually sacrifices his life to maybe even able to find the kill. Taking Liberties is going to be yours, but the Enlightenment Mantra almost getting the kill there.
Yeah, back and forth. So it is still an advantage going into R8, but they have not shut down Rock just yet. And at this point, he is level 4, so matching pretty closely with BX.
Yeah, it's looking really good for now. So I hope this goes in favor of them. But remember, they're leaving Ryoichi really free from just farming here on the bot side.
Yep, really clean farm, right? And you can see he is struggling on the side of Ray to try and match up.
Yeah, they're trying to follow through. They might be bullying on the top side, but it's okay. If it's Abdo, they're going to be trying to push back. This is going to be hard. 3 kills already on that guy, so it doesn't matter if they bully him.
Yeah, now this is going to be ideal situation for Abdo. Already has the 4. Oh, hang on. George.
Oh no, George. Oh no, out of position. That's an easy kill. Killing spree for Rock.
You know what? I think R8, they actually have the advantage in the draft, but they need to make better moves in their position.
True. I think they're making a lot of very simple mistakes, especially to George, giving 2 kills already just by checking out and scouting. Remember, Gen.G is playing a death ball. You don't really need to scout very deep onto their jungle, because if you're just giving kills, you're just giving Rock advantage. World is my board is going to be used. They're going to be pushing back after. Use the Root Mantha to push them back away. Not a good placement, but everybody's looking really golden here for Gen.G.
Yeah, execution error on the side of R8. They needed that heals to come Battlefield Man. Did not too much burst potential from the side of Inua.
Yeah, they need to be very careful now. BX not really having a level advantage against Rock at this point, and Rock is just making sure that he can snowball.
Yeah, and look, they forced the rotation away. Ryuichi unable to get more farm across the map, and Ray, because of this manpower disadvantage, they're coming in. Hang on.
Top side, Stormstrike might have the knockup, but they are not going to follow through. They know their advantage. I like this restraint a bit from Gen.G.
Oh, me George.
Yeah, on the mid lane has been pushed back again. And another kill for this side for Gen.G.
Okay, now I see the value. The burst potential coming in from Gen.G is just so potent, and especially because they have the gold lead, it is not ideal for the side of R8. They can't really take a good fight here.
Maybe Abdo could go for the fight, could go for the steal. Destined encounter was used already. They might be able to go for the speed. Almost not have the spite at that point, but they are still not going to be able to get anything else except for that. But at least now Ryuichi was able to get 1 kill.
Look, BX gets taken down here.
Oh.
Okay.
He's dead. Who's dead? We have nothing to say there.
So it's really, it feels like a buffet for both teams. It's like, okay, what kind of dish do you want and how fast get it, right? So kills are always traded back and forth, 6-5. This is going to be a very high kill game.
Remember, Ryuichi is just farming while this is all happening. All eggs in one basket here for the side of Gen.G. Rock is the one getting all the advantage, but I hope Inoue has the next firepower here for the team. Joj, super low already. That was close.
Yeah, it's all about this side for the side of Gen.G, right? Inoue, if he has the farm, this is not ideal.
This is looking really hard here. Inoue, he just needs to get as much items as he can. He needs the burst. Rock is going to be there to finish. Inoue is there to go for the burst, at least to start it off. But it's not good. Abdu, Throat Mantra is going to be there. Ryuichi as the ulti for Barrage goes in for the kill. Might be able to get 4, and that's 2.
That's why you pick up the Liu Bang, and at the same time, BX is split pushing at the bottom. There's no one to handle him, the exception Wawa, but the rest of the team already backing him up.
Yeah, this is the problem when you play a death ball, right? Whenever you make a mistake, everybody on the side of R8 could just capitalize and make sure that the other lanes could be pushing. If you're not together, it's gonna be bad for Gen.G.
Yeah, they didn't leash Ryuichi long enough. Close to 5,000 gold, already has the Doomsday.
Yeah, gonna be bad. 2 items on this guy. Doomsday, Spark Purge Dagger. Once he ults, everybody's gonna disappear. And remember, the only tank they have in this team that is building very tanky is 1 person. And now Abdo's gonna go in. Truth Mantra not gonna be able to get the stun, but at least Rock survives that. And this, on the other side though, they have the World is my board. Will be able to get 1 kill. Ryuichi falls down. Unstoppable in this guy. Rock dealing a lot of damage, but Abdo waiting. But they are not gonna follow through.
You could see the benefits of having Inua's pick on this gun mode, but he needs to be closer in the team fights. He needs to be more aware when he give the damage. Right now, it's simply because Inoue has not rotated fast enough. If not, this will be a very different game for R8.
One thing that's hard about it is because the wave clear of Xenon also is just good, which is why he can't leave the mid lane open. That's why he can't even rotate as well. And as we are saying, they need to stick together here for the side of Gen.G to make this comp effective. And Inoue needs to be behind them.
Yeah, it definitely needs. He needs to stick close. But I understand, right? Yes, Xenon's wave clear is pretty sick. With the Venomous stuff as well, there is some underestimated damage coming in as well.
That's true. And now onto the top side. Rock's in, gonna go in. Ryoichi's gonna fall down. What a great start. Again, that bitter farewell.
Yeah, that is the combination they're looking for. And with the burst composition by Rockets, at level 12, he does have both busts. Once again, trying to go in.
Yeah, goes in again. Joe's gonna be the target. Battlefield Command just to run away. Expended that big ultimate. Right now, they laid the board down. The Clue is in a safe spot here.
This is not a good fight for the side of R8. There is no heals. Oh, hang on, Ray.
They're gonna take the fight. That is one target though. Ray is gonna be their target. Dude's in with the ultimate. The couple blades was able to get the kill on 2. BX is also gonna fall down. Legendary onto Rock.
Destroyed a tower.
Yep, and Inua, this is the real value of this gun mode. There's nothing behind the farm. 3,000 gold difference going in advantage to Gen.G, and very soon we might see an exposed T3 at this point.
Yeah, Joe's just been quite a target here. Like a big target for Inua to just lay down all the damage. He has been killed a lot by Inua.
No, simply because they need to burn out the battlefield command. That is one of the big win and game-changing win conditions for the side of R8, and Gen.G recognize this.
Yeah, they know. Once they burn somebody, once they close down somebody else at the side right here of R8, this could be an opening for them. 8 minutes on the game. Looking like we're already at the mid-game. And Tyrant is already being taken. No contest here. Look at this. 3 items already. Heroes of Savagery for Bach on that 3rd item.
Yep, okay. At the same time, look, the trail and difference. 3,000 gold between the junglers. BX is struggling to keep up.
Yeah, it's just so hard. Right now, all eggs in one basket, and Rock is making sure that this is gonna be an easy time for the team. And they have so much advantage here.
Yep, the tankiness of Ray is really coming to full effect. Again.
Yeah, Abdo could have started that fight though. Battlefield might have run away. Truth Mancha, he's looking for it, but he's not gonna find it at this time. They're gonna be chasing down damage on the Xenon. Contap is passive. Yes, there you go. And that is a legendary for Rock.
They're not tanky enough. There is no save. Right now, even BX cannot take the damage. We might just dive in.
Yoichi has been dropped. A lot of damage on that Fever Barrage, but not enough to actually kill on Rock. There you go. There was an attempt to counter him. That was good. Leo goes in for the deny. Bait them out. Go for the dash, and that is the last kill. 4 kills for R8.
Yeah, this is the drop that dances on knife edge, and BX said, dance no more. The knife is coming through.
They won that fight. That is big. That is one thing that they need to do here for the side of R8. And it's looking like they can do just that. Mid lane tower could be taken down, and top lane tower at least easing out the pressure on the map.
Yep, they're cutting to the goal lead. At this point, it's negligible at this moment of the game. At the same time, I mean, big mistake. Where was the lockdown? The mistake by Clue to not jump in at the correct time. If he had jumped in earlier, they would have been able to take the kill. The half a second delay costed Gen.G so much.
Great use of that cleanse also from Ryoichi just for him to run away faster. That was big. He was stunned by that bitter farewell, but wasn't able to follow through. Tyrant has been taken here by R8, and Overlord is being taken by Gen.G. Can they steal? No, they are not going to be able to contest it. Wawa is going to be running back.
Okay, they still do have the ultimates available on the side of R8, but no Purify on Ryoichi. That's going to be a big concern. Every time the Purify is down, Gen.G get a upgrade in battle strength.
Yeah, Frozen Breath already built by Xenon, so this is going to be bigger. Having that extra slow after the World is My board is going to be big for them, so let's wait for that to work out.
Okay, very calm and composed. They don't want to overextend at this point.
Shadow Vanguard on the bot side. Cutting off R8. Abdo might have the chance here to go in. Goes in for the true backdrop! And the Enlightenment to finish them all! And this is what you're looking for Abdo. Going for that game-changing plays, and Wawa is the last one standing. No more shields, no nothing. And that works out for R8.
That's exactly what they need to do. R8, look, you don't even need to care about Wawa or Rock or Clue. You care about Inua. That is the big game changer on the side of Gen.G. That big burst damage no longer available. R8 wins all fights.
Yeah, they got the takedown Inua, got the takedown on Rock. Big fights winning. Abdo was just looking for that right moment. 5 seconds on the clock, and they have the death timers on.
Yep, and this is going to be a T3 guaranteed for the side of R8. They found the opening they were waiting for 11 minutes in the game.
Ooh, that's what you want. Game-changing place from Abdo on that Dharma. And he found that opportunity. That timing, look at this. even without HP, he doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, why would you stick together? That is the big question on the side of Gen.G, right? I can understand why Clue wants to go in, but Inoue made a very vital mistake of standing next to Rock, and the both of them, they were caught together, and that's not the situation you want.
If only one of them fell, that could have been a fight that they could turn around with, but because both of them fell, it was really hard for them to pump out any more damage at that point. 43.5k, or rather 4k gold lead now for R8 to turn things around now, but BX gonna be chased. Peter Farewell is gonna be there, but he's gonna go for the chase. Battlefield Command is there to help him out, but do they have the damage to kill him? No, they are left with one person right in front of Luigi. Goes in with a big barrage, but he's not getting any kills except for one. Clue keeping things alive. Rock just running away. They got 2 kills already. It's still a 2-4-2. Wawa is gonna be left alone, but that's gonna make it 3 for the side of R8.
Okay, they still have some life in them. Inoue and Rock are still alive. There is decent burst damage available. So I think R8 will do well for themselves to play a little bit more passive at this point. Just look for openings around the map. Get your buffs, get your camps, whatsoever.
You can see it. Ryuichi very tanky at this point because of that frigid charge. He was not killed pretty easily that time. And Gen.G just took it in the face. There was nobody to stop that ultimate from happening. Rolled his 5 board just to push them away in order for them to get this T3 again.
Yep, and that's a clean opening. Can they get it?
Oh, they tried to go in. Will to do that to bait him out. BX, is he going to be able to survive this? Battlefield Command is going to be there. They have to stand waiting. Sage's Sanctuary was bought at the right time, but he's still going to fall down. The ult is going to be coming in. Will they be able to get the kills here? Clue is still alive. They're going to be running out. Luigi is going to be here, but they still got 2 kills on the board. At least Gen.G fights back.
Oh, both teams, I mean, they're dancing in the middle. It's a seesaw match at this point. Every single time they find the weakness, they expose it. Look, the moment Mijoj does not get the Battlefield Command down, R8 are in an immensely tight spot.
Yeah, and Tyrant's gonna be taken now. Gen.G back at it again after just winning one fight, making sure that BX pops his duel to the death, bait him out in the fight. That works out.
Yeah, the Wave Walker, this is one of the big reasons why Ata is so valuable in this matchup, right? Because he's actually able to skirt across from Abdul's Truth Mantra and get the stuns in.
Yeah, that's true. And this is the reason why Ata could have been valuable in this fight, but the Ghost Ship has to be careful in where he places it because it could be used by R8.
Yeah, they need... Oh, Abdul.
Wait, Abdul has a good fight here. Inoue is going to be his target. Battlefield Command is going to be there. What a great kill, but they got a 1-for-1. This fight is still not done. Ryuichi onto the backline, goes in for the ultimate. Would he be able to get a kill and more? A lot of members are low on HP. They go into the backline. They get killed. Ryuichi stays alive. He still has the stage of Sanctuary. Last man standing. Wawa, he's going to be running to his death. The last one standing here for the team. They could finish this up. 20 seconds on the clock for the side of Gen.G. R8 just found a victory on their eyes, but Wawa, will he make it hard? Will he make it to survive? It's not gonna work out. This game is gonna go to R8.
Oh my goodness, R8, they are happy with this. Gen.G, okay, now I see. But it needs extreme clean composition. It needs extreme clean execution as well. This was a walk on a tightrope for both of the teams.
You can see the holes, right, in their draft. The reason why they have been losing, that could have been an easy advantage if Pei was given to Ray and the composition was built around a carry on their side, for example, another marksman. If you lose Rock, and also if you get to the late game, it's going to be really hard.
I think they needed to swap. They could have swapped the Arthur. They needed something that was able to contain the majority on the side of R8 without the risk of them walking out of it. So, look, Ghost Ship is great, but it's one-dimensional. It's one direction, right? And Inoue was never safe in this match. The moment Inoue died, game over.
Yeah, and also remember, they even banned the Lian Po. I think the Lian Po could have been the perfect one there. But Gen.G banned it themselves, and they didn't even take it. So that's a big surprise for me. But the idea was there. At least now I see that composition kind of working. It was close, but wasn't enough.
Yep, there is true value. So I like the creativity of Gen.G. Was it the time to pull it out? I believe so. Based on how they were performing, I think that was the correct call. They just didn't play to the T. Execution wasn't clean.
They taught us a lesson, at least. At least now we know what's going to happen with a composition like that. And I'm liking it more. At least it worked out in the early game. They wanted to go for that invade, and when it works out, it went smoothly. So they just need to patch some rough edges here, but I think it's a best of 3, so anything can still work out.
Yeah, take a look at the stats itself. I mean, it was pretty close. Inua was at 10,000 and more, right? He had a lot of damage, but they couldn't find that save mechanic, right? At the same time, R8, I want to focus on Ryuichi. The itemization was just clean from him. Stock standard, right? Daybreaker, Doomsday, Sparkforce Dagger with the Frigid Charge, but the Frigid Charge showed its value in this game so much.
Yeah, the Frigid Charge was pretty important. The stun that comes out and also the tankiness that he was having on that game was pretty important, man. That was 125k damage. Not even a lot of Fever barrages there. The successful ones were 3. And that was not a lot. It was just he was dealing damage to everybody.
Yep, 125. Also translated as want to fight. And boy, R8 said yes.
Yes, they wanted to. They wanted to go for a fight. And what is that? I like this graph. It's going up and down though.
This is a heart rate monitor for both sides.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That was a heart rate monitor. They were all having such a great time here. This was also a great series compared to the last series that we had. This was way harder for them because looking at it, it was not that close. An MVP going to Yoichi, and you can see him pointing to where his heart is, and that's where it goes.
Yep, R8, 9, 3, and 7. Look, I thought we had intense matches over the last 3 days. This was a very intense match. Abdo making some plays of his life, but when the save didn't come, that was a huge moment for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it was really, look at this. This was a really good play. This is when it started to go in favor of R8. That play was clean.
Yeah, look, it came down to the most minute of details. Like, hey, you being caught out in a double catch by Abdo. He gave his life for it, in fact, Abdo. And look, it just paid off dividends.
Yeah, it was good. Abdo on a Dharma, match made in heaven. And you can definitely see it also in their team intro. Abdo really loves playing Dharma. And he was able to perform pretty well this game.
Yeah, look, there was so many problems posted by the side of Gen.G, but RA gave all the solution. George on the Liu Bang, they had Abdel on the Dharma, Xenon on that Yixing with the World of My Bot. So many solutions offered.
Yeah. Something to point out too, Yoichi using that Fever barrage always at the right time. It's like he uses it every time that everybody expended all the crowd controls that you can from him.
Yeah, exactly. And he also had the Purify, beautiful itemization.
This one was perfect. Look at that. And the Fever barrage after, look at this. Yoichi on the backline, nobody stops him.
Yeah, no damage to offer and still plenty of options. Even if he died, number one, he still had a Sage's Sanctuary. BX was still alive. Xenon was able to catch them out with the taking liberties. But even had the world is my board.
What a great game. What a great game. What a great series. We have a lot in store for us. If this goes to Game 3, it's okay. It is a really great series that we're looking for here, Kindoku.
Well deserved. I mean, that's why we're looking for the best of the best quality. But of course, let's take a short break first. When we're back, let's go into game number 2. Gen.G and R8 walking on a tightrope. We'll see you soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat,
we are on the edge of glory here for the side of R8. They are one more step away from making it into Group S. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me, the man that ends games in a flash, it is Dash.
Yeah, and that was a nice series though. That was a great back and forth, and you can definitely see it on the graph we had a while ago that they were back and forth, so back and forth that the graph didn't even know what to do that game. But it was fun, Kin. It was a fun game, and I would love to see more. But let's see who's gonna win this. I mean, fun's great, but whoever's gonna win is still important.
Yeah, look, this is going to be a very important decision that Gen.G have to make right now, right? How much have they practiced with these creative drafts? They need to make it work right now. Now, first game, global ban. Not a lot of prio picks. Actually, okay, it is a few prio picks. Dharma, Yixing, not the Marco, Liu Bang as well, right? So there's still plenty of options for RA to explore.
Yeah, there's a lot, and also on the side of Gen.G, this basically comprises most of their composition, but Foods and Da Chao could still be coming out here on game number 2 because they really love that composition. They really find things to make it work.
Is it really the best composition now? You know, if they lose this, they drop to Group A.
That's true. They love experimenting. Maybe they're just gonna be sticking with their guts. Maybe they're sticking with. I was about to say what works, but it doesn't. So.
And look, R8's cheat sheet there. I think they know how to deal unorthodox drafts.
They do know how to work around it, and I know that they can play. I think Gen.G really knows how to play standard. They should play standard at least for a change.
Yep, R8, they are looking for the kill. They're going to go on the blue side, prio pick, and this is going to leave Gen.G in the counter pick red position.
Let's see if ever a Maishiro Nui on our Arlie comes out in this game. Not really a big possibility because they banned it a while ago, but could be an opening, especially for the team at the blue side here, which is R8.
I think R8 might want to go with an Ogren at this point, right? They really have exhausted the Musashi, ban it out. I don't know. Gen.G. That's the difficulty of doing BPs with Gen.G. You don't know what they're thinking about.
Yeah, it's so hard because you don't know, are they gonna go for the no marksman composition? They banned the Da Chao because they know it's gonna come out. Oh, that's smart.
Okay, but it could also be the long con, right? Gen.G could have been like, hey, play our different composition, take out the Fuji, take out the Da Chao, it doesn't matter.
Oh man, I think that is true. Maybe it's a long con. They've been using it so that when they fight against R8, okay, they're gonna be baited to ban that Da Chao. So we're gonna be playing standard this time.
Maybe Chano jungle, you never know.
No. Good idea, but not now. Not now.
Okay, they ban out the Arlie on the side of R8. So this is going to leave Lung open for both sides. And if Gen.G don't ban out the Lung, look, there's still plenty of other options. The idea is still open. The Dolia is also open for picking if Gen.G don't ban it out.
I think they also like it, the Dolia. Gen.G really likes it too. So that could be a potential ban here.
Okay.
But they still just respect the Jing from BX.
Yeah, massive disdain for the BX Jing for good reason as well. It is one of the signature picks. We've seen how devastating his performance can be, and it's going to be the Zhang Fei as the prio pick coming out for R8. First, not locked in yet.
Zhang Fei, Renjit could actually come out from R8. Gen.G could go for the Lung if they want to go standard, but this is... They can even go for the idea here, or never mind, they don't have an idea anymore for Gen.G. So yeah, a Lung and a Yuhu 1 could be good together with a Dolia. Never mind.
Okay, there is a third pick that comes into contestation for the side of Gen.G. There could be a Heino coming in, similar to other strategies in other leagues and even the previous series we've seen.
Ogren together with the Yuhuan. They could go for the Dolia here, but BX, I think BX used this yesterday. This is one of the assassins that he pulls out sometimes. See, one with the Hanshin against the Vicious, but never mind. They're going to go for the Byron.
Okay, they want to end this game quick, right? It's going to be Chano being teased on the side of R8. And Byron, I think, look, two big tanks will be able to protect Chano. If you cannot touch this wolf, it is going to be insanely hard.
Yeah, from the other teams that play, oh, they go in for the bait. So does this mean Ogren is gonna go to the clash lane, and Yuhuan could be? Never mind. Okay, that's a bait again. Yin is gonna get picked here for their side.
Weak is strong.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to put mind games into this draft, right? This BP, they want to scare R8 into, hey, these are possible picks we're gonna show you.
That's a good mindset here for the side of Gen.G. But they really prefer, they use it against Nongshim RedForce, the Magin / Ogren composition, just so that Ogren has somebody to help him out to get inside the fight. So with this already good, they banned the pay on the side of Gen.G.
Yep, it's a natural counter towards that Jing pick, right? So they don't want to have no counters against the pay pick. Now, are gonna ban out the D-Range here? It's also something that works really well for them, especially when they have a lot of control on the side of Gen.G, because you have Yin, you have Ogren, you have your slows, stuns, and a lot of time for a D-Range here to start melting you down.
What are they gonna be picking here if that's the case? If Chano is available, a Lung could be available here for the side of Gen.G. They could pick him, but R8 could also ban it out just so they don't really have any choices anymore. A Lady Sun could be a pick also for Gen.G if ever.
Okay, look, they don't really have a lot of access into the backlines on the side of R8. So I would take a risk and actually go for Mengya here. I think with the front-facing shield they have from the Yuhuan, from the Ogren, and even the Yin, I think it makes sense, but looks like the Marco is what they're looking for, trying to chase down the channel with mobility.
Oh yeah, Marco, just to go for that engage together with the Yin. This is good for Gen.G. At least they're going for an engage composition just because of that Marco. And they even have some ways to cut it off with the Yuhuan on their side, so R8 needs to react accordingly.
Yep, this is going to put a lot of pressure onto R8. Laning phase might not go as well, to be honest, because Marco struggles against having to deal with multiple targets. And R8, oh, this is such a strong one. Gun and Mo, very potent against an Ogren and Yuhuan as well.
Yeah, having that burst damage is going to be big. They are going to be important here, and having a Lamb also on the side of R8, so they're really banking on the fact that Mijoj is going to be the only tank here for the team. It's going to be hard for the Lamb to do much here.
I think it really comes down to positioning here, and look, they pick up the Yarya. Is it going to be very difficult to deal with? I don't think so. Look, the mini stuns coming out from the Wandering Beam, great. It does deal a little bit of damage, but I fail to see how this is going to help out the side of Gen.G.
This is what comes out in your rank games. The Yarya to the Marco Polo just carrying the team. But at this point, at this level of play, I'm not sure if that's going to be effective here. Because remember, what you need when you're playing an Ogren is somebody to crowd control just so the Ogren could get close.
Okay, look, Yarya with the Verdant Protector does give you a little bit of a leeway to get out of fights, right? The burst potential will not be able to burst you down straight away. But even so, there is significant amount of damage coming in from this side of R8. So my concern for Gen.G is, can they survive the burst?
Yeah, that's going to be a good question, though. There's a lot of damage on the side of R8. I hope it would be enough for them to win this, just overwhelm them with overwhelming damage. So maybe that's possible. But right now, if you just tuned in, this is an R8 versus Gen.G matchup. Both of them playing for that spot, that last spot in Group S.
Yeah, that Group S is where you want to be at, right? This is one soft guarantee into first place, into that KWC, EWC, Esports World Cup placing.
Yeah, they need to have every advantage that they can just for that road to EWC. R8 versus Gen.G. This could be the end, or maybe we could go the lengths here.
Okay, Mijoj actually picks up the stun. This is actually against, I think, Wawa, maybe to stop him from getting that combination in free flow.
Ooh, Ray starting off, taking out the Boris just to get that. They would know that that happened. Okay, Mijoj knows, so they could maybe give the signal here to BX that, hey, they took your boar, so maybe we can take it.
Look, and there's also very high kill potential in the clash lane. Abdo along with Xenon, you could definitely melt Wawa down really quickly. And Ryoichi, with the support of BX, they can get a couple of kills onto Rock as well. So every time there is no Purify, Rock is in danger.
Yeah, he has to be very careful here. The Verdant Protector is his only protection later on, so that is something that they have to deal with every time here. But right now on the top side, this is going to be a fight that I am always looking forward to. The Byron versus Mayeen, just because of the shield and the burst. It's just a back and forth for both of these guys.
Yeah, itemization gonna matter quite a lot actually. And here we go, Xenon wins the trade against Inua. I'm curious to see Abdo, what does he want to go with? Nettle Gauntlet as the first item, but it looks like Wawa might go for the Meteor as his prior item.
Luigi getting chased down by Rock. A lot of damage, half HP probably. Gonna go for the kill, maybe. That's a lot of damage. Oh no! Oh, it has been popped.
Yeah, but dude, he took it too early. And look, this is not a nice situation for Bien.
Yeah, he can get killed here by Rock. Once it gets to level 4, that is very dangerous waters that he's crossing here. Right now, he needs to recall.
Yep, and that's going to cost him quite a bit of time. And maybe even some in the wave. Top lane, they're still looking for that opening. If they can get a kill on Wawa, this is going to be for the side of R8.
Gonna be big. We have to look at that. And BX needs to find something here because what we want whenever we have a lot in the team is to have that snowball that we're looking for BX. But maybe just because it's playing safe for Gen.G, we're not gonna see it yet.
And huge cause of concern in the farm lane for the side of Real EG is not farming well. Right, 1.7k at this point going in for Rock. It's huge for him.
Force a flash out of Xenon. That's big. They can make use of this in order to get the kill on him later on. What do they have? They do have the Mournful Tempo to go for the stun if they want to engage.
Yep, and looking at vision score, it's a lot more vision given by WoW. So far, they just Byron is around, and it is the channel. Real EG so far providing valuable information that hey, some of the members on the side of Gen.G are missing. Be careful of the rivers.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I love about the channel, right? The traps gives you vision, and you can see everyone was trying to cross, and it's not going to be easy to get a kill on him unless he already knows that you're there.
Maybe this is the time for Abdo to shine here.
Yeah, right now they're going to go in. Storm Strike goes in for the stun, but not enough damage for Xenon, and Ray is still on half HP.
I don't think they can find any opening yet. The stun does come true. I'm trying to figure out if this Wandering Beam is really going to make that big of a difference against the likes of Ari.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. I mean, they don't really have any big CC fight. So that's going to be my problem here for Gen.G moving forward. Yes, they're going to protect themselves, which is nice. But are they going to find kills? That's a note for me.
Yeah, this might be a very low kill game based on what's happening now, at least for the first, 10 minutes or so, until they find a farm. I don't think they're going to be too comfortable over-engaging into the fight.
Remember, Gen.G has the gold advantage there, but the Tyrant has been taken by R8 with no skate, and even the blue buff, oh man, the Azure buff has been taken too.
Not ideal, and Wawa.
Yep, 1v1, Abdo goes in for the dropkick, not enough damage though, Abdo could actually win the fight, but you know, that's a Clash Lane battle, not gonna happen. Leader's stance is gonna be used. They use the Fevered Barrage to clear the wave, goes in, gets the damage, they have it, and they go for the first blood. What a great time coming in from the side of R8, but at least it is a 2-for-1.
Yep, and all the people to give kills to, they give it a Xenon that's going to amplify his burst even more, and right away, another trap is going to be ignited, and Inua now in danger himself.
That is very, very dangerous waters that he's crossing here. Inua still has the unending sorrow, but they could go for the push here. 4 people are going to be here. They go in for the teleport just to force him out of the way. Inua is in danger.
Flash.
Use the flash away. Doesn't have the unending sorrow, so this is going to be very dangerous, so they back off.
Yep, Abdul and Real Ichi come in as the deterrent against... And look, there is no punish. So right now, hang on, there is going to be a pause. Okay, we are in a current stalemate, but T1 on the bot has been taken by R8. This could be a nice swing for them.
Yeah, that is a good thing that we should be answering here. I think they have a bit of a problem here on the Gen.G side. So this is not good, not ideal that they are... they gave up the kill a while ago, and there was some problems here on their side.
Yeah, look, the goal differential in the mid lane, especially for the Yuhuan, that is a probable cause for concern. Because if you have Xenon who's able to have the threat of slicing people down with the freshly forged and couple blades combination, then you are essentially fighting a 4v5 every single time.
Yeah, that is the goal that they have here, especially for their game. This is why Yarya could be a potential bad pick for their side, because we're really looking for the value of that Yarya. But what they needed in that composition was a lot of crowd control, and they don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, the mini stuns, great, but is it going to be enough, right? What do you feel about the Yarya? Is it valuable or not at this stage?
Yeah, I think it's not. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it anymore. It's hard to make the Yarya pick good here, just because of the fact that they don't really have any crowd control. I love the extra protection though, but they pick a U1 too, which is why it's hard. What do you think?
Yep. Same thing here. My main concern is damage. Look, DOT, damage over time, great. Augment long extended fights. You have the heals on the U1 as well. It's okay, but the Yarya is unable to be in a setting to allow your Marco Polo to reach shine. You have the defensive capabilities. Don't get me wrong. You have the purify as well. But what does that translate to, you know?
Yeah, I love the safety. I mean, safety is always good. But the problem here is R8 really wants to go in. Will that safety be enough? That's always the question that we're going to be asking here for Gen.G. But I hope it has been resolved already. I think it's already good. They're doing the thumbs up.
Yeah, we'll see. This is a critical moment for this side of both teams, right? Gen.G and R8. Maybe this reset will kind of help them with the composure, help them formulate what needs to be done next.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. Now we're going back into the game. What happened? Is there something that changed? No, there's nothing that changed.
No, nothing much. Yep.
Okay. Fast forwarded. And now we're looking for the Gen.G side here. Not really a big advantage here. Just very close on the gold for both of our teams with Venomous Stab for Xenon goes in. I think this is not good. Inoa needs to back off. Doesn't have the unending sorrow. That's bad.
Spirit never fades.
Yep, that's a huge resource down, and you can start to see this starting to struggle on the side of Gen.G to find openings around the map. They are keeping close in gold, but the damage off it, it's a big concern for the side of Gen.G.
Very concerning. Right now, we have been looking forward here, but right now, take a look at what's going to happen. They're going to go to the top side. They might be able to go for the pushes, but let's see. This is top side. They're going to try to go for the push, but not going to work out.
Okay, they have not been able to shut down Ryuichi just yet. He's 0-0-3, but at the same time, Rock, he has died once. Now, is this affecting his farm? Not really, but you want to put a leash onto the growth of Ryuichi on this channel.
Yeah, right now into the mid lane. They are just really finding ways to... Chano's just farming. He's just going to be farming just because there's nothing happening around the map. And you were right, Kin. They are not going to be having a lot of kills in this game.
Yeah, the big problem here is the fact that Xenon is actually doing so well. He's at 4.7 thousand. So his burst potential with the itemization, he hasn't even gone for that full Scepter of Reverberation just yet, but you can see the value of the damage he's offering already.
Oh yeah, onto the bot side. They're going for the push, but they have cleared the wave. So it's not going to happen for Abdo mid lane. They're looking for it, but they are just being forced to react here for the side of Gen.G.
Xenon, couple blades.
Not really going to work out. Yeah. It's just most of the couple of blades that Xenon has been pulling out has been on point. It has been really great.
Yeah, and he does have the Scepter of Reverberation, so it's something that's going to start hurting a little bit more, right? The next item is the one that I'm really concerned about. I think he might want to go for the Void Star first, just to melt down the shields offered by the Yarya, right? So Clue, he is going to be muted pretty much.
Yeah, Clue is just really struggling to find value here for Gen.G. Already 2 items though for Rock, so we're waiting for a very fat fevered barrage for him. But for now, he has advantage against Ryuichi, which is really big.
Okay, so they're also close to Dawn Life, right, for the side of Clue. So maybe this extra shields, extra life might be able to help them turn situations around where R8 will find themselves out of position.
That's going to be what they're looking for. Blood Rage already completed onto the top side. BX getting chased. He's gonna stay alive.
Okay, this is a good start. So they burn out his ultimate. There is no death from below, and this might be a position where Gen.G is able to force their will onto the T2 on the top lane.
Have to be really careful. Right now into the mid lane, they're gonna go and try, but right now they are not finding anything just yet.
George.
Yeah, onto the back line, goes in for the unbridled outburst, not enough damage. Gonna try to go for the push, but nothing. Still nothing, Kin.
Yeah. Oh no, BX. He was looking for something there. So both teams are kind of like poking, prodding. They're trying to see if there's any opening that either side will give to them. And so far, both teams, they're not relenting at all. They don't want to make that mistake. Wawa though, maybe a catch on the real Ochi.
They're really looking. Right down to the top side, BX tried to go for the death from below, but it's a mistake. He's gonna fall down, and he gave them a kill.
Oh, this could be a turnaround.
They got the one more. Xenon is gonna be backing off, but the double kill already onto their side. This is good. This is working in their favor. One more, no ult for this guy, but he was able to back off. Rock is just gonna be diving that just because of that extra shield, but he was able to run off.
Okay, so this is where the strength of the draft comes in from the side of Gen.G, right? So they have very good control. Ray with the swipe on the Death's Precipice, able to slow people down, allowing Rock to get his Resplendent Revolver done. At the same time, you have Wawa and Inua able to get the stunts onto people if they want to run away. BX, this was not the position to be in.
Taking a look at it also, check that mid lane. Mid lane has been pushed. Look at that. That was an easy kill for Wawa. And Yoichi is going to be a close target that they always going to latch onto because he's easy to kill.
Yep. One kill now, traded out, so Rock will have the advantage in lane.
Yeah, that's good. This is what they wanted. Rock having advantage, but what did they get after? They were able to get the Tyrant that happened a while ago, and it's taken quite a long time. Looking for Rock again here.
Okay, so Rock now essentially has 2 lives, right? With the shield for redemption. They're trying to catch him out, but I don't think this is the best time to do so. For Down Protector also on, unless they can get the burst on him, it is not worth the start of fight now.
Yeah, will this work out? Force field suppression. Just get the shield. Abdo back off with the flash. But are they going to be safe here? Yes, for a bit. But Ray already broke the block ratio. This could be a chance, though. He could be pushed back. That's good. What a great stun coming in from Midjoes to stay alive for the team. That's one down. They could go for the Overlord here.
Maybe Joichi might have to give his life here.
What? Actually gave his life, but no, they're not going to be getting any objectives after that.
I think it's fine, right? He expended his Unbridled Outburst, and at this point, he just needs to recoup his passive. The kill onto Ray, that is actually a big achievement by Ryoichi.
Drops the drop kick, and Ryoichi's dead. Will they go for more? They still have the unending sorrow onto Inoue. Forces out of the way, but that was a bad kill for them.
Oh no, BX.
Goes in, damage, gonna be there, but he isn't gonna survive that.
Look, they're just trying to allow the minion waves to be the win condition, right? To take the turrets on the side lanes. This is going to be huge. But right now, Gen.G doing a little bit better. They get started on this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, Gen.G's looking pretty well here. It's looking like they are just going to be taking this down. That is another Overlord taken down. That is not good for the side of R8.
Yeah, Abdul, I think he needs to be the one that sets the situation for Xenon to get all these snipes down. So far, Abdul has been getting caught out of position. It's costing him.
Wawa, death from below, was able to pull him back, but will he stay alive? That's the question. Wawa went in for the drop kicks. He stays alive from that? That is really big. Now, Rijoj left alone right here. Forced to use an unbridled outburst. He can jump out of this in a bit with the leaping savior, and there you go.
He was too trigger happy. Gen.G are very happy he expended that Unbridled Outburst. Now they can reset, go for aggression in about, what, another 10-15 seconds again.
Try to find a fight. Gen.G would want to go in. Ryoichi, I'm still waiting for him to even get to this point. He needs to get that damage. He needs to go to that late game because he's the win condition at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, look, too much tankiness. Purify is up for Rock. Anytime Rock has his Purify, it's going to be a decent fight. He does have his Frigid Charge as well, so R8, they need to be really careful about their position.
Look at him, he's not even afraid of going in. A bit too early in that Storm Strike a while ago. So Abdo forced to use his Flash, and Rock could definitely push this if ever he wants to, but the wave clear is just too much.
Okay, that chance is over. Mijoj, he's close towards his ultimate. The rage is almost, mana is almost full. Once he gets it, it can be an even fight for the side of R8.
Would be really good. Right now, R8, Shadow Vanguard marching towards the top side. There's everybody to help out, but Gen.G is not going to be assisting the Shadow Vanguard to get to the top side.
Right, this slowly peeling the layers down onto the T2. So right now, it's T3s available for the taking on inside of Gen.G. Can they get the steal here?
Oh yeah, there you go, Tyrant. Ooh, are they gonna try it actually? Oh, for the steal! What a perfect coupled blades from Xenon.
Okay, that's a lifeline. There is extra damage offered by the side of R8 now. And Gen.G, they have the back foot. It is a 4,000 gold lead, but with a Xenon gun mode, that 4k gold lead could be gone.
Yeah, as you said, Voice Tap already has been built by Xenon here. Will he go for the Savant's Rod for the third item, for the fourth item? Once he builds that, he's gonna be hitting pretty hard and could even one-shot Rock later. Oh,
he could also go for the 2 more Wisdom.
That's possible. He could actually go for it. So, let's see if he's gonna be going for it. But for now, Gen.G still traversing the map, giving time for R8 to get their items.
Yeah, R8, right now, I think everything falls into the hands of Xenon. If Xenon gets a pick off, Gen.G have to run for their lives.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here, R8. They are looking for it, Mijoj. Even. Oh, never mind. They're just going to be backing off for now.
He's taking too many hits. Mijoj, I like the fact that he's getting vision for the team, right?
Yeah.
But right now, he needs to be not taking too many hits. 44 on the vision score, that's great. Abdo, is he out of position again?
Is he going to be chased down? Nope. Not going to happen just yet. Rigid Charge was available. Could have been a kill there for their side, but Gen.G really just having the restraint here and not even looking to go for those kills. VX will be able to chase.
Because of you.
Okay, look, they need to create space. They need to get this Crimson buff into the hands of Yoichi. They have managed to done so, but at this point, R8, they are gonna face immense map pressure because Ray has just secured that Shadow Overlord for themselves.
Yeah, drops it in the bot lane so that he wouldn't be able to push. Right now, Yoichi is hitting harder. This is gonna be hard to deal with. He's slowly getting the hits on people.
Yep, he's gonna go for the Ominous Premonition just as a extra survivability against the likes of Ray and Wawa, and hopefully against Rock as well.
Have to be careful. Right now, they're pushing back. Unbridled Outburst was used. Good thing they have to purify. Rock, he's a bit alive. Will they stay alive right now? That's gonna be the question. Mijoj is just gonna be backing off. Use the Fever Barrage. Gets the kill on him. That's perfect. That's big one. 4v5 right now.
That's not the time to take a fight. It is going to be the Shadow Vanguards come down on the bot as well.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard onto the bot lane. They need to clear the waves as much as they can. They have people onto the bot side. They have to be careful here. They don't have any wave clear. They need to pop the leader stance in order for them to defend this, but it's not going to happen though.
Okay, that's an open wound on the bottom side for R8's base. And this is the best chance Gen.G has had. They've been very patient and they have been rewarded.
They have a chance to fight. But for now, they have the mid lane or rather bot lane open. This is not a good look for them. Fever Barrage is already up for Bach. Leader stands up pretty early.
Yeah, look, this is the best time to be able to try and catch Rock, honestly, because there's no Frigid Charge, there is no Purifier as well, and there is no redemption from Clue or Heals.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard though. So they have to make sure that if Daybreaker has been built by Rock, he needed that extra chunk of damage. Trident is available. 17 minutes. We're close to the Tempest Dragon here again, Kindofu.
Yeah, I feel like Gen.G are gonna even this.
Yeah, it's looking like a 1-1. But for now, R8 has been having such a hard time deciding on where they want to go for now. But one mistake could definitely overturn anything here.
Yeah, Mijoj needs to be really careful about the use.
Yeah, like what
and
you're
right
saying.
now, you know, the difficulty of dealing with Rock right now is that Rock has damage and he even went the extra mile to get the Shadow Reaper, so he's gonna have maximum bullets from his Fever Barrage.
That's true. As you were saying, that was happening. Joseph's a bit too forward, and nobody's there to follow him up, which is the reason why they're having such a hard time. Leader stance popped pretty early. This is bad. This is a 30-second cooldown ultimate, and you need that on this fight that's gonna happen.
Okay, if they don't aggress on the side of Gen.G, there is still some space. But Mijoj, he gives them vision, right? Look, he has 58 on that vision score. I hope they don't find out about BX, but it is going to be Crimson buff going into the hands of Rock.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon is going to be up in 1 more minute. 30 seconds on that Overlord, but it's not going to come out at this point. So this is going to be crazy. They have to be careful at this point on. And Rock is the win condition here for the side. And Ryoichi on the side right now of R8. Mijoj, a bit too aggressive. As the Leaping Savior to just run off. But he also has the Unbridled Outburst. Would he be using it? That's a question. Good thing he didn't.
Yeah, not the time to use it, right? He does a stun, right? At this point, it is going to be the battle for that Tempest Dragon. We would have it no other way. We wanted the Tempest Dragon. It is a 20-minute game, my friends.
Gonna be good. 15 more seconds. See how this is gonna go. Right now, they're gonna be chasing on the top side. Wawa is making sure that there's presence on the top side of the map. At the bot side, 5 seconds in the Tempest. Anybody could start it.
Yep, Gen.G, at this point, they're able to out-sustain quite a bit of the damage offered by R8. So you can see that R8 struggling to find a kill anywhere across the map, even against Rock.
They can't even start a fight, which is the problem here. And there's only Mijoj to frontline for the team. And it's also hard for BX to do much. Ryoichi going to be using that leader stance a bit too early. Could be the chance for Gen.G to go for this battle because he won't have it in 30 more seconds.
Yeah, right now, it's a little bit tense. They want to go. If they kill me, Mijoj right now, it's horrendous.
Oh, that's big. Breaching charge was used. They are chasing down the backline. Zenon goes in for a couple plays, but he's going to fall down for now. That's a rampage for this guy. They don't have the ultimate right now for Ryoichi, so this is going to be big. Huawei's going to be killing them, but on the forefront of what's happening, everybody's already down for their side. Wawa and Clue are taken down. Aptos the only one alive. It's going to be a 3v1. He's running away. He might be able to buy some time here.
No, there's no more time left. Abdo, he is just giving his life on... It's a wave on the bottom side of the map as well. Rock is gonna escort this wave into a Gen.G 1-1.
Gen.G will be taking this. What a great performance from that game. They will take this to game number 3.
And we learn. This time, your shoutcasters have learned. That is the value of the Yarrior. Look, full tank, all of the armor, the heals coming in netted Gen.G that when they brought them to the latest of late games and won it from there.
And what's hard about that also for the composition of RA, I think Lamb is not really a good pick on that composition and that last part. That's the only problem that I have there because it was hard for BX to do anything that game.
They wanted to get the early lead, right? Alarm falls off hard in the late game, and I think Gen.G recognized that. That's why they went for the Verdant Protector, you know, with Yarrior. Everything in the tank. They put up Redemption, they put up Heal, they put Purify, they put Frigid Charge, everything to make sure that Rock survives.
Yeah, and also on the ultimates that they had there for their side, that's a problem also. There was a problem on being trigger happy on those ultimates. The leader stance from Ryoichi was popped a lot of times even before the big fight happens.
Yeah, preemptively, and I think that really costed them. This also was a difficult position for Mijoj because Mijoj as the Zhangfei, you wanted to be in a position where you could find yourself reposition into a nice space, get your pre-unbridled outburst onto the important members on the side of Gen.G, but that position never came because he was melted down by Rock so quickly.
You can see how tough it is. It was so tough because they were looking for fights. R8 was looking for a lot of fights, but they weren't able to see any. It's because Gen.G was just not giving them any opportunities to do so.
Yeah, this game, I have to give it... You know what? Of all the people I'll give MVP to, I'll give it a Clue. What a game from this guy.
Really? For the Yarrior? Oh, man. I'm gonna give it to Rock. I'm gonna give it to Rock. For this game.
Okay, I mean, it has to be. You know, it has to be. But I need to stand for my role. Rock here, he did 136,000 damage of hero damage for the team. And boy, this was pure teamwork from the side of Gen.G. They were pulling R8 all over the place. Xenon, he had a very good start to the game, but late game, BX, Xenon, they fell off. There was no other way to come back into the game. And look at the big gold swing coming in.
Yeah, the gold swing after 10 minutes. It was close before 10 minutes, but Gen.G just started winning and not gave any kills to the other team. That's why they found it pretty hard to do anything much after that.
Now you know why the Gen.G boys are so calm. Now you know why Clue is like, you know what, I'll pick up the Yara. And there we go. It is going to be Gen.G, Mr. Rock, 4-1 and 5. The damage uncontested at 37% of the team's hero damage.
That's the highest for today. 37% is the highest damage though for today. And we can see it in this early game. You can see Rock not even giving, after this, he was not giving a lot of kills too. Just the protection of Blue was so helpful.
Yep, in fact, I think the way the Gen.G played was pretty smart because they didn't allow Xenon to continue snowballing, not getting any farm at all. And the fact that they shut down BX pretty consistently was also a marker that helped Gen.G survive into the late game. And Rock, while all of this was happening, I think he only died once, right? So, look, he had free farm the entire game.
Yeah, he was given a lot of space for that whole game, and that's the reason why they were able to win here. And you can see this in most of the fights, right? The only time that they're going to be winning for the side of R8 is if they pop the leader stance at the right time. They are going to find kills. But other than that, they need to be really, really careful after the leader stance expires.
Yep, and look, Rock, oh my goodness, the Purified, the Shields, the Redemption, Verdant Protector, Frigid Charge even necessary, and still was not enough to get the kill on there.
Not even getting close. It was so hard for them to chase the backline. And this one, the Frigid Charge was just absolutely phenomenal here for the side of Gen.G. Rock is killing everybody at that point.
Yep, and Wawa, he understood his assignment. He was meant to catch out Xenon. He was meant to catch out Ryoichi as well. Job well done. This is the epitome of teamwork, and Gen.G are showing it.
Yeah, they really know what their side quests are. They really know what their objectives are, and they really just stuck to their guns. And that worked out in their favor, which is really great. But again, everyone, that was just game 2. We still have game 3, so we're just going to take a short break. Don't go away.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rained down.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are.
We are here. It is the final countdown. Last one, make the count. Both teams looking for the final win. We are on the final game in the final series. My name is Kendofu. With me is Dash. What do you think about the last game of this series?
Game 3, anything could go. Gen.G, R8. Gen.G just playing standard actually worked out well for them, and even adding that extra bonus of Argaria on their composition. But R8 seemed a little bit afraid on that game 2, so maybe change things up for game 3.
Okay, so baseline predictions here. We are going to be taking a look. They have exhausted the Ogren, they have exhausted the Yuhuan on the side of Gen.G. Likewise, on the side of R8, these are picks that are still available for them, so they could definitely look at the Ogren pick as the final one. I think they were saving strats for this last potential game. But look, I think no Jing, guaranteed there is no Jing, there is no Da Chao combination. I don't think you want to allow the big cards coming out from both sides.
Would they actually ban the Da Chao for that first rotation again? That's the question. Will Gen.G be able to play it? Because it's looking like, as you said, it was a long comp. What happened there was they banned the Da Chao and they went in for a normal composition, and it worked out for Gen.G. Yeah.
Well, look at my right hand. No, it's my left hand. And then he slapped the face. So, I mean, 1-1, this has been the most exciting series of the day so far. Let's see. R8, they want the prio pick. They will go for the blue side. So this tells me Ogren is coming out into the playing field.
Yeah, I really love how competitive they are here for their side. And as you said, they could go for that Ogren for that pick. For the side of R8 this time around, they are not going to be afraid to pick that up later on. So on this side, just looking at the picks again, it's looking like R8 on the blue side again could actually work out.
Yeah, they know what's coming. They know that they will not get the Jing pick, so they have to figure something else out.
Yeah, they need to figure something else. Arlie has been banned again. I think we're not going to be seeing the Arlie together with the Mai Shiranui on this game anytime soon. It's going to be like this every time on the picks in the Jing. Still the respect from Gen.G.
All right, let's see how this goes on the side of Gen.G and R8. They do take out the Da Chao.
Da Chao is already out. Putz is not going to be coming out for sure here in this game. And Gen.G is not going to have their play toy for now. R8, what are they going to pick? Are they going to pick... Oh, wait. J on the first pick here.
Okay, that's a good start, right? I like it. At this point, it is going to be very important to have proper winning cards. The lowering of defense is going to be very useful.
In the name of the law, I will
J
punish
is going to be picked. This is one of their picks that Yoichi really loves picking. Princess Frost being prioritized on the side of Gen.G together with the Liang.
Winter is here.
Whoa. Okay, big combinations, standard combinations as well.
Yep.
So Liang and Princess Frost, we need to see them do the pickoff. So Gen.G, they need to play really aggressively in this game.
Yeah, they need to be really tanky also on the side of R8. Remember, that combo, there's nowhere to go. Power word control, Frigid Prison, Winter is here, you're dead. You're gonna go nowhere. So R8 would just need to know that they're gonna be fighting 4v5 most of the time, so they have to have that firepower.
I'll protect the
At
memory
the same
of
time,
you,
Gen.G, I
whatever
think
the
they could
cost.
double down on this and go for absolute chaos. I think Luna would work massively, right? You want to make as much confusion as possible so that you don't risk your Liang and Princess Frost to be taken out during that assassination attempt.
Oh yeah, that's true. That could be possible here for their side. But now Dharma just making sure that they have enough crowd control to couple it up with. If it doesn't die, punch it in the face. That's gonna work out for Gen.G.
Even here, I must
Yeah,
remain
it's a decent
true to
cover as
who I
well.
am.
So while you're distracted by the Frigid Prison and Control combination, the Dharma can catch you off guard as well. So this is going to be very important for the start of Gen.G to not only have the goal lead, but to make very proper rotations around the map. R8, the draft is not that it's bad, but it's also at risk of being caught up.
They need to be very careful. They need to be careful about this on the side of R8. I love the fact that they have Resplendence just in case it happens, the combo happens. They have a way to push them back. They have a way to stun them out of the way just so they can cancel that. The Young.
Yeah, Noah with the creation definitely going to be very useful. At the same time, the Lianpo ban is so important because he's one of the main heroes that will destroy this composition on the side of Gen.G.
That's true. Lianpo could be very destructive here for the team, and having it banned again, they also banned it in game 1. There's a big priority on that ban on the side of Gen.G, but Chano getting out of the way for the side of R8. You still have a lot of picks that they can go for. They can go for an assassin that can surprise them.
It has to be a Luna of some sort, right? At this point, Luna Hanxing, they need tanky, yet damaging heroes on the side of R8 to make their draft work. I think a Hanxing makes a lot of sense for R8 because you can consistently engage, disengage.
Yeah. Or they can surprise us with the Fade pick on the side of R8, but it's not gonna happen. So I am just looking for it. But John Wei? Dion Wei? What do you think about this? I'm putting
I
my
think it's
eyes
good.
on
I think it's good, right?
Yeah, I'm squinting my eyes.
It's something that can sustain a bit of damage, right? He does last a bit longer in the fights, which also could be valuable for the side of Gen.G. But this R8 secure, Mijoj, he's going to be the MVP of this game if he plays his cards right.
I like that. I like that. Just making sure that the Princess Frost and Liang's positioning should be perfect because of him. And they go with this composition. Never mind. Good thing. Good thing they didn't went for the Agudo. That could have been destructive for them.
As long as there's
These are-
light in your eyes,
Yeah,
night
they need
will
tank.
never fall.
They need someone that's able to last very long in the fight, because then it will allow the Demon Jie to make maximum efficiency onto his combinations of skills. But the more important part is that with the composition they have, Nuwa, Sunter, Sakir, the three of them will be able to disrupt this Liang Princess Frost combination coming in.
Yeah, that's the only thing that they need here, especially on that combo. They just need to stop them as much as they could. The AoEs could be very big here, but Shoyu for that last pick, is that the best thing they could go for? They lock it in. That's rough.
Okay, my friends, and as well as the fans of Honor of Kings, we are heading into a potential Tempest game again because Sawyer is only online in late game.
That's true. He needs 3 items. He needs to get that Daybreaker before he becomes online. And what they need here for the side of R8 is to make sure that the early game, they would not get snowballed by the Liang Princess Frost combo, because it's going to be hard if that happens.
Yeah, it's this game. Come on, man. Xenon, if he plays his cards right, combined with the combination of Sunta by Abdo and Mijoj on that secure, they're gonna provide so much room for this Direnzier.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but right now, everyone, remember, this is a battle to know who's gonna get to Group S, who's gonna get sent down to Group A, and it all lays down to this last game that we have for today. It might be a long game, but you know what? Greatness takes time, as they say.
Yes, I love that quote. All right, let's give it your all at this point as we head into the gorge. Who is gonna make it to the biggest top, Gen.G or R8?
Who's gonna get to Group S? Who's gonna have a chance to battle the Giants? Or who has a chance to be the Giants themselves on Group A? R8 versus Gen.G. Here's the lineup, everyone. Look at it. Get a screenshot. This is their last battle, and you'll know who is at fault if ever they get sent to Group A.
Well, we're looking for the heroes, not the zeros. And right away, you could see they're putting a lot of eggs into the basket in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's see. Gonna go to the mid lane. They might as well would want to have this easy wave here, and this is what the Liang does. Just have the easy wave there onto the mid lane, just annoy the heck out of this mid laner just for them to not clear pretty fast.
Okay, they want to put as much damage as possible into the mid lane, but Wawa are really struggling against Abdo in this 1v1.
Yeah, what's going to be important is how this Clash laners play, right? The set sail to the Truth Mantra, those are very valuable ultimates, and it all comes down to how they set it in their games.
Also, lane freezing, super important, right? You want that level.
Yeah, level 2. Lane freezing, Wawa is doing a good job. It's looking like it's doing great. Whoever gets to level 4 pretty fast here, looking at where the trajectory is of most of our junglers, especially at the top side, BX could go for that gank on the top side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the first rotation by Ray is and how effective it's going to be, right? If this rotation by Ray nets them the first blood, then I think Gen.G, that countdown timer onto Rock coming online is going to be shortened by quite a bit.
Yeah, they have to be very careful, especially level 3 onto Clue, close to level 4 now, even Inuwa. So they have to wait for it. Once it comes down, it's going to be really crazy. But Ray is getting up a lot of farm, which is a good thing whenever you have a John Wei on your team.
Okay, so both teams actually actively disengaging and not really just yet. Farm lane, I think, has one of the highest potentials of blood, but the locations coming in by Ray, it could spell the end of the top lane on Abdo.
Mijoj also has to be careful here how he plays this, because he is the key to stop Clue and Inuwa from doing the combos, and he can rotate pretty fast, so it could be at almost any point in this game. Right now, we're looking for a fight on the top side, and Abdo is not going to be successful at it for now, and Mijoj, he should start now.
Okay, this is going to be a really important moment for the side of Gen.G. If they give away his first blood on the bottom side, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, Gen.G, they have to have priority on the bot side. They have the Tyrant in just 1 minute and 20 seconds, and they're already priming it at this point. You have very big disadvantage as Rock, so Rock should just be very patient here onto the bot side. It's not going to be winning this lane. That's a leader in jail.
Yeah, look, nobody has been able to catch anything on the side of Gen.G right yet. And I think this is a cause for concern. With this Inuwa-Rock combination, or Inuwa and Clue combination, you need to get the first blood. And so far, they haven't found any openings.
Yeah, right now might be top side though. Look at that. A lot of people on the top side making sure that Abdo doesn't get away from here. One truth could set Abdo free and to his death on the top side. But right now, I think this is going to be good though. They have the forward control. They're going to be catching it. Clue looking for it. That was a bit scary there. And go in. They're going to go for the set sail. They haven't hit it.
Ray's coming.
Okay, here comes Resplendence. Push him back. Here comes Ray. They have the flash though. Good thing Xenon flashes away. BX, too early. They're looking for a fight at the top side. It's looking like a brawl here.
Yep, okay, both teams, they know what's at risk here. 4 minutes, it is going to be the Tyrant for contention. I don't think they want to give away. Oh, hang on, nice ulti by Real EG.
Yeah,
BX
gonna come in. Emergence also gonna be here. They have the Frost Bridget person gonna be there with the Withers here. That's a good save. As you said, that is good. Onto the back line though. Rock might die here, but is not gonna get it. That is not good. They get the first blood onto the side of Gen.G, but at least it was a 2-for-1.
That was a clutch play by a Rock. It could cost them more. Mijoj.
Fury, they got the knock up ready. Ray, just that, dodging just a bit. Do they have the slow? No, they don't have it. That sail goes in. Do they have the damage?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Okay, good.
That's the end of the fight, right? So it ends with Gen.G having a decent advantage, but gold advantage going to the side of R8 for the time being.
Yeah. Right now, no objectives has been taken here, Ken. There's nothing that they can see for now. Eternity Blade has been taken already by Rock. That is 1. He needs 3. 1 out of 3 already completed by Rock.
Yep, that's a long journey still for the side.
Yeah.
This so yeah, on the top lane though,
Abdo might get caught. He had to flash away. He knows that Clue could kill him anytime.
Destroyed a tower.
Yep, they do take a T1 on the bot for that attempt, so R8 making good trades in terms of map control.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard though. I mean, it's looking like they're having a chess match right now. They're looking for kills, not happening. Objectives, neutral objectives, not taken yet at this point. That fail gonna be used.
Oh,
no.
no.
Gonna be their target. Flashes away. Frigid Prison not gonna hit anybody. That's good. That's safe.
They committed so many ultimates though.
They really committed, but the Tyrant is gonna be theirs anyway, so that's good.
Tyrant has
But the
been
topside tower is gonna get taken
Red
down here.
team has destroyed a tower.
Yep, they're still looking for Abdo. They want to crush down this top lane. And based on the vision score, it looks like R8. The reason why they're able to maneuver so well is because they have a lot more vision going on.
Yeah, they have been moving around the map a lot more compared to Gen.G. Gen.G has been stagnant. They have been looking for a flash ultimate for Clue, but because he has no more flashes again, they won't have it easy on that combo.
Yeah, Clue is not hitting the marks so far. You can't blame him. Right now, R8 is just playing super safe.
Yeah, they're flashing away. They're not giving him a chance to get in range. Feels so bad when you're the one playing Leon.
Yep, but that could change in a moment. Right now, Rock actually has access into the Crimson buff. It's going to be traded out. BX and Xenon going to do their best to try and steal away on the top side.
Yeah, bot side, Dharma be taken. Top side, at least they have a trade here on both of our
Blue
side. It's
team
looking really
has
good.
destroyed a
And I
tower.
love to
Red
see a
team
lot more.
has
Mid lane
destroyed
could
a
be
tower.
the change that we're looking for here.
Okay, so they do funnel it into VOEG. He does have the Crimson buff on his hands, true damage as well as burning damage. Likewise, same thing for Rock. So right now, positioning very critical. Neck and neck and go.
Very tanky onto Ray. They both have blazing capes. Ray and BX. They're not really going for that fight just yet. Still waiting for that set from Wawa or even that set from Clue.
Yep. At the same time, same situation for R8. It could be a setup for Abdo. It could also be a setup from Joj.
They're looking. Now that has been really quiet. Really different game that we're looking for here. Lip of Fury was used against Abdo. Stays alive, very tanky.
It's a small cost, right? They wanted to burn him, but that would have been the ideal situation for the Gen.G.
Looking as much as they can. For now, R8 onto the bot side, even TP. Just for them to cover all those angles, not even leaving any holes for Gen.G to breach.
Yeah, both teams also mirror movements, funneling all of the minion waves into their respective farm laners as well. VX is going to try and take a risk here and steal away the Azure buff.
Not going to be that fast, and as expected, this is going to be hard for him to steal. Ray is going to be there. He's not going to be taking it. Ray is still going to be the one going away with a laugh. And now Wawa, what a great set again. Abdo at least survives. That was good. That was a flash. And Drew meant to expend it, but that snipe coming in from Rock was good.
Okay, so they do get the Overlord, but frozen.
Frigid Prison, what a perfect timing from Inoue there. What a great preemptive Frigid Prison.
Yep, they know what's going on. They're gonna try and go for it. Wawa does have the Truth Mantra.
Yeah, Splendid is up again. Was able to push him back. Wawa, as you said, has Truth Mantra, still has the flash. Good go for an engage against the backline here of R8.
Oh, nice freeze.
Yeah, they're not gonna follow through. Set sail is here. Have to be pretty fast. They go for it, but they don't have the wave to push this mid lane.
You have to be careful. Clue does have his ultimate. Control is available.
Yeah. Now, it's gonna be very hard. Clue is very low. So this is gonna be a hard fight if ever they start Wawa looking for it. But at least he was able to back away.
Okay, so this is just teetering on the edge, right? Both teams unable to overextend and get their opponents into their reach. But right now, R8 just in a slightly better position.
Yeah, almost on the break point. 1-8 is what's gonna change this game here, Kindofu, because right now onto the top side, they're just pushing towers and they're looking for it. Ray is not gonna have a good time. He's gonna be killed. That was one kill onto the side. Ron still has one more getaway, but wasn't able to run away with that. The flash is gonna be used. Emerges. It's gonna be there. Resplendent is gonna push back Rock. They have 2 kills on the side of R8, and maybe, just maybe, they can push this top side.
They're losing too much. Wawa, could he turn this around? They are gonna lose. not ideal. They have a bleeding wound on the top.
Tower has been taken down on the top side. A bit too aggressive for the side of Gen.G, but Wawa might be looking for a kill here. Even the Imperial Order was preemptively casted here for Yoichi.
No, there's no option now on the side of Gen.G to try and take anything. RA now has a 2,000. As long as RA don't make a mistake and give away kills, this could be big for RA.
As you were saying, Abdo almost got killed there with a Frigid Prison. They have the Vanguard, or rather, Overlord still up here. They are looking to maybe strike in that angle. Winter is here, is going to be a drop, but this is going to be pushing. BX going to be in. Set Sail is there. Flash at the wrong angle, and Abdo is just going to move forward. They still have the Tooth Mantha. They're waiting for the right timing right here. They have the Power Word control. They get the kill on the Doge, and they even use the Tooth Mantha for it. That is just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it's still in benefit to R8. Now, one of the things that is really concerned is the fact that Xenon already has the Tome Wisdom. So he's gonna hit like a truck. This magic lady is not giving Gen.G any chance to come back into this game.
Even so hard to go in just because of the presence of Xenon, because once you go in, Resplendence is ready. It has a large AoE, so it's making it harder for them to do anything. Right now, they're gonna go for the push. Yoichi is gonna be hitting this towers like a truck, and that's another one down.
Destroyed a tower.
Yep, and they can't find Ryoichi because they can't get past Abdo and BX. That's a huge concern for the side of Gen.G. And until they fix that problem, R8 is going to mow down the remainder of the tier 3s on the side of Gen.G's base.
Outside, they're waiting. R8 making sure they can get the bait. Pops the Radiance just to get vision. Just seeds one person.
Yeah, Rock is still a ways away from hitting level 15, as well as that 6-item slot.
Yep. Primal Bond is now down, so R8 can start this. But for now, it's looking like they're just trying to get vision here. On to... Oh, they're not going to be contesting this. They don't have Power Word control. They're going to catch one person. But at what cost are they going to do it? They are going to be able to take the Overlord.
Yep, it's a big cost, right? So they make a trade, they give away the Overlord. Was that the best decision for a kill onto Abdo? I'm not sure.
That was a big win for R8. They still have the damage dealers. Abdo has been down. Imperial Order was used, so they have to back away now.
Yep, look, the Firefly fields have been so damaging from the side of Doge, right? And it's not only giving vision, it's also giving deterrence against Gen.G. They can't come in. BX in the middle of 4.
BX, very tanky. As Invincible Warrior if ever he needs to. That Vanguard has been dropped already. They would want to push onto the mid lane right now, and they're slowly going for this mid lane push, but BX is getting ready for this fight.
Yep, they should be able to take this. Any amount of burst is going to work in R8's favor.
Winter is here has been dropped. Shadow Vanguard is still walking towards the bot lane. So without the Winter is here, they maybe have like 15 seconds before they have this. Look at what Ryoichi is doing. He's using the passive to just hit the towers.
Yeah. How do you stop him?
Yeah.
There's no stopping him at this point.
Yeah, that range is good enough for them to just take it. They're just going to be giving it. They're going to be defending, take their losses, get this win at mid, and maybe clear the other waves here at the top side.
The ray of hope is dimming at this point. Ray, he needs to make a play somehow. They back up, but there's nothing. They can't reach R8.
Yeah, Yoichi is so far away. Wawa has good position. Maybe can surprise somebody. But for now, they're going to the top side of the map. Tyrant is going to be up in 10 seconds.
We need to see Rock's growth. He has hit one marker, level 15. Oh, hang on. No, Ray, out of position.
Goes in for the set sail, but he's very tanky. So he's going to be surviving that for so long. Annihilation? Okay, he's not going to kill him.
Oh, this is a big mistake. This is going to give the Tyrant over to R8. Once again, they're going to be very dominant in the control of the map.
Tyrant's just going to be taken. Wawa is also here. Yoichi, dodge a bullet right there. Good thing BX showed his presence at the bot side.
Okay, so vision is available for the side of Gen.G in the bottom side of the jungle. Let's see, the growth. Okay, so 5 items, looking for the last item, Siege Breaker for the side of Rock.
Yeah, mid lane. Gonna be the last push, gonna be the last fight. Rock has been dealing a lot of damage here. Backline, though, After knows that Wawa is there.
I don't know Wawa.
Control would be able to get one. That is not gonna be hitting anybody. Wawa missed the shot, and that could have been his only chance. This game is gonna be over. It's looking like R8 is looking to go for the kills. Rock dodging a lot of bullets, though. He's making sure that he can get the kill. BX a bit too low, and that HP goes in for the snipe. Does not hit the right target. They still have 3 people alive, so they can still stay in this game.
Oh, Rock. He was the lifesaver. He stopped that final push coming up from BX. He is having quite a lot of damage. Once he gets his siege breaker, it's going to be big. But Ray, what are you doing alone?
Ray, you have a lot of people here. Imperial Order was used, and he is going to be dead. Now they are left with 2 people.
Oh no, this is a horrible situation. Look, 7 seconds, there is great, but Wawa, he did miss his ultimate. He does not have his flash available as well.
Yeah, Rock doing a lot of damage here. With 3 OEGs, he's going to be pushing this tower. Just on the objective. Eyes on the objective for the side of R8.
Destroyed a tower.
Okay, siege breaker available for Rock. Maybe this is the turnaround.
Yeah, this is what they're looking for. A lot of damage. That sail going to be there. Going to be hitting on Wawa. That's going to be good knockups on him. He's not going to be moving anytime soon. And they still get the kill. The waves are going to be cleared. But BX is going to be dying in trade for that.
Okay, they hold on. They still hold on. Look, this is lowest kill games we have had. 8 to 7. But Gen.G, they are making it work.
Yeah, they're making it work. They're taking their time. I like what I'm seeing here for the side of Gen.G, but they lost all their towers. This is still going to be hard, but Rock, look at him. He's hitting like a truck at this point.
Yeah, and the later the game goes, it is not ideal for Art. They don't fight well into the late game.
Yeah, they have to be careful, especially the range that he has here for Rock. But they can just bait it, wait for the slow push before they commit to that Overlord. But Gen.G has the right idea here. Start it right now because the waves are going to be pushed anytime soon. Here they come. They might be able to go for that steal, but Ray is going to be staying here and they're going to take that Overlord.
Wawa needs to be careful not to show too much on the map. This might be a situation where R8 says, look, Wawa is so far away, we should jump in.
Yeah, they have to be careful here. Right now, they're looking for as much advantage as they can here, Kin. It's been pretty hard. And this game is looking like another Tempest game.
It has to be, right? Gen.G, they're just waiting. 2.5 minutes. This will be the biggest win condition that Gen.G are looking to fulfill. Once they hit the Tempest Dragon, they actually have the highest potential to either steal it or to get the kills and wipe the R8 off the face of the map.
Yeah, go for the push. Right now, BX is just making sure that he can scout around for the team. Look at his vision score. Has the highest vision score for the team. Just because he has been scouting around a lot for the team. Ray goes in. Oh, no. That's not good. Imperial Order wasn't able to reach. Ryuichi is going to be hit with the damage from BX. Is going to be dead. Right now, they have it with the ult. What a great shoot matchup from Wawa. But they haven't still get them the kills on the right targets. Rock going to be backing off. They still have Xeno alive, so they still have their damage dealers.
Yeah, so both frontliners staying alive. Nobody expended too much at this point. Ryuichi!
Yeah, what a great stun. That was perfect. Rigid Prison at the ready. Gonna be dead. That was perfect. That's exactly what they needed.
That's 40 seconds of pain for the side of R8. And right now, Gen.G, with the Tyrant buff, they will be able to force the will onto R8. It's not ideal. I think Ryuichi, he understands this. Look at the side there.
Yeah, they have to be careful about that Tempest though later. They have 18 minutes. Waves are pushing. They still aren't going to be able to push, but at least they have some breathing room. Once they get an ace, they can finish this. They can win.
Okay, so the Sage's Sanctuary will be on cooldown for Ryuichi. He has one more charge of the Sage's Sanctuary. I don't think Rock has expended it just yet. So there is, in terms of the long game, Gen.G in a much better position.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be... Oh, he's buying the Blood Rage just for that extra survivability. What's hard about this is that Rock's range is just massive, which makes it harder for them to do anything much. Look at the towers. They're looking to fall down. They have the advantage on the minions, but it's gonna be harder from here on.
Yeah, they start working on the turret. So RBX is going to try.
Oh, that's perfect though. They might be able to have the Winter is here right now onto the backline. Luigi's fighting a fight of his own. He's fighting against one. He falls down. That's perfect. One's running away. And right now it's looking like they're winning. Rock is winning the game for the team. They don't have any more damage dealers for the side of R8. It's looking like Gen.G is going to be taking over this game. They have the minions on the bot lane. They're going to finish this as fast as they could. They have to clear this wave. DX, they have some time. Winter is here, is there. Stops them with a truth mask. Pushes them back away. This is their chance. Gen.G takes out with a comeback and wins this series against R8.
This means a lot. Clue knew what was going on. Look at them celebrating. They knew this was the win condition. They played for the long game. The long con worked.
What's hard about that is they were not able to reach Rock. Rock was the reason why it was so hard for them to push. And Rock getting to that late game, oh man, it's crazy. Playing somebody who has so much long range, it's so hard to deal with.
Yep, and they fulfilled that condition late game. So yeah, right on the 20-minute mark, they took all of the openings given to them, and there was no way. Death time was more than 40 seconds. There was no one to be able to save the day on the side of R8.
You can even see the backline a while ago. The last backline fight we've seen there, nobody was on the side of Ryoichi. He was left alone. He was left alone to raise hands and Wawa. He was easy to kill, and that's why after that, it was just smooth sailing for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, so tell me now that East side is not the best side. What kind of games are you having on the West? Look, this is the best league. You have to watch out for that. Survival week next week, it's going to be even more exciting.
Yeah, day 4. Oh man, this is where we've seen most of the action. 2 best of 3s for today, and it was the last 2 games, and it was intense games that we've seen there.
Yeah, so now Gen.G, they take Weaver as they head into Group S. It's just the start of even more grinding for them because they have to go up against Nongshim, they have to go up against Scarz, 2 powerhouses from the JPKR region. Not only that, we'll talk about that in a moment. I want to know about the items. I mean, Rock. He's the MVP. Has to be.
For sure. Rock dealt so much damage there. Everybody was putting all their resources onto Rock that game, and that's why it was possible for that late game on, and that was really great to see. I would love to see a lot more of those games. So Gen.G, yeah, just play like this. Play normal compositions. It works.
Yeah, it definitely did. This was a stock standard combination with the Princess Frost and the Liang combination coming in. Clue just, they struggled a little bit in the early games to try to get the catch onto Abdo. But I think this game, it really came down to that positioning of Ryoichi. Unfortunately, caught out for some reason.
Yeah, remember, having a weak side doesn't mean you're going to be losing the game. Weak side on a Shoyue is actually good. Just wait for him to get the late game, and he's going to be dealing damage like a truck, 158k damage. But on the other side, we do have Xenon doing with 162.
He was dealing almost double the damage of Ryoichi on Rock, and simply because he had the range, right?
Yeah.
So it's so scary. Look at that swing. It was just R8 in control at the start.
Yeah, then exponential, then it all went down on Gen.G's side after winning. If you don't finish the game as fast as you could, and when the minions are already pushing, it's gonna be hard for you to do anything much after, because the other team is just getting gold. And if you're not pushing, you're not getting anything.
Yeah, Rock, this is the definition of being caught in between a rock and a hard place. 705, this guy was shooting you down bullet by bullet. 37% of the hero damage offered by Gen.G was given by Rock.
7-0-5, and we can definitely see why the Liang and the Frost combo has been really perfect here for our squads. It has been great. It's easy to pull off, it's easy to push everybody back, and once you go to the late game, it's still very valuable.
That outplay, dude, Rock was just on fire. This game, they lost it. Ray was trying to create situations where Rock could have the freedom to get those snipes in, but in the early stages of the game, when he had no damage on Rock, you could see they were struggling quite a bit. And to remind you, they lost every single tier 3 turret on the side of Gen.G.
They don't have any more turrets. The only way they can win that was to get an ace, and they were able to get the ace in the end. And look at Rock. Look at his positioning here. He was positioning so well that nobody could reach him. After dashing, they cannot reach him anymore at that point.
Yeah, he was just running all the way. And Ray, you have to commend the confidence and the courage of Ray. He gave his life for the cause.
Yeah, that's true. He was really going for it. I mean, he's a tank anyway, so he knows that he had advantage there. And looking at this, Rock, after not getting damage for him, look at this play. Look at Ryuichi. He was alone at the back line. It was sad to see.
Yeah, I'm just curious why Abdul went for Inoue instead of Rock. And look, at that stage, Rock, 2.3 thousand in terms of damage just by a single auto attack. That was 2 pain.
Yeah, you have the frigid charge and you have the knockup too. I thought that's the target. I thought that's the goal every time because Rock was the biggest threat that game.
Yeah, you definitely had to control this guy, and he was out of control in the late stages of the game. This was what Gen.G had in mind. They set a sight, they set a goal, they had it, and they targeted it, and they achieved it. So Gen.G will be your finalists into the top 3 positions, qualifying for Group X.
Congratulations again for Gen.G getting back in their throne. When they play normal, they play well. And we've seen it in Group S. They're going to be staying that they're on the top together with the other 2 teams, Nongshim, RedForce, and even Scarz. So they're the 3 teams going to be on the Group S. But on the other hand, the other teams will be fighting for their lives on Group A.
Yeah, this is not the last you will see of them. Of course, we'll do a short recap of the games we have covered today and the upcoming matches for Survival Week as well. Survival Week, I think, is going to be a really intense one because they're fighting for their lives. There's only 1 slot from each region in the Major East League as well as the Major West League to make it into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. Next week is going to be where some teams will be taken off the list and will be taken off the tournament. And that is the scary part about Survival Week. That's why it's called Survival Week, everyone. They need to survive during that week. But that was phenomenal. What a great series. That last 2 series we had, Kendofu, that was insane.
Nail biter. I'm too close. I mean, represented by the heart rate, the gold graph was up and down, up and down. And then we came to this where it was really who can run the distance, right? And Gen.G said, we have stamina, we have the goods.
Yeah, that was good. Gen.G, just because of their experience, that also adds to it the reason why they have this endurance on those series and even those high pressure situations. And this is what you get just from experience. And I think R8 still has a chance. Even if they lose this time, it's not the end of the world yet. They're just going to be fighting the other teams. They just have to deal with Vicious. Because Vicious, on the last time that we've seen them, they performed so well. So that's the only scary part about Group A.
Yeah, I think Vicious starting to be the makings of a monster squad coming in. At the same time, R8 have proven themselves. So let's see how this battle is going to go. Likewise, on the other side, I think we are looking for that contest in the Major West, right? Whether they're strong enough to beat the best team in Group A as we go for that major last call.
That is a good question, though. Would Major West have the guts to win against us in the Major East? I mean, against Scarz, not gonna win. They're not gonna win against Scarz if ever they take the 2nd place.
There's no way. I mean,
who do they got?
Yeah, we know about it, right? We know who is going to qualify, probably on the side of the West side into the Kings World Cup.
For sure.
I want to see who else can bring the ball.
Yeah. Who else? That's a good question. I mean, we all know who's going to be winning on their side. At this point, I already know who's going to be winning on the Major West. But again, on this side, we're still not sure. I mean, Nongshim RedForce had a really hard time against Scarz and maybe against Gen.G if they play like this. So we still have contention for that top 1 spot.
Yep, everything up in the air. I would love to see Nongshim come back, right? Every single team has a story installed that makes it worthwhile to see them in the Kings World Cup, in the Esports World Cup. Like, they all deserve that, but end of the day, we want the best out of the best. We only want 1 team.
Yeah, we only want 1 team to get there. We only want 1 team to be able to represent the Major East And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a big challenge for everyone here. I would love to see a lot more from the Major East. I mean, we have next week and next week, so we still have 2 more weeks of the Major East and Major West.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, 1 slot for each region, right? So that last slot is going to be a one-on-one with the best on the Major East going up against the best of the Major West. And as we all know, as Holler has already, if you win on the side of Major East, it's a soft guarantee you'll make it to the Esports World Cup anyway, because you're going to be the West. There's no question about it.
That's true. You're going to be fighting against the West side. So yes, they are for sure going to be winning. So whoever gets the second place has a guaranteed slot to the KWC.
Okay, I won't go as far as to say guarantee, but I think Holler would disagree with me.
Okay, I think Holler would also say yes. I think being the devil's advocate would be good, Kendoku, at least. 2 out of 3. I think Holler and I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we're East of the East as well.
That's true. That is really true. And we've been doing so well, especially on the last games that we've had there. The teams have been doing so well, and they're showing a lot of resilience from our games, and I'm really liking this performance from them. So I'm hoping for a lot more, but here we go. We were waiting for this. Today's matches, look at this. The wins that we have, Scarz winning a 2-0, Nongshim RedForce getting a 2-0, and the last Vicious winning a 2-1. Get a look at Vicious, everyone. On the next matches, you need to look at them. Gen.G versus R8. These are the teams. Gen.G taking the Group S spot and R8 being relegated to Group A.
All right, so with that being said, for ranking week, these are the final standing. Nongshim stands atop all, 6-0 clean record, no losses at all. Scarz comes in second with 5 wins and 1 loss. Gen.G make it their way here, 4 wins, 2 losses, taking R8 down. So the remaining 4 teams, R8 VC, Vicious actually, and Crazy Raccoon and Venomous, they will be into Group A.
Yeah, this is going to be the Group A. The teams that are on the 7th place, they're going to be staying right there on Group A. And the Group S will be taken by the other teams. And we already have our schedule for April 24. Scarz versus Nongshim RedForce, Crazy Raccoons versus Venomous, and Scarz versus Gen.G. That is 3 best of 5s, right? This is going to be hard for Scarz.
Yep. Yeah,
What a day.
it's going to be a long day. We have seen teams struggle with fatigue, and I think we even in the championships, right? Last year in Indonesia, we have seen teams like Team Secret struggle. I mean, they played 10 games in a row against Dominator. Got dealt with the harshest comeback ever in the history of Honor of Kings. But that's a story for another time. It is time for us to take our rest as well as we get ready for Survival Week.
Yeah, Survival Week will be very fun, everyone. That was a nice day for all of us right here, Kindofu. It was a great time to see all these teams. Again, congratulations to the teams that reached Group S. We still have a lot more. The Major East is still not done, everybody. We still have a lot more shows for all of you. Again, we have been your Shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I was here with Kindofu, and see you guys next week for more Honor Kings Major East.
sound of the rain.